Hello, Popov. Congratulations for getting to this play-in match and great match against Partizan. Very nervous because in the third map it was pretty close.
Well, not nervous. We just threw a couple of situations, but in the end, on like 12-11, like Oxygen just took things into his own hands. He just said, like, trust me, let's go B. Took the initiative. They were just playing retake constantly and giving us that control. So he took advantage of that, and we just won the game.
Are you happy with players taking on this energy, keeping this energy up when they just take it upon themselves?
Of course, like being confident and taking the round into your own hands after having the idea and the information how have, like that's what changes the game. Like that's what wins you matches.
Yeah. How good is your form right now? Because you seem like you are on a good roll, but you are playing other tournaments as well. So how good is your overall form?
Well, we're quite in the beginning. We're just getting a few of the maps, like changing positions and stuff like this. So I would say I wouldn't comment on the form. Like it depends.
Yeah. Would you then comment on your map pool maybe, because you said that you are just learning some maps, learning some positions. Are you maybe struggling with taking on more maps?
I think every team that as a new player is struggling on some of the maps they played before, but it's just normal. Like we just need to get the hang of it and play a bit more.
Yeah, you're playing against Patient UA. Do you feel like it is a hard opponent for you, or are you happy with this draw?
I think every team that made it to playoffs is a hard opponent, and it's a battle to get there. So I can't say anything else.
Yeah, so it is the same opponent for you as other opponents, would you say? Is the same match?
It's just a game by game. We just go and play. Like we don't care who we play.
Okay, how big of a motivation is this match for you to get you and your boys to the LAN in Prague?
Like it's pretty motivational. We really want to play that LAN and just to travel, and because it's a great LAN to play in. And we've played only one LAN since the start of this lineup, which was in Barcelona. We won that LAN, so we're just trying to get to a LAN and to prove ourselves.
And to keep 100% win rate maybe. What will be the most important thing today to get to another LAN?
Keep calm, like concentrate on what you're doing and just don't do basic mistakes.
Okay, then good luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview.
No problem, see ya.
Hello, Topa. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. How excited you are that you get to play this decising BO3 for LAN in Prague.
Hello, thank you for asking to join. We're really excited and happy to compete in this playoff and compete for the LAN stage. So we are waiting for the battle and for the match.
How are you feeling about the format of this tournament? Because you were playing the whole Swiss stage, but still now it depends on one match.
I think it's still fine because you have a lot of matches and games, and anyway, the best teams gonna qualify through.
Yeah, you are playing against 500. Are you familiar with the team? Are you happy that you get to play them? You dodged some more interesting teams, perhaps.
I would say not really matter what the enemy is, but we know 500 really good, so we are fully ready and prepared to play versus them.
What do you feel like might be their biggest strength in this match?
I would say some random sneaks, maybe like some aggro, like snowballing. I would say like that.
Yeah. How do you feel about your form and your map pool right now? Because many teams are starting to get good at more maps since there is a lot of competitive matches, a lot of tournaments right now. So there is a lot of practice on almost every map. So how do you feel about your map pool?
I feel like we can play everything right now. And yeah, as you said, like we had a really high amount of official matches, so we decided like our strengths, our weaknesses, and we are fixing right away after the games. So we are feeling really good.
So to wrap this up, what do you think is your biggest strength as a team right now?
I would say communication is like sometimes weak, but I would say communication and self like chooses what we want to do, like some individual plays and mid goals.
Yeah, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the match.
Thank you.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
And...
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Hello everybody and warm welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. The online season is about to come to a close. We're only 2 days away from it all concluding, but the question is who is going to reign supreme at the end of our proceedings. Four more matches to go, only 4 more teams to make it to Prague, and we're all going to decide it here today. My name is LJ. I'm joined by Dwega as per usual for a very epic day of confrontation, mate. This is going to be one of the bigger ones, I think, of the season.
Coming to a stage of the tournament in which I don't think we're getting a lot of favourites anymore. I think when you look back at the previous Swiss stage, we'd always have an idea on who our stronger teams are, who our weaker teams are. When it comes down to the finale of the best of threes, mate, it's anybody's game.
It really is. I mean, look, we've started off in that Swiss stage a couple of weeks ago where we began sort of exploring who those key favourite teams were going to be in the competition. We had some standout names. We had some surprises here and there. And now these top 8 squads are playing today in the deciders. Tonight and tomorrow, we'll see who of our remaining 8 will make it to the LAN in Prague. That's what it's all about today. There are no second brackets. There are no second chances. You win or you're done.
And for a lot of these squads, I think they're in desperate need of a qualification. There's a lot of squads that have come close to qualifying to LANs over the last few months and maybe haven't quite made it. Or for some squads like 500, like they said in the interview, we were there in our very last LAN. We won the whole thing. Well, it's been about 4 or 5 months since you got to that last LAN. So there's a lot of teams with a lot on the line today.
Indeed. Some of our favourites will be in action over the course of the day as well. 500 versus Passion UA will be our opening matchup, of course. And later on today, we'll take a look at ENT versus Partizan. ENT probably being one of our tournament front runners as well. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders to get victories in today's competition. Overall, however, again, the focus of today's proceedings are going to be 500 versus Passion UA to kick things off. And I have to say that Passion UA, over the last few months, they really have surprised me. I thought this team may end up getting up dead because they lost so many pieces over the last year. Sorry, since the start of this year, I should be more specific. You know, when they lost the likes of Fear and Jambo, I would have thought, honestly, the team weren't going to find much Roic ability to work their way back up the rankings. But look, they're on a positive position at the moment. They're moving up in the VRS, and they've made great recoveries at the moment.
They have, but they haven't really caught my eye just yet. And the reason for that is, what have they been doing since bringing in the likes of Kavem to the start of the year, like Warrior, like Demka? They've only been doing decently online. We have not seen a LAN qualification for them. We don't know what this squad's going to perform like at LAN. At least the old iteration, we saw it. We saw the peak that they were able to attribute. So I think for Passion, especially Topper being the in-game leader, he knows that he has to get this team towards LAN, because they are peaking at the right time. They are performing very well online recently.
I'll say one best of 3 to make their way into the conquest of Prague here, and for a squad as well that everybody seems to love pretty much, right? These are guys that caught everyone's attention during the Shanghai major. They did extremely good things in terms of just making everybody believe in them, and the pieces were picked apart, and rightfully so, to go to some bigger teams, some of which even are competing here in this competition. But look, I really like what they've done in terms of changing direction. I think Warrior and Demka could provide some great basis now to work up some more great excellence on their side of the board. 500 and their roster changes, unfortunately, were forced out by a disappointing MRQ. So I think I've got a few more negatives to say about them, because I really had a lot of hope for them at the start of the year. Haven't quite lived up to the hype.
It's a situation for 500 in which they need a LAN qualification, because it was spoken about from Popov in the interview. Our last LAN, we played in Barcelona. It was the ICE Invitational back in January. We won the entire thing. Where was the LAN before that? 500 have not played a single LAN tournament in 2024. The last LAN before playing there in January was all the way back in August of 2023. So we're talking about, what, an 18-month dry spell where they're just not qualifying to a single LAN? Now that you've come into the new year, now that you've forced a roster change, mate, it's got to happen. This is the time. This is the moment.
Indeed it is, but are they going to actually be able to surmount the opposition? I'm taking a look at their recent tournament performances, and the MRQ is only one example of how they haven't really had the most success, right? That 0-3 in those results. Yes, some were best of 1, sure, but it was the MRQ which we thought 500 would do well at. CCT Global Finals as well, lost 2 back-to-back matches. Yeah, to Imperial and Wildcard, okay, pretty decent teams of their own right. The Thunder Pick matchup, they lost to Ecstatic, which, okay, fine, they've got a run to the Grand Finals, but even then, I'm just thinking about how many excuses can we give to 500 if they keep on losing these matches?
It's true, and I think for Popov and the boys here at 500, they know that it's not good enough, that the results should be better. I mean, think about what happened before the MRQ. They were getting into CCT Grand Finals. They were winning tournaments. I think they were really starting to become a threat towards the start of the year. So I'm looking at us entering the start of May, going towards the middle section of the year. 500 probably won't get too many more chances to qualify to a LAN. So knowing that it's a best of 3 versus a team that you've played recently, mate, you've got to take it right here.
Indeed you have, and look, their run so far here in this competition have looked pretty decent, going 3-1 in terms of their own Swiss, although I will say that some of the results haven't exactly been the most confident of them, because you've got a couple of layups, right? You've got Imperial Valkyries, who they didn't do all that fantastically. You've got Maestro in the mix, who they were a very low-ranked team. You can even see that they beat them 13-3 in that round 3-1 and 1-on-1 matchup. So the only legit result that they've had so far in my eyes have probably got to be that Partizan match.
Yeah, that Partizan matchup was quite close. Map number 1 was Nuke, which is traditionally a weak map for the Bulgarians. They came away with a 13-7, lost it out on their map pick, and Mirage went to a decider, and while it was a little bit neck and neck, they did close it out in regulation, didn't have to get forced towards overtime. But the job's not done from 500, and I look at them always banning Train, I look at Inferno always being banned for Passion UA, and you think, okay, well, where are the map picks? It's probably going to have to be a Mirage pick from 500, and then probably an Anubis or an Ancient for Passion UA.
Well, we have seen a little bit of that repeating Anubis, Ancient, Inferno and Mirage. Ancient, Mirage and Inferno were the 3 maps we saw in their last head-to-head back in March, where they played during that CCT season. So Anubis gets picked in by the Passion UA side. Mirage does come through for 500, and our final map-up will, in fact, end up being not an Inferno. It's Ancient to repeat.
And knowing that you've got Ancient, we've not seen many officials from Red Star. So I'll just lay off some of the maps that he's played since joining up with the squad and helping out, standing in to replace Ships' roles. He's played 4 Nukes, 2 Mirages, 6 Infernos, 2 Dust 2s, 1 Anubis, and 1 Ancient. So we're talking about a critical best of 3 in which Red Star isn't really getting officials on the maps that are being played in this best of 3, Vito.
Yeah, and that might cause some pretty key negatives for 500, honestly. I mean, that's just to add to the tally of the negatives that they've had over the last month or two. Look, I don't have a lot of, I don't want to say, not a lot of faith is probably not the right word for it, but like, I just seemingly have to lose a bit more and more as time goes on for this 500 side, because ever since that MRQ, it just feels like things haven't quite picked up in the same regard.
Come on,
I would have hoped...
No. How can you say that, bro? Like, look at who they're losing to.
I know, and I say that, and look, I'm saying obviously that those results are still legit, but like I said earlier, how many excuses can we continue to give? On the other side of the board, you've got a Passion UA side who I think, are picking up momentum. I think they're getting better and better as these matches roll on. Yes, they've lost their last two, one of which was to Nexus, I'll give you that. But equally so, I think they've got a great basis to build from. And so, honestly, given the veto state, given the fact that we're repeating two maps from a previous best of 3 that they won against 500, I could see them winning this series in 3.
Look, both teams, I would say, have a fairly equal chance of winning. I think for 500, they're a more consistent team. I mean, this core 4 goes back, what, nearly a year? What about Passion? Where is this core? The core 3 is from the beginning of the year. The core 4 was, what, a month ago? The core 5, a month ago? There's a lot of moving pieces for Passion. And you can say in the majority of these tournaments, the Galaxy Battle, the Thunder Pit, the CCTs, mate, there's no pressure in those kind of tournaments, right? They're just average best of 3s to try and get you deeper in tournament runs. They have not yet played a series that will legitimately take you to a LAN or eliminate you out of the tournament. And I think that high-pressure match situation is really going to pressure the newer roster that Passion UA have.
Okay, well, let's talk about pressure and how 500 dealt with it at the MRQ. Their probably biggest event that they've had in terms of recent history, the biggest opportunity they've had to make it to a significant level event, right? Their major is what everyone's shooting for. 500 expressed themselves desires to play at the highest level of competition. They bombed out 0-3, so how's that pressure going to impact them in this kind of matchup?
Well, that's why they forced a roster change, and to be fair to them, look at the draw they had. ENCE, Big, and Gamer Legion. They didn't have any layups in that entire run itself. There's no excusing how they performed. I think they performed really poorly, and 500 have addressed that on social media, saying that it wasn't good enough, and even Tipsport aren't even going to put them as the favourites in this one. But I just think with how they need to bounce back, with how they're bringing Red Star in to basically renew the roster after a disappointing MRQ, I think that they're going to step up to the challenge today. I've got more faith in 500 than I do in Passion UA.
I'm afraid I have to disagree with you on that one, Dweg. Of course, the Tipsport odds are very even if they do have Passion UA as ever so slight favourites. So just to show that this isn't really like a case of one heavy favourite over the other. We can go back and forth on this in terms of who's got merits and who's got the differences, right? I mean, that last best of 3 was still a 3-map affair, and we did see some rather one-sided times maps at certain points, but also some close ones in similar regards there. So I do feel like the Passion UA have a slight edge over 500 just because of the fact that they're on the upward trajectory. But look, at the end of the day, this is going to be a close one. No doubt about that in my mind.
And I look at both Passion UA and sort of say, for their sake, this is now a great opportunity for not only Waro on the AWP, but Topper as a caller. I think I've been quite hesitant to be confirmed on the calling style of Topper, and if he can actually bring a team to the top end of Tier 2. I know even in the past I've said that maybe Waro is going to take the in-game leadership away from him. These are the kind of series to shut me up, aren't they? These are the kind of series to qualify to a LAN, get this team that's doing quite well. We're seeing the impact out of a really solid core 3. I mean, your Kvem, Waro 2K, and Demka, they do bring a lot to the table. And I think 500 know individually they can't be poor. We're going to have to be looking at some of their star players. We're going to be looking at Oxygen in some of those aggressive roles on T side. We're going to be looking at Cirque for consistency on the big green. And then I think you're looking at a consistent rifle pack of Rainwaker and potentially Red Star to say, okay, Red Star, you've only been here a couple of weeks now, mate. We need you, and we need you badly in this best of 3.
They may have to rely on him or some other star, like just to bring something together for this 500 side. Again, the differences will be very, very fine, not finite. Like they're very marginal, right? This is going to be like a very close matchup, and I think only the best of the showings is going to make the ultimate difference in these kind of performances. So look, I'm looking forward to see who's going to end up being that star. Maybe it is Red Star specifically. Maybe it's Rainwaker. Maybe there's other elements on this roster that can make things happen. On the Passion UA side, I look towards those veteran guys. I looked at Demka and Waro as being the ultimate sort of standout points where they could very easily look like the Monty of old, right? Or the players that came from the Monty of old that did so well. And they're not the only connected players on this team. I know that Topper and Kvem played on ICLA together before reuniting on this Passion UA side. So the new generation of roster are coming from some decently reputable backgrounds within that Ukrainian scene over the last couple of years.
You've got Topper and Kvem that played at that ISF World Esports Championship back in 2023 with ICLA. So we know that they've been to LANs before. We know that they've actually been able to do quite well in that duo-ship between each other. I think for Passion, what you have to reflect on, I know that it's difficult to compare the previous iteration to the current one, but I would say the reputation is there. It was a very successful end of the year to Passion UA. They went to the Game Zone Masters, a LAN event, an international one in Poland in October of last year. They then went to the RMR in November. They went to the Major in December. That's 3 LAN events back-to-back in the space of 3 months. what's happened in January and February and March and April? No qualifications, not a single one. Instead, you've gone out pretty early in any LAN qualification. Now, you can say, yeah, but Warrior and Demko only joined this team a month ago. You can make that excuse. But when you've got a team that were qualifying to LANs as frequently as they are, and now you've been without one for 5 months, maybe you're hitting a bit of a dry spell. Maybe you need one now.
I mean, isn't it obvious the reason why that dry spell happened for Passion UA, though? Like, we're talking about a team that obviously lost some very significant individuals on their roster. They had to get called up to bigger projects like Fnatic, right? So, like, that's expected in terms of their dip in form, but I think the rise is being there. Remember, they just won a tournament only at the start of this very month. Galaxy Battle, first place prize. I know that the competition wasn't quite at the same level as perhaps a 500 was, but you still had Ents in that field, which could have been an opponent that could have given them a decent challenge right there. I don't think they faced them in their particular run per se, but Na'Vi Jr. had been on the hype. Passion UA defeated them, Team Next Level, went to 5 maps against them. They've been doing all right in some of these online competitions. 9 are in there, who are underwhelming in terms of the team itself, but the individuals have something to offer. That was a 3-map series right there as well for the Passion UA cap. So I'm looking at that run, I'm looking at that competition, I'm saying, like, listen, they've shown what they have to make it work when it comes to that high-pressure environment to some capacity. Yes, it's not to a LAN qualifier for Galaxy Battle, but they've got a tournament under their belt.
Yeah, they do, and that's something that maybe 500 haven't had for a little while. I mean, their last tournament win was, what, CCT Series 17. That's a little while ago now. For 500 and for Passion UA, I actually do expect this to be a very competitive game. I think we could potentially have some all rounds of regulation. We could see some overtimes. What I'm not expecting is a blowout in either direction.
I'm in agreement on that one. The margins are fine, the differences are small, and this match will certainly be an appropriate one to kick things off in our decider games for the Conquest of Prague. I'm backing Passion UA. I'm going to go 2-1.
I'm going to go 2-1 towards 500. This Anubis could be quite contentious because I'm sort of looking at how it's played out recently. 7 wins, 8 losses for Passion UA, 3 wins and 3 losses for 500.
Flashes forward into the pistol basis of the CT side. They will lose first kill. Oxygen with the kill on Jacaz mode. Warrior's going to trade it back, and Topper's going to hear all these footsteps. His player, his teammate in mid, Demko, going to smoke off the camera entrance, but they're going to beat him to that. Kevem might have some pressure. The USP taps only do so much damage. Instead, they're going to clear out water and try to play the retake.
The 500 are taking a lot of space out here towards the beach, and Demko could just get completely overwhelmed. He doesn't have a teammate inside.
Gets that first headshot and damage to Spellin as well. Tags up to the second individual, 36 points of health. Man advantage taken by Passion UA. Then follows it up on the center of the bomb site. Rainwaker is down. Cirque taking more tag damage. 500 losing advantage after advantage. Finally, Spellin gets a trade in, but took a lot more return. 3 HP for him. Overwhelmed. It's Cirque alone. 1 versus 3. International former player of 500. Drawing them away from the bomb site. At least going to keep the timer against their name. Get a headshot in, but not the follow-up. Kevem will trade it back. The bomb plant should be decisive. And it will be a pistol win for Passion UA.
It's a good effort from Cirque. I think he creates a good opportunity there of splitting both of the CTs up. He's on the back foot. He's trying to draw them out. Comes in close to finding that last connection against Kevem, but just doesn't quite hit it. And you got to remember that HLTV top 20 players of 2019, Cirque was 18th in the world. And I know that's a long time ago, but from Cirque's mindset with playing on a tier 1 team, playing at consistent LAN tournaments, it probably feels hard done by, I would say, post-COVID era to not be consistently in that LAN circuit anymore.
I would agree. I'd hope the international projects would work out after Evil Geniuses went towards Bleed, and obviously that hasn't worked for him or anybody on that team. Looking at his tenure here, back on the home states, back here. The best national team for his nation. Hoping that their late year corner turn at the end of the last carry forward here into a LAN event. Qualifying for Conquest of Prague would be a big deal for 500, as we talked about already. Now trying to exploit space on a forced buy round of the second. You've got Galil's out on 3 players and a couple of Tech-9s to boot.
Warriors aggressively. This Tech-9's seen the first player out there towards a Nico box. 3 players in mid and no one on A directly for the CTs.
Great kill for Demko. Red Star goes down. Advantage held in by Passion UA. You've got Topper waiting for someone to make their way in from the window of mid. Rainwaker picks up Demko as he pushes forward to that smoke. They actually do catch Oxygen off guard, so there's your advantage for Passion. Long-range fights, and M4 picked up for Rainwaker. Cirque could try and isolate Topper right here. Takes a quick swing, dives back out of the way. It's all timing at this moment. Meanwhile, the CTs are moving up to the retake positions over towards Heaven and Beach. 500 have stalled out for 20 seconds. No action from Passion UA. Spellin But to try and strike Jacazmo and Kvem seen. Kvem gets the kill. Rainwaker with a responsive. Is he going to get the second man? So to get caught tagged up. Topper jumps around the corner and Jacazmo can double up. The defuse is just about going to be missed. I don't think I got a kit actually. Yeah, Passion UA, they're out of the round. They took too long on that one. 500 will find the steal.
And that's Rainwaker at his very best. You've got yourself a 4 versus 5 where, yeah, the A-bomb site is open, but you know that it's heavy mid. You have to cut rotate straight away. And as soon as there's pressure, just ensuing towards that camera entrance, he makes sure that he gets this critical kill, slows that retake down, makes it quite tough. I mean, Topper took ages to get out from A-main, didn't he? It was taking so long to finally come in. And for Passion UA, probably the worst case situation is that you looked like you had a lot of members trying to get in for the retake, and then you just ran out of time.
It took too long. That's the point of that nature. 500. Tag damage done against their Passion UA opponents. Kvem to half. Rainwaker taking something responsive. Needing them up towards the main entrance. It seems to be an A play once again. Smokes the Demka will stall them.
500 have not hit B at all in this first half. It's been taking mid, working A. Demka going to get aggressive behind his own smoke. Now, Kvem, you've got to expect, with him on 52 points of health, how much can he realistically do on this A defense? I mean, even a kill is probably going to be quite tough for him.
Re-smoke on for the CT side. They're mostly focusing on just getting the defensives up. Stalling away as much as possible. The last smoke of the CT side is all the way back on the B-bomb side, though, so... The only kit in play is also centralized to A, so if Kvem goes down, you might start to see a scramble from Passion UA.
Well, I'm surprised that there's no info play mid or B. They're pretty much just gambling at the moment. Re-smoke goes down towards B main. They're just trying to block, and they're running out of time.
Flash turn away from SMG and M4 combination can wipe out 2. Will that cancel the T side? Doesn't look like it. Mollies are being sent up. Rotations are being called. The 4th player will get here soon enough. Demka is going to get blinded and found. Kvem getting to the backside, burning a little bit in that Molly. A reflash forward. Warrior's going to get forced back into the back line for 15 seconds. Time is short against the T side, and the kills pour in for Passion UA as they hold on and hold well.
I think you can give credit to the first line of engagement. You've got an aggressive player into A main, a second player back at the fountain, and on first contact, it's an immediate 5v3. And you can feel how much further util is required there from 500 to try and retake that space to make it awkward. Kvem and Demka being very satisfied with what was just a gamble stack towards A. It was a lack of info in the round. And now we're going back and forth on the 4 spies between the two.
Indeed we are. Tech9's return from 500. They're lacking in the 3 Galils they had in the second. No bomb plant bonus will do that to a team. And double eco status meaning that they had to force the issue. Kvem's going to hold first point of contact in mid. No flashes against him. They go charging forward. Oxstream will drop first. Bellen's good for a response. Warrior's struggling to get sprays against the next couple of T-side players. Zone gets caught off guard by Red Star, who charges up. Another man in at Temple. Doesn't go for the swing. Demka's holding on the bomb site. Meanwhile, he might have to deal with both attacking directions, though. Out of main, so it's going to get caught. Secondary kill. Transfer to the third doesn't quite connect all the way. Small tag on Rainwaker, and Spellen on the center of the bomb site will plant it for a 2v2.
Jacazmo trying to get that molly out to the pillar, trying to force Rainwaker in the open.
Oh, that flash timing keeps the man blinded, and Rainwaker gets both from range, and 500 will continue to go blow for blow.
Well, I think we've got a bit of a game on our hands here, Jay. This is starting to become high tempo with some of the trades. And right there in mid, bit unorthodox to try and work through the util, but it's perfect to get the 1-for-1. And then even Demka, I don't think you can ask any more from an A-site anchor. He's wasted time, he's put up mass damage, he's got away with nearly 3 kills. But it's not enough to redeem the round. And now, with this back and forth nature, we're getting closer to what looks to be a full gun round. I mean, even the CT side, we're looking at 2 FAMASas and 2 M4s.
How long will it hold on for, though? Warro backed up, Topper falling away. There was electric. Red Star's going to get caught first by Jacazmo on the bomb site. Little vertical crossfire gets Warro. Jacazmo in for the double and the triple, in fact, for Jacazmo. Finally, Rainwaker trades one back. Jacazmo's got a quadra out of this one. And Warro takes the last to deny the ace, but deny the execution for 500. They responded to in kind so effectively by this defensive.
Well, it's a bit strange that there's 3 on B. I mean, let's just think. We have seen 500 only taking mid and A, and yet we go into an anti-force by round. round, and there's just 3 CTs on B. From Spelun's point of view, it seems like the perfect call. This is where we adapt. This is where we go in for a quicker B play. Why is there just so many CTs there? That's a very strange call.
And 500 will be reset this time. No force buys found. Spelun did spot a player on the jump face above that smoke. Woro, make sure that he's known to the T side just by blind spraying and hoping for a kill. So far, 500 not offering that up. It's a bit more of a formality round. If they get a bomb plant out of this, then that would be an achievement of its own.
We talk about Kvem as being one of the leading Tier 2 riflers, the hot prospect for the last 24 months or so, but yet he's only played 2 LANs in his entire career. One of them being that ISF World Esports Championship in 2023 and an IEM Road to Rio RMR in 2022. That's it. That feels quite unusual for a player that we big up so much in Tier 2.
Maybe it's time to get something more out of his career. Because you are right. What more will we see from him? What more will Topper offer up? Mid-control, established by just the captain. Former teammate of Kvem as well on that Ichthus side. Gets his kills up, doubles, eventually runs out of ammo so the pistols can overwhelm. A rifle that Oxygen will try and get to. Jacasmo is going to miss the mark of the trade. But with the aim punch that will affect him, with the damage being done by Cirque, actually, I thought it was going to be something, but Demka wins the fight, and so does Kvem, getting Rainmaker all the same. So just this one pick seems to be all they're going to find. Oxygen needs to go down here to preferably get some money out of this, or just hold the M4 the next round. I guess that also works. Forward to the border, Passion UA. They're leading on the CT side and extending that lead as well.
And you and I, Jay, we were doing a cast the other day and we were talking about Airax and his tweet basically saying, oh, my confidence was the lowest it was ever been out there on Yano. And I look at someone like Oxygen and I think, man, he's just been on a witch hunt for the last few months. Imagine what he's like, man. Every single best of 3 that you're playing on HLTV, you've just got people giving you threats, giving you this and that. And this is still like a young player. This is a 21-year-old that's just trying to help out 500. And I think I would love to see him perform well in this best of 3 because he's a top player and he deserves a lot more.
A 1-for-1 trades in the mid-access as Woro goes down to the lowest player in terms of HP. At least there's a lie. Red Star not so fortunate. Kvem, first man down in the round, however. 3 players on 7 frags, the top-end players of the board. All 3 of which are on Passion UA as well. Steve Demka and Tracasmo, another defensive. Oxygen, Molotov'd out, into the open, goes down.
In a position for 500 where they need to start excelling elsewhere. The problem that they face is that they're not really grouped together and they're not really in positions where they can take space. Spelun may get a good timing against Jacasmo, but if it goes wrong, then the bomb's dropped and the round is over.
Spelun picks him up instead. Jacasmo not expecting that corner to be held, and that bomb can now consider a rotation, which is what he's going to do. Demka was counteracting to try and set up a gamble, but leaving that A bomb site has allowed an avenue of approach. 500 are not going to take it, though. They're grouping to canals. This might be a split play, and Topper doesn't know where to move himself to.
But this is going to be on Cirque, being the high HP player, to make something. Low time, Topper with a bit of an off angle. Now, Warrior should just tuck the whole way. It should be Topper to play in this situation.
Molly's in. Topper waiting for the swing. Rainmaker's going to get caught. Warren gets a kill out of it. Topper trades low HP for Spelun, and he cannot hold the spray together. The round will be defended by the captain once again. No bomb plant bonuses, no kills to be found. It's 5 on the board of the CT side.
And Red Star up on screen has only been playing for 500 for just 19 days. That's a real short amount of time to embed himself back into the system. Now, a lot of people will know that he's worked with these guys before. He was previously on 500. So he's going to understand philosophy-wise how they like to try and play the game, how they play off of one another. But it's a different thing to have that understanding and then actually put it into practice, actually put it into the server. I mean, it would be quite an achievement for his sake to say, yeah, the change was the right one. I'm sure that post-MRQ, it would have been blood boiling for the majority of the squad. They've worked so hard for the last year or so. You have a disastrous end, and oftentimes when that happens, you've got to pull the plug on something. Something's got to change, and it was ships to go out. I mean, when I think about Belgarian lineups, and especially this iteration that goes all the way back to Skade, everyone will remember the ships, Denny, and Rainwaker trio. Mate, those days are gone. We're looking at a completely new face of the Belgarian scene.
At least the man they've got, Red Star, has a little bit of experience behind him himself. .500. Can't quite find much in terms of this round. At least they've caught the pick back of the half by Tech9 against an AK. Warwick could get caught with his back turned as well. No, he's looked back in at the right moment. Checking that window to try and catch off Red Star. Rainwaker with that swing opportunity, takes the Deagle back, missing his chance to get a kill in, does land him in the end. That's info on where 500 have access to and where they could go. It seems to be the B play.
It looks promising. Topper against a bit of separation. I think Cirque and Red Star just give themselves a bit too much space between each other. And Rainwaker now, no armor, 1v3. And just when there was a little bit of a threat in the round, it pretty much gets neutralized almost immediately.
Very nicely done from the captain once again. Effective stuff for Passion UA. And to go back on the point you're mentioning about the NRQ disaster, I should say, rather, for 500. Right? Remember, there was 0-3 in terms of those matches. They also lost 2 more games in the follow-up event back-to-back as well in the CCT Global Finals. That point, like the bounty points that teams gained off of 500, caused them to crash 20 places in the world in the most recent ranking update earlier this week. So it's irrespective of who the opposition were, like, you are still looking at a massive drop-off for 500 month on month.
But are they worried about that, would you say? Like, to me, as long as you're qualifying to lands and taking opportunities, it doesn't really matter what the VRS is.
Well, that's why this match is important for them, because we know that lands give you a lot of points, so let's make it to 1, let's do well in 1. That has to be the goal of 500 here.
Warrior 2K with a proper unorthodox aggro move with the AWP, sitting on the edge of the lurk smoke on B. Doesn't quite have the timing against Oxygen, but he is still waiting around, and the AWP does find a good shot. That's nicely done from Warro.
That's classic Warro right there. Low frag counts the early matchup, but his AWP showing up big time on the start. Oxygen to fall and continue to be the lowest fragger on the server, unfortunately, for 500. And down a man will regroup, try to take space back over towards main. It's going to get left with passive contact as Jacasmo watches it from the backlines of Passion UA. With utility in hand, that smoke, that could be placed so well to stall 500.
But there's not really much room for 500 to cancel now. They can go after the incendiary, but they can't maneuver anywhere else. It has to be a play into B main.
Smoke goes a little bit too deep there for the Seed Siege. Jacasmo puts the HG on point, though. That's damage done to one man in the back. Bomb gets dropped. Topper can't get the double sequence this time. The AWP's going to search back to Canal. Jacasmo gets overwhelmed in the back lines, but the AWP gets his secondary pick. Tertiary right second ready, and Red Star goes down. Quadra not quite landed. Rainwaker's got 2 more. He's making a ton of noise. That smoke's about to clear. Graham's going to get caught. Demka with a quick swing and trade, and these rounds are coming down to the wire, but they're going the way of Passion UA.
And for Passion, they can be very reluctant on how much impact is getting generated by that AWP, because in terms of the entries, 500 are all over them. In terms of the riflers on the bomb site, they're being sat down completely. The AWP just makes the angles so tight, constantly falling back, constantly retreating from Electric. And this is Warro at his very best, and maybe a sign that Cirque, when he eventually does get the big green up, needs to kind of be generating the same level of impact that Warro is.
When will he get it, though? 500 continue to have money problems here. I'm going to steal the upgrade pistols to grab that AWP for a follow-up round. The Rainwaker charged in first. Topper's going to see Spellum right behind him. He's already been tagged at 27 with the HEs, incendiaries, and what have you. Jacasmo's incendiary, probably not the best in that position. Forced back behind the smoke. The AWP continues firing, but Topper picks up one from the back of Glyph. Oxygen takes him from range. Cirque finally gets cut down. Kavem hiding inside that smoke, drawing attention away from the site. Oxygen just got caught elsewhere. And Red Star, forced to fight, can take one pick, but only to grab a rifle for it. The bomb's been dropped on site, and the ZTs will set up their triangle of death. No way back in for the man. Efforts are being made by 500 and trying to get as close as possible, but Yeah, too much strength in the Ukrainians on CT side.
I do look at 500 with their recent form and say, okay, they have just won 2 out of their past 6 best-of-3s on HLTV, but who is it against? We're talking about Gamer Legion, we're talking about Imperial, Wildcard, Ecstatic, all teams that are either at the top end of Tier 2, in Tier 1, or at least pushing themselves for grand finals in Tier 2 tournaments. They want to try and get themselves an easier opponent, and I think if you look at those last 4 losses and then consider Passion UA, you'd probably think that this is a good draw for you.
This match keeps going like it is for Passion UA, though, then maybe it might not look like such a fantastic draw. 8-2 on the board, 8-4 is the best case scenario for 500. They have at least caught Warrior off with a missed shot and no cover to Mika's way into the corner, as alongside Kavem, who is low HP, also in mid. Down to Red Star's fight, so a 5-on-3, a true 2-man advantage gained by 500. Demka's going to walk through the smoke over at main on A, and with that kill, the round is lost to Passion UA.
Looking at the money state and thinking Demka and Warrior have quite a bit of cash in the banks, but Topper does not, Kavem doesn't either. What a lot of people won't know is that Spellin and Warrior 2K played 47 maps together on HLTV in 2021 under the Mad Lions organization. Now they're going up against one another, and right now, Spellin probably calling a game that feels uncomfortable on the T side, and Warrior playing a game with the AWP where he's getting a lot of freedom.
Landmark moment in both players' careers. International roster that probably should have done more things with Spellin than it really did.
We had JL on the roster at one point. They had some very good players. Yeah, that was a weird one, because the Mad Lions org, if I remember correctly, it was Splice, right? Wasn't it Splice that turned into Mad Lions?
I think it was one of those American orgs which they had a CS team and then they rebranded or something. You're on the right track. I'm not sure if it was specifically Splice, but you have the right thinking about it.
I remember the Danish roster was quite good with Roy. I think they were playing in one of the flashpoints, and then as soon as they got into those international rosters, good players, but struggled to really make anything happen. They even had a 6-man lineup at one point. I remember that.
You said earlier, Mad Lions struggling to make much impact in the scene. So end up being a footnote in both those players' careers as they put feet down here in this matchup. 500. Been a very quiet T side. Trying to look for that 4th consolation prize, somewhat of a recovery in this half. They've done well to get this 3rd. Can they convert upon it, or will it be 9-3 for Passion UA?
We've seen Passion pretty consistently in gun rounds just give mid. Just play triple Bs and double A setups. And against the execs, it's been strong. 500 have got Spellin and Rainwaker working in for the Canals, the Bomb and Co outside of B, so it will be a split.
Well, that Molly is going to drive some damage on Topper. Ready for contact in from main. His back will be turned. The Molotov going to force him forward. HGs will land eventually as well. Jacasmo with a kill. Warrior needs to strike. He struggles with that spray. And players get close. He does very good damage on Spellin. But that former teammate will win out that fight overall. Turn it into a 3-on-2 post plant for 500. Passion UA making their way in from both entries of the bomb site. Kavem from CT and Demka from Canals.
And just stalling with the util. Cirque's even got another molly to try and stall for time. There should just be no chance that this retake is successful for Passion.
Spellin's too deep on the bomb site for that damage to be exploitable. The flashbang will get sent in. Demka checks for Rainwaker. Rainwaker wins it. Kavem does not know what to do right here. He's got to try something to try and make something happen because the last round of the half, no sense in saving. But I think the time is too far ticked. He's looking for exits. He's looking to pad his stats. Passion UA, they did very well. 500 of a small burst in the later portion of the half. And 8 rounds on the CT side, 4 for 500 to close the T.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
That T-side half certainly an improvement among 500's last two T-sides against Wildcard and Gamer Legion went down 2-10, but 4-8 of Passion UA still favourable towards the Ukrainian side. 500, they've got a bit of work to do to catch up, pistol win, and it will be good enough for them.
It's an underwhelming scoreline after how competitive a lot of those rounds really were in the first half, and I think for that reason, Passion should get into the second half and start closing pretty much straight away. The Ukrainians have got to look at this and say 8-4 T-side, yeah, let's try and get this 13-5, 13-6, somewhere around that marker.
USPs to take fights of Red Star, 3 players in towards mid. Julie set to window, gets 1 kill out of it. Oxygen drawing out first blood, can't land the taps of the headshots, eventually does find Woro in the mix. 5-on-3 for 500. Demka thinking of a walk forward from main. He's got a lot of main access and control. The CTs have set themselves into the back lines, having cleared up all of mid, knowing there's a lot of presence over at the water, so they'll fight back from heaven. Rainwaker with the latest. Demka to fall. Kavem and Jakazmo both moving up. They finally get a trade, but they need to get so much more. The Julies with the USP combination. Kavem can take one of those out. The Cirque trade team leaving Jakazmo in a 1 versus 3. The cornerstone of Passion UA will not build back into a round here. It's a pistol for 500.
We saw Oxygen, after getting that first kill, strafe to the right, but then when he strafed back to the left, he was trying to escape mid. He ends up getting body blocked by Rainwaker, which just commits him into the fight and ends up getting a multi-frag. So a rare occurrence works out for the opposition, and for 500, I think we see the impact out of those Julies, don't we? Oxygen with his mid-move, Cirque playing there on the bricks towards the A defense. Any time that you invest Julies on a CT pistol, you want it to rip in, and that's exactly what 500 were offered.
Passion UA will not try the Force Buy Wars the second half. Take this as an eco. Sack this round off to get to the guns early and try and close out. Your engine 500 should be closed upon very quickly. Down to Passion UA's confidence in the first half, the scoreline being where it was. And this pistol win should allow them to close that gap a little bit more. It's the rifles that, well, when they'll truly contest and when Passion UA truly be tested here on the T side.
And Passion UA will just look at that first gun round and say, okay, let's get into our depth of Anubis. We know that Woro and Demka have pretty much played a few officials. I mean, it's been 7 since they've joined up with the squad. For the last 3 months, they've got a decent round win percentage of 53.4 on that T side. So get your comfortability, start working some of your pacings, get a feel on how Topper wants to call. And just make sure that you don't awaken the beast. I think something that we do see from 500 is that they grow into tournaments. A lot of the time that when we saw them in CCT, as an example, getting into the final, they often get tested in the early games. So Swiss stage matches, maybe round of 16s. But once they get into the quarters and the semis and the grand final, that's where they do start one-upping one another. And I look at 500 thinking they haven't really played anyone decently other than Partizan in the last round. Could this now be the opportunity where they start jumping on it?
Could well be. Passion UA have got their full set of guns. Utility resistance from Rainwaker. Still going to get flattened upon by Demka and co. Molotov's into the back line. Going to cut players at camera. Rainwaker forced to fight more aggressively. A good flashing from Spell and keeps that forward player blind. He can also swing the trade back to 2-for-1 against Kavem. Looking up against Woro, doing damage, but not a kill from range of the SMG. The M4 gets off unlucky, and Topper can take the advantage back for Passion. Rotations of Red Star getting to heaven. And no one's looking that direction as well. Topper considering it. Finally a swing in from Woro. Sees what's going on. AG goes close. It doesn't get any kills out of it. And still utility coming down from 500. Going to try and set up the retake here. Oxygen in the swing towards the bomb plant, but not to catch the planter.
And try and get that molly down there to the left side of Cake, but it misses. Oxygen just waiting for a duel, and there it finally comes.
Kazmo falls. HG's close. Topper revealed. Should be exposed as well. Transfer back for Oxygen. Turns it into a 3K as he lost Red Star in the mix. 500. are now within one of Passion UA.
Oh, baby. This is what I've come for. When I get to these decider games, Jay, I don't even really care who wins. I don't even care who wins each other's map picks. As long as I'm getting show-ins like that, as long as I'm getting some clutches, I'm getting some X Factor, I'm getting entertainment. And for what was a quiet-looking scoreline from 500 being down, what, 8-2 at one point? It's now 8-7 and about to be 8-8. We have got a competitive Anubis in front of us.
You can't take it away from Oxygen. Hell of a round showing up from him to continue this little streak of 500. Passion UA, they've taken their first tactical. Saw 1 from 500 in the first half. And one more again here for the opposing force in the second, because that very one-sided lead that they had at a certain period has all but disappeared.
And now for Topper, what I was sort of demonstrating in the pre-show is him being able to work his inexperience about working with younger players in the scene, guys that maybe don't have the highest of egos, guys that haven't had a huge amount of success, and see if he can bring a fairly good-looking roster towards the top end of Tier 2. He'll be disappointed to not have closed this game out already, and now there is a serious threat on, do we even take Anubis? Is there a chance that we kind of choke map number 1?
That would be quite the setback, especially when you're up 8-2 at a certain point to Passion UA. It's been 5 in a row for 500 to bring it back. Oxygen taking damage early at least. The tactical pause allowed a little adjustment to be made. Passion UA don't have the equipment to try and really apply said adjustment. Only Topper with the AK. Spotting players, trying to look for picks. Taps the Tech 9s as well for Chikazmo. And Cirque with his blind spray catches Topper in the end, so there's your start.
Cirque is still keeping eyes out here towards the B-split potential. They should just start running. As soon as that main smoke clears, that's where the 3 players in Electric should take contact first and allow Chikazmo to play the late round.
Oxygen's up, gonna wait. There's 4 CTs on this bomb site defense. Cirque burst firing. Tech 9s will make their moves. Check out Glyph. M4 of Red Star going to fire. Damage will be done as Demka does take Spellin out of the equation. Red Star almost got caught on the reload. He did do so in the end. Cirque's got a gap and no smokes to exploit, but Demka takes a couple of quick pop shots with peeks in and out. Kills are found. Bombs now close to plant position. They're continuing to engage against Rainwaker, though. He might be their only hope here. And he's shot down by Chikazmo on the AK. Good read on Oxygen as well. Bomb now on site will finally get planted. 13 points of health for the AWP. He'll take 1, but that was Waro. That wasn't Demka who was planting.
Passion UA shouldn't overpeak here. As long as they play time and they play a tight crossfire, they can't expect Oxygen to have the best of chances at this 1v2, and he ends up just being safe because he got hit so heavily with that spam at the start of the round. 500. You couldn't have asked for more players on B, could you? I mean, everyone is close range. You've got Circuit reverse default. You've got Rainwaker out there at Glyph. Oxygen back at CT. Spellin that's out there on the Temple rotation. They'll be furious that they couldn't quite work that crossfire, that they couldn't get the bodies that were there on B to at least attempt kills. Passion UA, I mean, it's a miracle that they've been able to win that round.
Basically a 4vx scenario with how many players around that bomb site. And still, those Eagles, you saw how they fought back, you saw how they placed themselves, how 500 just lost those picks piece by piece. And how their even scoreline may not come to pass, at least not right now. Still time to work with those tactical pauses called out by said squad.
This is where it starts getting a bit touch and go, because it's been a heavy round streak. You've got yourself in your economy, obviously not in the best of stances. You invested into the AWP, you've lost it against an eco, maybe a swing round opportunity, chance for Passion to start building in the second half. I'm looking at some of the numbers and I'm thinking, even though Waro was having some decent impact with that AWP out in the first half, he's still only on 10, so maybe a little bit more consistency from him in the second. I mean, Topper, you don't expect the in-game leader, who statistically is the lowest rated player for Passion UA on this map in the last 3 months. 0.92 rating is top fragging.
15 frags for Topper. In 16 rounds, it's not quite overwhelmingly star numbers, but Passion UA have gotten quite an amount out of it. And had to work back into this lead and try and cripple 500. Of course, no loss bonus they've brought back in here. Molly sent, Oxygen and Red Star are driven back from Electric. Resmoke on the entryway, however, will block the Passion UA side the same.
We're seeing Passion basically just brute forcing their way into B in the last round. They're doing the exact same thing in round 17. No rotation of a third player to join them up on B. HE placement's pretty good. Oxygen with the resmoke. They might have to cancel B here for the moment, just because the Electric players are just stuck.
The second HG's down. The smoke is still coming in from the main presence, though, and there's 3 players on the A-bomb site. It's just these 2 men at Electric, so if they do make that move, that's where things get interesting. Passion UA have got to make action, though, because Cirque's on his way on a rotation, as is Spellen. And the bomb stuck in main means that at this point they have to commit soon enough. The backstabs of Rainwaker close in. Demka and Topper took too long. Passion UA stalled for too far. Passion, Spellen in the back lines, faking fight and face, and Cirque will get his kill. Spellen will close out Jacasmo, and the late lurk from Rainwaker is going to hunt down Warrior. He's not staying alive into the next round, runs into him with his knife pulled out. 500 got their way.
Oh, that's a tilting one, isn't it? That is free. That is such a proper round from 500. And it's the small little details. Because they're being blocked out of Electric, that's a moment in which Topper is consistently calling the cancel until the util clears. What they don't know is that those Electric players are spamming for distraction to allow Rainwaker to make this move. If you're the A-site anchor and you've walked out A-main, got behind them in canals, and they're both looking the other way, those are just 2 of the easiest kills that you could ask for.
Passion, just when they thought they could run away with it again, just when they thought they could set up a decent streak off the back of that previous round win, shut down by just sitting around for too long. 500 getting impatient, and well, the lunge forward works up for them. Need to be quick about some of these executions here. Passion UA. Incendiaries blocked them from entering in towards main for now, but not like they've got a lot to work with. The force back has returned from the T's, and they've got a couple of AKs, and just those 2 AKs alone.
Red Star, Demka, and Warrior 2K even played at the IM Rio RMR together alongside Joel, Fessor on Monty. So we've got a little bit of relations with some ex-teammates in the server on both sides from 500 and Passion. The stalling. I tell you, 500 are doing a good job with some of these resmokes, aren't they? Every time it feels like Passion might be able to take some space or maybe start thinking about an exec, it feels like they're just getting stalled out for time.
Indeed. Might present some problems here. Mid-fight's close to come down. Incendiaries against the walks out from Kvem and Warrow. Leave Warrow out towards mid, potentially to fight against those T-side, CT-side individuals rather. Cirque, he's all ready to receive. Shot only lands a leg. In fact, he gets a dink off with the wallbang damage. The HGs don't find them, but Spellen does. Now they've got to act towards B. It's only Oxygen here and now. Passion UA don't want to hesitate. They get caught looking towards Glyph. Double up for Oxygen. Bomb plant will be secured from the back lines. One of those pistols should get overwhelmed. Demka close range will be picked up. Jacasmo takes 1 exit. Stick around for a bit more, perhaps. Passion UA hoping that they bait him into a fight, and well, 500 get what they want. 9 all on the board. 6 sequence from Oxygen, 3 for him in the round.
And at what point, Jay, do we start pointing the finger and wondering who needs to take responsibility of this? 8-2 to 9-9 is unacceptable in any matchup on any map. Doesn't even matter if we're talking about Anubis. You have been on top of the scoreboard where you've given very few winnable chances. We can say that the rounds were quite competitive in that first half, but there was a lack of bomb plants. There wasn't really that many money situations. It was constant ecos from 500. And now, all of that edge that was built has now just completely disappeared.
Uh, 500. You can see the bomb plant back to Passion UA though, so there is a buy up with some rifles. Limits on a Ganil of Topper and limited utility of their own for the T side, putting some down towards the A-bomb site. Not Smoke's spell and just blocking any real access. We'll start to put some HEs and flashes in towards camera. They're going to try take some more mid-access as Red Star to resist.
It seems as if Red Star might break open the smoke to try and fight with them. Flash around the corner is awkward timing, but Red Star comes away with damage.
Second HE down. Warrior can take a teammate on his trade back. A lot of damage sustained by Topper, picked up by Cirque on the AWP. Bombs down out of Rugs here. Passion Yue have yet to commit towards the bomb site, but they are so far away and so spread out. Rainwaker almost got caught on timing, but he looked back the right way at the right moment. Warrior down. Cirque up, connecting the Chikazmo, and Passion Yue are falling apart. They've been falling apart for a while now.
Passion Yue are running out of answers, and tactically they're getting outclassed in this second half. Every time they're taking space, 500 are finding answers elsewhere. You notice that round, they're trying to put pressure onto camera, they're trying to make it awkward for the in-game leader of Spell, and then what's happening? Out and B players are just falling. Cirque with the AWP is not even really getting tested. 500 get to double digits, and the money stay is awful for Passion. So it's going to be, what, a Hero AK with a few upgrades around it. Oxygen, Infinite Canals will get caught, and now there might be a press from Rainwaker in mid to try and see if they can drop him after time.
They opted against it in the end, but you could see the world in which Demka could have fallen. Maybe even after time he would have fallen. That would have been even worse for Passion Yue. Another tactical is called in, so they can try and figure out a new answer, a new tactic, some sort of way back in. And we go back to that thing that you mentioned a moment ago, Blake. Who do we blame for this? Is it on Topper's head? Is it on TC's head? Maybe he's not giving them enough in these tacticals. Like, we could speculate all day.
Oh, I'm not speculating. It is Topper's fault. There's no way you can put it on the coach, bro. Like, the coach isn't in the server. He's there to be able to maybe adapt, to try and calm in the moods, but the player that's making the calls is the in-game leader, and that has to be where the responsibility lies.
Let's see whether TC can inject in this tactical and put them back on the right path. Probably not for this round, though. It's only a half buy around the AK. 500 stole a few of those Tech-9 rounds on their T side. Passion Yue may well love to take another one right here. Might well save their matchup.
Cirque, with that AWP, was consistent in the last round out on B. Now, it seems like it's going to be a bit more of a quicker pop, try and get themselves in fast. HE placement is good for some early chip damage at least.
Shots ring out the AWP, flashbangs against Oxygen, going to give enough information to the Topper to reveal him. Cirque gets back behind the smoker. HE from the CT side doesn't expose to any Passion Yue angles. HE and Incendiaries on site. Topper going to put a re-smoke down, try plant for default. Red Star does not go for the swing, so it's a 4v4 on the retake. Backstabs are coming in as well. Demka's going to mark that player at Canals. Smoke in instead, well placed.
Red Star is in a position in which he can smoke off B main. The Incendiary is going to have to be critical from Spellin. Watch out for the further HE that Rainwaker is going to have on the retake too.
Volley deep, Demka waits. No chance to swing. 500 make their moves. The Chikazmo and Demka take them back. Spellin with one decent trade. Rainwaker's been seen. Orcus spray from Demka. Needs to line it up a bit more because Rainwaker's taking out Topper instead. 2 versus 2. Time is short. 500 don't have enough access towards the bomb plant. Warrow, oh, he gets them both. His Deagle holds firm. His round holds secure. Passion Yue maybe back in the game.
Oh, just, and I mean just holding on. Rainwaker probably should have been able to get that kill with how little time there was and the uncomfortability that Warrow is in the open towards Jail, fighting on the left-hand side and the right. You would have expected that this would have been the trade fragged, missed bullets. I think Rainwaker might have even been out to the pistol there. I think he'd used so many of those bullets on the spams against the rifler of Demka that he couldn't have his rifle drawn.
Oh, Cirque, what a fight that is in mid. Leg down by Warrior, had to jump on him, but the placement better for the CT side. And a start for the 500 squad. That would once again cripple Passion Yue here. Got away with so little in the previous round, investing all their funds into this follow-up. They need to win round 21.
Well, outside of that triple sequence that Warrior had defending the electric position with the AWP, I can't remember the last time he's got an AWP pick. Rainwaker being forced away by a lot of util, but it's just a fake. It's just Demka with the entry, and he's trying to pull those over rotates. There's still 2 players on B. They're going to separate and leave Cirque as the solo B player.
And he's hitting shots like Warro wished he could do. Taking the Kazma down, Demka still walking up. Spelun's going to catch him. The lurker discovered now. Passion Uea reduced to 2. Topper going to try and end some up here. Molotov's into Glyph, going to confirm that there's nobody out there. Bomb needs to cross back. Is he going to do it from the body? No, he passes it over towards Topper, who now needs the plants.
Get that bomb down, Kvem. This is his chance to try and give us some of that X factor, because this is a hell of a round to try and bring back in a 2v4.
Topper's going to watch the Canal's entrance. He's spammed down. His back just peeking out by a slightly aggressive angle to the CT side. His back now turned towards Canal's. Gives Spellun an easy kill. It's all on Kvem now. A 1v4 in a must-win round. Smoke on the bomb. Spellun going to cover off his teammate, holding the 10-second defuse here. Kvem leaning up, finding his kill. Needs to get on the second man, but Oxygen plays distraction. And although he gets the frag in, he would have won it by his position alone. 11 to 500's board.
Well, I think for Passion, they need to try and work some pace. I think this slow passive default from them isn't working. When I think about some of the B hits that they've had, those split attempts, they've looked a bit more threatening when they've been on the front foot and when they've tried to bring some acceleration. Demka with a decent lurk out there on A, but being watched upon, that felt comfortable from 500 across the board. And I mean, for Cirque, this has been an excellent showing from him. He's been so consistent in this second half.
Indeed he has. Passion UA's bomb plant gets another buy out of them, a buy that they need to make work desperately. I mean, to make a lot of these rounds work for them, but just none of them have come through. Resisted by the CT side, who smoked that initial contact over at A main. Walk from Kvem will start making his way in towards mid, clearing it up. Spots a player, doesn't get the frag on Spellun. The Molotov will make sure his teammate can't swing forward and take an engagement, but Kvem gives it to him anyway. Red Star starts the round for 500 again.
Oxygen just smokes off just when they're going to start thinking about executing, and look at the rotate. They're going to have 3 on B. Red Star's coming back over, and not only are they going to have 3 on B, but he's got a full pouch of util. He can re-smoke off towards main.
Flash banged off. Oxygen going to wait here. HE comes in against Spellun. They might think that Glyphs is completely cleared up. Re-smokes deeper. Oh, Hedgeson should be seen by Warro right there. Demka runs right into the man. He just towards 2 more players, gets tags on both of them. Low HP for Topper especially. 3-on-3 set for Passion UA. Another post plant on the B side, which they need to win. Warro gets a kill on Red Star. That turns the man advantage.
Rainwaker needs to get this quick kill against Topper. The low HP player out here in Electric.
19 frags. Top of the board. 20th into the backline player of Jacasmo, and Topper's easy to go. Warro on the Galil. Seen, sprayed, M4 upgrade, can't fight forever. And he'll fall down too soon. 500 to 12, it's map points.
And this is a Passion side, Jade, that have contested against Fnatic, won against Na'Vi Jr., been able to beat 9, beat TNL, win a game, win an entire tournament. Bro, how are they not closing a 3v2 post plant? What's going on there? Do you know what it might be? Cracking under the pressure in a really important game. What I was saying for this entire best of 3.
You expect so much more from them on a map which they decided to play right here. The Anubis that was played and won against so many of the teams that you just mentioned. 6 of the last 7 were taken by Passion UA. They've got their final tactical pause in. What a time to call it in as well when you're down by 2 rounds, 1 to the loss. You started from an 8-2 advantage that felt like it should have been enough.
What a choke. I mean, 8-2. On the CT side of Anubis, if it was 8-2 on T side up and then they came into the second and this was a score, you'd maybe give it a pass, maybe. But for that to be on the CT side, I mean, what's going on, Jay?
Passion. Looking in at canals and at water. Utility starts coming down to the bomb site. Rainwaker. First port of call to the A execution. Got Spellin in the back lines as well. They're all up in main. Molly's sent a little bit back passive. Kevem's going to get Spellin first up. Rainwaker isolates 1 and 2. Look for the triple. Sees that gap but doesn't quite close him. Topper swings out wide instead and gets to him first. 3 on 3. Bombs close. Red Star and Cirque are up in heaven. The third player on his rotation. But Cirque, he wants to get a little bit more antsy, a little bit more early. A fight against Red Star. Dishing out damage. Topper gets that bomb plant in, but just staggered away from Cirque's pre-aim fire. Flashes will keep him blinded. They focus down their heaven individual. Cirque is looking above that smoke. He's looking for any pixels worth of a kill right here. He's seen Topper. He's got him down. 2 players remain. And Chikazmo's head is taken clean off. It's War alone. A fight on the first. Cirque to do damage and to close with the Julie sets. That will make it a map win for 500. At 13-10, they take Anubis.
Incredible round from Cirque. But I'm going to look at it from the other point of view. Jay, did you see that Molly that was meant to land to the fountain? The very last round of the map, it's just missed. Like, what is going on? Is this not a game for LAN? Do Passion not want it? Are we just seeing these basic mistakes for the sake of it? Come on, man, give me a break.
Yeah, I have to say I've seen a lot better from this team in the past. I mean, like, they took Galaxy Battle for good reason. They had good performances. They didn't miss out on fundamentals because, yeah, serious situation lost out there for the Passion UA side. 500 taking Passion's map pick. I remind everyone the start in the series was decided by the Ukrainians, and from an 8-2 advantage, I would have expected them to close from there. They weren't able to do that, and now they have to move to some strong territory for the Bulgarians instead.
And I know we can agree to disagree in terms of the run of form and the events that it is, but Galaxy Battle, Mickey Mouse tournament, right? Grand final here, a matchup that's able to get yourself into a position at LAN. It's a different atmosphere. How frequently do we talk about it, Jay? Playing on LAN versus online, it's a different atmosphere. I think you can say the exact same thing for what is a low-level tournament versus one which, when you go to LAN, lose, you get eliminated.
And for 500 as well, considering that you could argue that they had some cracking under the pressure over in the MRQ. I know that they had some very strong opponents, but those scorelines and those metrics do not speak well towards their own individual performances. So the fact that they've come into a matchup that is similarly important for a LAN qualification and not had anywhere near as much of a choke. In fact, they actually turned the choke against their own opponents. Like, that's got to be a positive for their own side of things.
Oh, I'd say so. I mean, Spellin and the boys, they know that the job's not done. Mirage is still going to be a tough battle. I mean, I said it at the beginning of the game, I'm expecting this to be a competitive best of 3. So whether you win an opposition map pick, it's not just over. It's not just a 2-0 and we can go home early. It's going to be a fight, but that's a really good showing from 500. It's never easy to recover that kind of scoreline. I thought Cirque was excellent with the big green. I thought Rainwaker was putting up some really good numbers considering that he's a sort of solo anchor supportive piece on T side. So across the board for the Bulgarians, this looks like a good positive start to the best of 3.
Well, cracking under the pressure may affect the mentality now going into the second map, so you've got to think about that now. Are they really out of their depth here in terms of their mental game as they head towards their opponent's map pick? We head towards a break. It's do or die now for Passion UA. You get no second chances. They have to turn it around on Mirage.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. I don't flex, I'm success. If it lifts, yeah. I'ma keep back when you fast. Would you let me come back? Got it.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Well, for Passion UA, it's do or die from here on out. Got to win these next 2 maps in order to take their place in Prague, or they will let 500 slip by the wayside. Of course, it was Anubis that went down at 13-10, the return from the 8-2 advantage that Passion UA claimed. A choke of a lifetime, you could certainly say, with missed fundamentals at the very end of that matchup becoming very clear and concise for the Ukrainians. Now, Mirage might be the pick of 500. We're still expecting this to be close based on who these 2 teams are, but I'm worried now that they've lost a key opportunity to make something happen in this best of 3 here, because I can't see anything else except the mental game coming back to bite them here. You talked about them cracking under pressure. This seems like that's going to be a thing that now affects them.
Even their last few Mirage officials have just looked horrendous, which is a bit strange considering that their form was overall pretty good on this map. When you think back to maybe the last few tournaments, you get, what, 7 rounds versus Fnatic, 6 against Na'Vi Junior, 3 against TNL, and you're going up against one of the very best Mirage teams that we've got in Tier 2. 500 are a really consistent Mirage team. They're a squad that have picked this map for basically every iteration of the roster. And I think with the notion of what's on the line, I expect Spellin and the boys to really step up in the second map and make sure that it's a 2-0.
Yeah, 12 wins and 7 losses in the last 3 months of 500, 11 and 10 for Passion UA, 3 of which came back-to-back, the TNL, Na'Vi Junior and Fnatic, some of which were actually rather one-sided. The TNL matchup went in 13-3 against the nature of Passion UA. So there have been some concerns in recent times as well, and therefore, just considering everything we've talked about so far, might want to tug at the colours a little bit, because we're going to need to see a massive turnaround from Passion.
Well, even when you look at some of the numbers, I mean, Jacasmo, small site Ankar didn't really have the best of showings. Warrior with the AWP had a good first half, but didn't have a good second half. Kavem, I can't even remember one impactful round that he has. And this is meant to be your #1 star player. This is meant to be the guy that you rely on when you're getting into trouble. Demka, who was basically anchoring and supporting on T-side, wasn't even involved because he's always just too late into the rounds when it's kind of over already. So from a fundamental perspective, that was a real drop-off from Passion UA, and they need to come into Mirage with a fresh mindset. I know that they've been down previously in best of 3s on their map picks and sort of return to at least get it to a decider, try and keep it close. That's what they need to try and bring today.
Indeed, and if we can repeat that, then we'll have a best of 3 on our hands once again. But again, I'm just constantly thinking about what you mentioned, them cracking under the pressure, because how else would you describe that last match? I didn't think it would happen, Dwayne. I looked at how they did, you know, even with that mention, even with what you could think about what your opinion of that Galaxy Battle tournament was, you are talking about players the likes of Warrior and Demko who have been at the highest ends of the scene. That Monty roster will always sit in my mind as one of the greatest things that's come out of Tier 2 in history, and those 2 players were a part of it. So how have they cracked under the pressure is my initial question, and the fact that they have done so means that I think that, again, it's going to have some sort of impact here in the second map.
But it's not just individual players, it's just the team. You've got to remember, this is a brand new roster, Jay. That this is a core 3 that's been together for a handful of months and a core 4 and 5 that's been together a month, and yet they've never had any sort of LAN opportunities even coming close. I mean, even when you look at some of the PGL closed qualifiers, they're never in the conversation. Same as the showdown. So when you finally do get in the matchup where it is legitimately do or die, win or lose, we haven't seen them in this territory yet. I think for that reason, that's why you can safely assume that they're going to have a little bit more pressure issues, because for Passion, what's your next LAN after this one? I mean, if you're sort of mid-tier 2 in terms of VRS, it could be a little while until a Tier 2 LAN comes up for you.
I mean, just thinking about their upcoming competitions, you've got Conquest of Prague, CCT, and Rainbet. None of those outside of Conquest of Prague is going to qualify you to any LAN events in the near future. So you probably are going to be waiting a fair amount of time. We don't know what the invites to the next PGL qualifier are going to be, or the next open qualifier opportunity that Passion UA are going to claim. But you are right that it does look few and far between. And that, again, just emphasizes the importance of how this match plays out. For 500, it was about bouncing back from the MRQ and retaining some of the points that they lost from the result of the MRQ. And for Passion UA, it's about continuing on this upward trajectory, which they have gained over the last few months here.
And even though 500 aren't going to be at full force for at least another couple of months trying to embed Red Star back in the team, I think it's a good sign that he's been here less than 3 weeks, and yet they could potentially 2-0 a series that gets them into LAN. I think this is a squad that are always going to have very good fundamentals. They're always going to have really good understandings, but embedding a player that frequently into a system, it's a short amount of time, and it's a positive outlook that you've already a map 1-0 up in the series.
And again, your opponent's map pick in said series, so a lot of positives for 500 right now. I'm definitely going to reserve judgment for how Passion UA are going to hold themselves in the second map, because more than anything else, I want to see things get competitive, and I'm expecting things that will keep close right up until the very end of processions. But I can't deny that I am a little bit worried about the situation here for Passion UA. They need to get off on the right start. They need to hold that start right the way through towards the very end. They need to have a good map here on Mirage.
And I'm just waiting to see what little basic rookie mistakes are we going to notice from Passion UA, just like that very last round, missing a molly that allowed Rainwaker to get 2 kills. If we see any of missed util, missed timings, opportunities, 500 are a team, especially with their fundamentals on Mirage, with how often they play this map, they're just going to start punishing you, not just for kills, but they're going to be punishing you for rounds.
Here we are then, second map of the best of 3. 500 lead by 1 and head into their map pick on the T side. Passion with the pistol sets, Chikazmo on the Julies, USPs across the other 4 players, and no major upgrades of 500. They're set with a utility basis and 1 smoke available for Cirque.
It's strange that they're resmoking a ramp on a pistol round. Don't see that all that often. Kvem trying to see if he can make an info play in top mid. You do have a very defensive Cirque, just almost anticipating that this could be a play.
Not a good read on what Passion are going to try out here. Boro is going to get caught off guard, but he wins the fight overall. Cirque drops the utility, so that makes the execution a little bit harder now. The first blood has been drawn. They haven't got the bomb just yet. 500 scrambling. Passion UA holding their nerve.
But this is maybe where you look at Oxygen on one of these A-ramp entries to create something, to be able to give themselves a pathway into A. A single molly, even trying to deal with Kvem in the Pika's advantage. It's going to be all CT in this.
Drops in, sees Spellen, takes some damage. Returns fire with a headshot on the drive-by out of there. Oxygen gets caught by Chikazmo's Julies. 2 left, Red Star, 1 trade. All he gets, pistol win for Passion.
Well, Passion will be happy with the start they've been able to offer there. 500. It's a shame that we didn't even get to see the exec, did we? We didn't get to see the smoke go down. We didn't get to see the molly. Those 2 pieces of util get denied from just contacts itself. Passion can get a pistol round victory. And I guess for their sake, if you really want to contest the series, if you want to get towards a decider and scream that you're maybe a favorite or maybe a team that should be able to take it, I don't want to see a one-sided performance on Mirage, but I want to see a comfortable one where they're not really getting tested massively.
So far, the start sits with Passion. Early doors shouldn't really contest that eco basis of the 500 camp. They'll at least concede these 2. And can they level up a bit on those 2, though? Can they return to the early streaks? Back and forth in the previous map up because of the force buys that 500 brought out. And not having such a luxury means they will not have such an opportunity either.
Top up. Making sure that he doesn't go down, or at least if he does, that damage is being done with that MP9. The Deagle from Oxygen is detected out here to the apartment, so 1 kill, limited investment. It's okay. If you can get 1 more, I think you'd be satisfied with the round.
Preferably dropping a rifle as well. SMG's a bit too dangerous to lose some more money over to the CT side. A fight on one of them. Kvem spotted him the same. Shot comes up. Fight comes through. 1 out by the Passion UA squad. And the rifles are brought up by 500 on an early back foot for this map up. See if it stays that way.
You're looking at 500 as a team that very frequently pick both Inferno and Mirage as their go-to in best of 3s. Now, you come into this isolated head-to-head, Instaban being Inferno of your opposition, you get funneled into the Mirage. So I'm sure TC, all the boys out on Passion, they would have known that Mirage was going to come into this series. So try and get yourself prepared, try and get yourself an understanding of what it takes to make sure that you upset this second map.
A lot of mid-aggression in from 500 up towards top. Demka playing in from the ladder room. Good flashback from the CT side, going to blind off Spellen. It doesn't really make a difference, though, because Passion UA not pressing into mid. Just putting utility down. Doing a tiny amount of damage between little bits and pieces of the faces and fights. Gonna slow their way up into connector control.
Oxygen will be ready for that fight as soon as the smoke clears. Know that there's a fight that could come in. What a crosshair shot. Placement was just impeccable against Chikazmo.
Red Star seeing the adjustment towards Demka. Reduced down to 2 players on the Passion UA side. 500 making light work of the execution right here. Barnaby secure. There's no way back in for the AWP of the SMG. There's the start of 500 can gain out of this one. Warrior looking for exits will get nothing for his trouble.
What a statement. It's like, oh yeah, you won pistol, you made one out, Taiko, we go to first gun round, and you've done, what, 50 odd damage? You've done hardly anything. You've done 20 odd to Spellin, you've done 25 odd to Oxygen, yeah, another 30 odd towards Red Star, and not a single pick. Passion have just been farmed in that round.
Topper might not even make it out alive here in the apartments. Fortunately, it's only the apartment's angle that the hunt is coming in for him, so he can sit back and mark it, but SMG to hold over the next round. Would love the M4 instead. As you say, what a statement that was. Made it look so easy, so proficient, and the start from Oxygen was just a perfect highlight of that. Easy, those picks came in for Rainwaker as well. Just effective, efficient, lightning fast, and deadly across the T side board. Rebuy for Passion UA. Cannot let this streak return.
It was only a couple of years ago that I used to call Rainwaker the king of tier 2, one of the best clutches that we had in the scene. Passion UA trying to see if they can take some of this top mid control.
A 2v2 eventually forced out by 500 as they get on towards this A bomb site attack. They managed to get that bomb back out of the ramp access. Passion UA. I think some sort of mid play in from the T side line. A couple of picks that they gained out of the mid access started the round itself. .500 forced to slow things down, maybe make a rotation, but that might play right into Demka's hands right here. Looking lower, spotted them, both of them been seen. That's information, and now rotation to get called back for Passion UA.
Demka's still not going to get help though on this cross at all. It's going to be him to stall and him to stall only.
Tilly coming out, burst fire, flashed off. On bomb site is Red Star. Back up, gets here soon enough. HE sent towards Demka, will keep him a half HP. Kavem swings out towards the site, and Rainwaker's got him marked. As Demka leans forward, 500. Make a second.
I'm getting really impressed by some of this synergy that Rainwaker and Red Star are playing. Now, when I think about Ships as a player, he's obviously very baity on T side. He's very late in a lot of the rounds. He tries to hard lurk. Red Star's a bit more aggressive, and maybe that helps with some of the role overlap, Jay, that he's a guy that doesn't mind going in first a little bit more, being up front and personal. We see with some of those entries out there on A, and Rainwaker and him, I mean, the vertical crossfire against the Arch player, you can't do anything against that.
I shouldn't be too surprised that Red Star has some chemistry between players. It was part of the first 500 team. They formed off the back of Fiend and Skade, they left their organization back in 2022. All these players have experience with each other. Not his first rodeo on Red Star's part. Pistols only on Passion UA. Minute to the clock. 500 can take their sweet time with this because they've got every advantage in the world.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, Jay, Red Star has played more maps on 500 than Oxygen has, and Oxygen's been a part of this team for nearly a year now.
Veteran in many different senses, and we have that conversation about, like, well, if they're just recycling players, are they really going to develop any you know, movements up the scene? But these kind of matches, it might work out pretty well. Jacasmo, a couple of picks back on that Deagle, trying to make it expensive, but doesn't quite still come through. Demka alone, 1v3. Not going to retain the round. It's just a case of exit frags, and you can make it expensive here.
I don't think there's any hot prospects coming out of Bulgaria. They're probably one of the deadest scenes that there is across Europe. Considering how good their #1 national team is, there is just no one even close. I think the only one that maybe comes to eyes in recent days was probably Awaken as one of the AWPers that had that chance out on OG Academy, and then Shike as well, but not consistently. There just isn't anyone, and I think that's where the problem comes. You just have to recycle old guard. You have to recycle old players because you're just out of options.
A 500 will face the Rifles of Passion UA, who need to answer back soon. They're not short of talent in that CIS scene. Set towards the apartment to take a 500 side. The execution, the topper will be centralized to defend with. He's got Woro at the market. Demka inbound towards short. He's peeking. Oxygen is the first player forward, however. Inside of that window, a kill gets found. Topper waiting, close range, seen by Red Star, sussed out to a casualty. A 4-on-4 established. Woro back up towards the bench, waiting for players to make their moves in. The blind sprays of Spell, and gets information given over towards Demka and Kvem. Kvem can double up with Rainwaker's trade. Cirque to full. Rainwaker on 30 points of HP. Burst fire, not going to stabilize it, and Passion UA return to a third.
Well, it's a bit unlucky that they don't get the spam kill against Woro. Spellin is putting in so many bullets towards that jail angle, and there's just nothing. If there was even just one bullet connected, you at least would have known that he was there, and then more people could have fired in that smoke. 500 give themselves a really good trade from Red Star's point of view to deal with Topper, but it was the site exec that made it quite difficult. Passion, they're holding on. It's just how long can you hold off for in this first half? I think that's my main worry, perhaps, of the CT line, is just how many rounds they're realistically going to be able to gain.
Cirque, first man to fall to Passion UA. A walk out towards his A bomb site is giving Oxygen an opportunity to dope down the same. No trades available. Passion will receive one casualty by Rainwaker, who's returned to by Kvem. 4-on-2 situation. Trade frag also returned to AWP, or AK rather, I should say. SMG back in from Topper. We'll get the fight in, and Passion UA will reclaim control of their lead.
Nice little swing round, and required one there for the opposition. You feel that Passion and 500 have been a bit head-to-head when it comes to the back-and-forth nature, lack of real long and extended round streaks. That might just be the ticket to allowing Topper and the boys to get a little bit more comfortable, get themselves some more rounds in that first half. I think back to Red Star being teammates with Warrior 2K in mid to late 2022 on X-Mad Lions and Monty, and think there's going to be a lot on the line in terms of that rivalry. Anytime you've got ex-teammates going up against one another in these kind of isolated games, you always want to one-up the other, put on a better individual showing, get the 2-0, get the 2-1, whatever it may be. It's been an underwhelming series from Warrior so far.
Might have had one of the higher frag counts on the board of Passion UA in the last map up, but 0.94 rating, not exactly what you want to expect out of a guy like him, and very quiet over the course of this map, as you've probably been able to see. At least they have a lead right now on Passion. Let's see whether he can have any impact in terms of keeping it that way.
And 500 just needs to lock in, and I'm sure Popov will know that there's been very few opportunities around the organization. Again, I mentioned that they won that LAN at the start of the year, and that it's been 18 months before that point that they qualified to one. That was where they placed 4th, went out in last place. Red Star was, in fact, in the team. And then the one before that would have been, what, the Paris Blast EU RMR in April of 2 years ago? So that's over 2 years. And they didn't even really come close to contesting. It's been a squad of a lot of good players and a lot of strong iterations that have struggled on the LAN circuit. So when an opportunity presents to be winning just a few extra rounds, a few extra maps, get yourself in, it will feel like the achievement has certainly been unlocked in this year.
Both sides having very different years between each two of them. Obviously, the start for 500 happened, that Ice Invitational, that other land that you mentioned that they had. One the Popov was very keen to bring up, that obviously it's important for them to make it to as many of those as possible. Passion, unfortunately, coming off the back of that major, losing their individual stars, their key captain. No. Making returning moves to hopefully restore their position in the Tier 2 space. And that return might get tested if things continue down this route. Again, they're down the map in the series and have contested well in the first portion of the map up.
Well, I want to ask you, do you think it is embarrassing if Passion lose today without taking a map, considering their recent run of form, considering they've recently won a tournament?
I would say, yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Look, they've been on the upward trajectory, most certainly. I mean, look, I talk about the rankings quite a lot because I think there are something that everyone needs to pay attention to sort of judge where progress is being made for teams, right? Even though it might not be a metric of, it might not be the best metric for judging how good a team is, it is important to sort of understand when they're winning and losing their matches. And Passion UA went up by 8 places between last month and this month's updates on the GitHub. So, like, they've been on that upward trajectory in spite of all of the changes that they've made. I think that the debut sort of like run from Demka and Waro gave us a lot of hope for where this team can go. And the fact that they didn't hold nearly as much in that first map as they really would have hoped to, that they should have done with the lead that they had. If they go out 0-2 especially, that would be a major disappointment in my eyes. I've seen far better from them.
Even the series that they had against Eklot in the last round of the main Swiss, they got seriously tested. Map number 1 was Train. They ended up losing 8-13 after having a 7-5 half. They go into their map pick of Anubis, and it goes all the way to overtime. So you could very easily say that they probably should have got 2-0'd in that best of 3. Gone down, what, 2-2? Had another game to maybe decide whether they were even going to make it into these play-in games or not, and then that would have been a worse seed for them. Probably giving them ENCE or Fnatic in the draw, which for Passion UA is probably the worst thing, considering how many times you've lost to Fnatic recently.
Of course, the team that is the reason why Passion UA have been so held back. Might see them again in LAN if all matches go accordingly. Fnatic in action against Eklot tomorrow in their qualifying matchup. Passion UA, if they can win this series, then they could have a chance to face them at the LAN if they can beat out the Eklot side. 5 on the board of Passion UA right now, who are, again, on good stead. The CT side lead to expand upon, but the Rifles back in for 500. So their eco is dealt with. They try to fight back.
Well, we've seen 500 give some pretty good fights against even Tier 1 teams. I mean, I think back to the Res Showdown where they had an 0-2 loss versus Astralis in a semi-final. Mate, that was a game that went 11-13 on both maps. So even though their results have been inconsistent and they've been underwhelming from what the point of view should be on these players, we know that they can excel. We know that they can peak at the right time. Rainwaker passively taking a ramp space with a teammate. It might just be an early contact by the T-side line.
A couple of prods in towards ramp especially, but nothing that goes out towards the bomb sites. Red Star. Here's the jump face of Topper. Can he time well on the peak towards him? Oh, yes, he can. That was beautiful.
What a shot from Red Star. And it's bringing some of the attention back over of potentially some rotates. Warrior with the AWP. Kvem going to try and get aggressive behind this A ramp smoke. It seems as if 500 should be splitting A. Late lurk, underpass, 2 players top mid, take con, work the bomb into A from A ramp.
Warrow not quite as accurate on his AWP shots. The Resmoker ramp is going to block 500 for a little bit longer. Should have enough time still for the execution. Mid-fights have to split their way in. However, Chasmo kill on Spell and Kavem sees Rainwaker walking through that smoke. 2 players for peeking. Contra Chasmo credited with another kill. And Demka overwhelms Oxygen as Cirque is left alone in the 1-on-4. Unknown about him here towards main. He does find a fight on Kavem and get the kill to fall away with, but certainly not a rotation. Not enough time to go towards the B bomb site. It's just a save call for the AWP. 6 on Passion UA. CT side taking minimums.
I think unfortunately for 500, while it was an excellent beginning from Red Star and it was the right setup, there was just a bit of separation in Con. You've got the in-game leader Respelin taking first contact and no one's quite swinging with him. There's no dual swing. Instead, you've got players holding short, players holding window. There's too many areas being held at the same time. And then what they end up finding is not only is there a player that drops Spellin in Con, but there's a secondary CT. They sort of play a bait and switch. Chasmo's taking attention away while Kavem's also peeking in. 6-3, Passion would have felt that they probably shouldn't have been able to win that round after the start that Red Star got.
Hero AWP set up in for Cirque here. 500 putting emphasis on a different individual entirely. Boosted up towards mid. You've got the AWP of Warrow on the other side of that walkway at Catwalk. Not an angle that either team can see each other with. On the Warrow on defensive 4. See his man take Oxygen. Good start.
AWP's getting a bit hungry and fights in the AWP battle against Cirque.
Winning it this time. He might have lost a few of those over on the first map up. Not quite the third kill for him. It's picked up now the AWP in the hands of Spellin. They got Kevlar on the other 3 players as well, so aim punch won't even be the worst concern.
And funny enough, Spellin used to do some AWPing in-game leadership in some of his previous teams way back in the day.
Indeed he did. The regular old IGL now. Another resmoke there from Kavem as he holds them off from mid. Spellin's AWP is playing the higher contact though. He is looking for a fight. He gets it. 1-4, Warrow's AWP. Hoping for him to extend down. No sense in facing towards the short access. Score! Kill found for Rainwaker at point blank. Warrow. And caught off guard of this one. 2 AWPs and an AK now to play with for 500. 20 seconds on the clock. Going to work their way in towards that bomb site with the bomb on the back of Spell and a plant that will not be contested. Passion your way up for the retake.
This is very winnable. Timing is good as the AWP strikes against the jungle rotates.
What are these whiffs? Passion UA, what are these whiffs? Chasmo and Topper start moving. Chasmo back out towards jungle, making some noise here. The Deagle of Rainwaker expecting Topper to make his move up. Head shot. Gained, missed. It's a whiff this time for Rainwaker. They've taken too long here. Passion UA need to make a move. Diffuse kit close to sight, flashes up. Bomb plant opened up. Red Star can take his fight. No, Spellin goes down first and foremost. Chasmo's got to hold the defuse as is Topper right here. AK to watch and tap his way to the victory. That will win a double as well. And 500 will steal one from Passion.
That has just come out of nowhere, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That round had almost nothing going for it. Spellin gets out towards top mid with the AWP. And he sort of just encroaches the angle in Con, but it's the Red Star, or I should say Rainwaker kill with the Deagle out there on the lip of the window room. That's what just starts collapsing it. Oh boy. Very rarely do you see Rainwaker even on an AWP, but I mean, that round should have been over from that point onwards. It's a bit of a difficult shot. It's such a small pixel angle for the Deagle to try and get it onto the bench. But what a throw of a round. What a return from 500.
You saw Topper for a minute there as well after that round had concluded, just shaking his head like, oh no. Talked about him as the comparatively inexperienced player in this roster, and the inexperienced IGL more specifically. Previous teams never matched up to the likes of Monty. They matched up to what Passion UA went on to achieve. Spellen. And lean up here towards Shaw. A little bit of utility damage done back and forth. Spellen taking the brunt of it here for 500.
It's all about first contact. It feels like they want to take short, but they're wary about taking top con first. Kvem down on the other side is going to get smoked off, and an overextension for Demka means that the in-game leader of Spellen wins.
Bora responds. Kvem inside that smoke. Hiding away from Red Star, who've detected the body block and still gets picked up for it. AK now in the hands of the CT side. Jacasmo has caught another kill. Rainwaker down. Topper waiting for more. Takes a fight and a kill to return. A flashbang coming in as well. Hidden away. Here's the T-side player, I should say. There's Warrior to get the pick from range. So Passion Yue with a very good responsive will deny any further contention from the 500 side.
A bit disappointing there from 500. They got themselves what looked to be in a good position. They've taken heavy mid. They've taken first stage of ladder. They've taken top con. They get themselves an opener. And then they just start losing fights. The AWP strikes in for one. The late lurk out from Palace doesn't get anything. Warrior ends up multi-fragging. 500 were, what, 3-2 up? And they're going to be potentially 4-8 down again. So I think that can definitely show that the Bulgarians have struggled in the first halves to kind of keep the games competitive, keep the scoreline in their favor.
And a start did look favourable towards the 500 side. Can now start to turn the way at Passion UA. They had an 8-4 advantage in the last first half, but obviously lost from that position. I wonder if that'll end up being the same, whether there's more to speak of in the second half. Because whether they can even hit that particular milestone at the turn of the half right here and now. It's only one round in it. One key difference.
Saw a little bit of an underwhelming Mirage for 500 in that Partizan series in the main Swiss stage. Going into that series, winning your opposition map pick, losing Mirage. They were down 9-3, or 9-13, I should say, in the end after a 6-6 half. So had a, I guess, okay T-side basis, let themselves down when it went to the turn. Got to look at today of sharpening up, making sure that they get a lot more out of it. And for Kvem, I mean, individually, we're seeing a little bit more impact from him than what was kind of offered out on map 1. So I guess that's a positive sign moving forward for the Ukrainians.
Should be making light of the broken by here. A couple of AKs on Cirque and Red Star. Cirque's not had a very good second map, unfortunately. Only 2 kills. So many opportunities. Flipping form that may provide opportunities for Passion UA instead. Warrior strike first. Oxygen. Down and out, Spellen walking his way in, not expecting there to be a player on the bomb side. Jacasmo will get picked up. Cirque and Red Star do chime back, but Demka continuing to try to keep the trades. Red Star wins it into another 2 versus 2. Bombs on site, Rainwaker to grab a rifle with AWP in his hands. Expecting Topper to make a move up. The scope is in, he's out towards CT. Smoke comes down, the M4 tries to look to engage. Connector is cut off, the backstab, however, closing in from Demka.
Good off angle here from Red Star. He should be able to dome Demka.
Swing up, AK kills found. Topper is all alone now. Coming in from jungle, no one's expecting this. Rainwaker getting his pistol pulled out. The Deagle has seen him. Falls away, back towards CT. Topper to look into the site to try and hunt for contact, and he's domed in an instant. It's a 7-5 half. Passion UA, not nearly as good as the last map up. Let's see if they can turn it back in the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
It's a closer half of the turn. Passion UA still lost from their 8-4 advantage on Anubis, however, so is that a good sign for 500 that they transition over to the CT side of things? It's time to see whether or not this will be a 2-0.
Well, it's good to see how hard Red Star is hitting. And when I look at the sample size, Jay, while it might be limited, he is averaging a 1.46 rating on the Mirage officials since joining up on 500. So I'm looking at him with how he performed in the first half, and I'm thinking, mate, give us a star-level performance. Give us a moment in which he can encapsulate this 2-0.
He's already top fragging in the server alongside Kavem. Waro, however, is the man to draw out first blood on the pistol. Cirque to full Oxygen. Hell of a shot to return, and they haven't accounted for Rainwaker as well in ladder room. He'll get one more pick, extending tomorrow, leaving Oxygen alone on the back of the bomb site. In the short corner, fight on Kavem. Kill found. Waro overwhelms with a responsive trade to a 2-on-2. Bombs on site and planted. Spellen start to move up, start to spot this individual close. Red Star backed up over at short, will start making his way in as well. Jacasmo back at the bomb site, Waro P250, Red Star spotting an individual in the back. Needs to hit a headshot though, can't do so. Waro trades in, Spellen's alone. 1-on-2, the fight against the first, take him. Reload for the second, 30 HP versus 100, needs to get a perfect headshot! Oh my God! What a shot that was!
Look at his reaction, he can't believe it! I don't think we can believe it! Oh, they just all think it's funny! Oh, what? I can't believe we've just seen that. That is pure RNG. That is so mad.
What have I just witnessed?
Look,
what have I just witnessed?
I don't think we'll ever witness that again.
I'm a little bit speechless here.
Full running too.
What is that? What is that?
That isn't even inhuman reactions. That is just RNG. That is just oh man, what a moment for 500.
What have I just seen? They have to take a moment to think about it themselves, because like Passion UA will be grateful for the mental moment, the mental reset, because they can't be happy with how that played. I mean, you talk about how they're laughing in the 500 cams, you just turn back to Passion UA, just like, oh, for God's sake, why?
Well, it's getting serious. It's getting to a game now where you've allowed something that probably should never have happened. That's a 2 versus 1 where there's just no chance. I mean, the in-game leader doesn't even have armor. Spellen was the one with the kit and smoke.
The bomb plant bonus will at least give him a buy off of Passion UA. Opportunity to clap back if at all possible. Set towards the A execution here. Spellen is once again port of call alongside Oxygen in at Sandwich, and Cirque over at short access. Molotovs burn one player back out of position. Oxygen waiting for them to make their moves in. Passion UA stalled out, staggered, and mowed through by the M4 with 2. Spellen will fall in trade. The bomb will get dropped out Sandwich. They will get it back under control, but not without losing so much more. The trade's good at 500. It's 7 apiece on the board.
It wasn't really worth that hero investment. If you were able to get a couple of kills and the bomb plant, I'd say absolutely. But getting 2 kills and not getting close to getting it planted means that economy is going to be slightly more wrecked for Waro. He might even go Scout armor or Deagle armor, I would say, in this round.
Deagle set in. Passion UA. About to let this lead slip once again, 500. 4M4s. A bottom fragger Cirque on that AK once again to the CT side. No resistance from them, no attack, no lunge forward from Passion UA yet.
I think 500 no, win this round, we just win the series 2-0. We just wreck them mentally. The momentum's in our favor. Timing is good against Rainwaker, but Topper still somehow misses. I guess because there's two CTs. Both of the short players are fighting on that exchange.
Yeah, Rainwaker spun to the damage. Red Star got the kill with the headshot, and now extending out towards this sniper's nest position. We'll try and watch out for more mid control. Bad being said, Passion UA have extended out of the B bomb site. You've got Kvem leaning into the market. Through the doorway. One of the first player Incendiary forward to a fight which he takes and wins and just escapes with his life. A 4-on-4 established, but now he's low HP.
Red Star needs to try and get this kill. He's flying into B.
Made noise, seeing players in the apartments. Kvem's waiting for his chance to strike, but he's going to have to wait until they extend. Warrow Deagle strikes back, hits hard, as does Demka. Kvem finally sussed out by Spellen, but now he's lost all his teammates. Needs another fantastically star-worthy moment here on the B-bomb site, and he just can't do it. Passion UA will take the lead back.
And that's always the uncomfortable nature when both your B players are fighting heavily towards short, is it opens the bomb site up to a lack of anchor, and it gets compromised straight away. For Kvem, it was an unlikely duel that he wins, but one of those moments where you feel like you have to take it. A good work from Warrow on the dig. Not easy when you're only working with a limited weapon when everybody else has got AKs. At 500 on the buyback, it looks limited. This is now starting to turn into a good swing round opportunity for Passion.
Advantage set. Will it extend? Will 500 find a response? They have done so before.
Well, it feels like they're going to take heavy mid, and this is Cirque's time to really put up some impact. 3 and 11, you're the one on the hero M4. I'm looking at you to try and get a multi-frag in round 16.
Oh, miss smoke there. You see the one that tried to hit towards the top of Con, actually landed on the roof. You just see it ahead of Oxygen's POV. That means the CT's at full reign of that position. HG's down, Oxygen getting caught with damage. Cirque and Topper go blow for blow initially. Cirque leaning up, Kvem and Warrow will take a few more picks out of it. Even Rainwaker in a 1v3. He's got the first frag. Out of the way for the second. That bomb to get towards site should get planted.
You can at least recover a rifle, and if there's anyone that you want in a clutch, it's going to be Rainwaker. He's got a molly too.
Attempted spray, not getting Warrow out of the position, or not getting the kill against him, forcing him out of position at least. Information revealed. Rainwaker, no idea of where this other player is. He's got the inkling of the player at CT spawn. His back will be turned towards Ram, which is where Demka moved to strike from. It will come down to timing. No kits on him either, no cover towards the bomb site. Demka's seen nothing back there, and Rainwaker just so focused on that CT spawn player. HE sent, now he knows where he's at. Good burst, but not like it makes a difference. There is no kit, there is no opportunity, and no time to go for the defuse. It will be Passion UA with 9.
Well, it was the right setup there from 500. As soon as they take contact, everyone just starts over-swinging. Short, window, con. It almost worked. I think there's a moment of opportunity, maybe half a second, where it looks like the trades are going in favor of the CTs. They come in close. Cirque, unfortunately, just can't quite multi. I mean, Kvem, it's just madness, isn't it? There's just players spamming all directions.
Pete 250 can't do much for Spellen here. 500 going to get run down by Passion UA. I'll take their 10th round. In these circumstances and continue to extend on the T side.
Well, this is what everybody is hoping in this best of 3, that we get a returning 1-1, we get to that final map decider of Ancient. Almost make it feel as if you get your money's worth in this best of 3. That if anyone's going to be going towards land, it's going to be a fight and a challenge. Red Star trying to see if he can make some exit damage happen. They have done some decent work with the HP numbers, but Kvem and Jacasmo don't even go down towards the bombs. So double digits is gained, and now for 500, they are pretty much running out of chances. Cirque is still not going to get the AWP on the CT side. I think that's the most uncomfortable nature for him, is that he wasn't AWPing much in the first half. He gets into the second, and the way the economy's coming, he can't even glass cannon. So it's just going to have to be rifle sentry for everybody.
M4s cross the board, Passion UA. Look for their closing into map points, and well, this kind of map was far more like what I expected out of Anubis. Battles to test, the opportunities to open up, the various attempts at steals and ridiculous pistol shots, and scorelines that never really reveal a favourite. Rainwaker moments away from seeing Waro. Demka's going to get caught by Red Star. That player goes down, so 500 may well seize this chance here. 5 on 3 for the CT defensive. Another kill from Spellen. Backside, Jacasmo falls. Swing to the next. Kvem will get picked up. The last player on the bomb site, Mac 10 versus 4. Not going to last long for top up. 500 stave off. Passion UA side for now.
A little bit better from both Red Star and Rainwaker, and perhaps that's the duo that we're looking at the most, of creating opening chances, working picks in the early portions of rounds, but even Spellen, very easy for him to just sit there tucked behind triple, wait for the T's to start adding some pressure, get a flashbang from a teammate rotating in, and then you can swing on. That was a lot cleaner. Instant impact.
Tactical pause getting called in for Passion UA. It's only their first. Still got 2 more available for the rest of this regulation. 5 more rounds to use them in. Rebuys for this one will still be effective. 500 have found a way to return upon their economy state. Jacasmo. He's trying to lean in with that AK towards the smoke, but nothing is seen for now.
Seems as if it's going to be a bit more of an aggressive A-split. Kvem out from window is just working any sort of timing, same as Jacasmo to take con. They've got Red Star on the other side. That's going to be the first point of contact.
Various smokes and flashes to block any A attack here, and split play it seems to be coming in from them soon enough. Waro winning that first fight, at least. Cirque is traded back to Kvem, looking for another. It's the AK of Rainwaker next to task, and Demka trades back Cirque from the center of the bomb site. Spellen in the dark, he's going to burn. So Waro's Molotov, it's a 2 versus 2. Rainwaker backing away with Oxygen, rotating up towards the CT spawn stairs. Bombs in the open for the time being, needs to get picked up as soon enough. Waro's playing Overwatch towards the CT spawn. The swinger from Demka reveals where Oxygen is. Good read on Rainwaker out towards Connector and all. Bomb to get picked up and planted. They've got no smoke for CT spawn. They're going to plant and hope it doesn't peak.
But Oxygen is ready for the passive line. Sitting there deep in CT. Rainwaker's got some decent util, and Waro hits the shot against the comp player. At least Oxygen's in the 1v1.
Low HP for Waro, so he needs to hit this next shot perfectly. 25 frags, complete turnaround from his AWP performance in the last map. Doesn't connect it on this one though, and bombs the planted for him. Oxygen knows that he can hold the defuse. No, Incendiary comes up. Still got that kit in play, however. Waro staying hidden behind this jungle angle. 5 seconds to the stick. Oxygen going to hold it all the way through. Waro peek up at the AWP. His footsteps have forced him off. He's forced him off. He misses the shot, but he gets the round anyway. His presence was all he needed. Oxygen blinks. And Passion UA have 11.
I don't blame Oxygen getting off of the bomb there. He knows that he can't stick it in time. He knows that Waro can aggressively play from jungle and get to me before I've been able to stick the 5 seconds. So you hope that you can draw him in. You hope that you can get off of that bomb and commit towards a fight. And Waro's numbers might be quite high. I think it's a little bit overinflated in terms of impact, but you can't deny in that round that it was required. That's a 2v2 where nothing's really presenting, and it's an AWP to just waste a lot of time and get a clutch that's super necessary to close out Mirage.
$500 on the ropes now. Last tactical called in by them. What felt like it may well have been a simple enough 2-0 for their favour may lean in favour of Passion UA instead. The Anubis collapse that converted into 500's own map pick. It felt like all the stars were aligned for the Bulgarians, but Passion UA may still beat them to the punch. 2 rounds to close this map and take us to a third. 500 have their rebuy that's weakened of an SMG fast out the gate towards Ram. Red Star sees what's going on. His M4 burst and fire will be slowed down by the smokes. Demka extends out to sight and Spellin gets caught off for that.
Beaten by pace, and it might be beaten into an instant save. I can't really see 500 sending themselves into this one. Unless a kill presents quickly, you're better off just keeping 4 players alive.
They're searching for some sort of entry frag in the entryways to the bomb site, but Oxygen just fell there, so that's another rifle down. Cirque is still searching, he's still looking for something here. He's AWP so close, he lands on Demka, he gets traded back. Rainwaker strikes to return. 2 versus 2, somehow forced out by the 500 side. The Galil in a sandwich is caught. Red Star on the defuse. Kavem's coming in from short. He can't deny the plant from here. Rainwaker's going to stall him. Oh, 500! They've stolen it back from the brink.
Mate, what's Kavem doing? He's looking for exits, is he? He's trying to get out there towards the apartments. Why is he not on B? Why is he not helping out on the bomb site? Mate, that's the round to get them to map point. And they've just left. I mean, even I'm sitting there thinking, they're probably not going for it. But the fact that he's just left the bomb sites.
As everything fell apart for Passion UA again, 500 may cling on to that 2-0 hope.
Imagine. Like, this looks so likely to go 11-11.
Broken investments for Passion UA. They concede this round, it will. All down to 1 lurker and a lackluster side defensive. At least Kavem can strike first here. Smokes go too deep. Rainwaker missed the wall. His AK still the hold against pistol players. They found that first player unawares of the MAC 10 closing in from short. Red Star forced forward by a Molotov. Those are toppers so close and he will get picked up regardless. 4 on 2. Passion UA have responded back in kind. It might have been a stumble, but only a stumble for the T side. It's map points.
I think that was quite poor from Oxygen. He knows that the buy state has to be quite limited. And as a B-side anchor, rather than stalling for time against any sort of pop or rush play, he's kind of playing way too aggressively. And we just see that once he gets punished, it makes it very uncomfortable for Rainwaker. He's got to not only try and stall down the B apartments, but he's then getting flanked in from behind. Oxygen's had a quiet game across Mirage, but that one will be a real kick in the teeth because you should just never be losing that one. Such a limited investment, so crap on weapons for Passion. And I sort of look at this second half and there's only so many times you can say they've got lucky, but you have to consider the clutches that have been won, the anti-force buys that have been won. We haven't even seen that many clean gun rounds being won by Passion.
But they have been winning them. Regardless of how clean they may be. The scoreline reads 13 and the map is over and you have taken it. Considering what happened in the last map, I think Passion UA would take it. Cirque burning to 19 points of health in a connect. They're going to get down underpasses. They're going to get Chukasmo. Swing forward, shot connects, he escapes in towards the bomb site with a man advantage for 500. No trade found for Passion.
But it's a good start to the round because everyone's quite limited. You've got a couple of MP9s, you've got a FAMAS, you've even got a 5-7 as your comm player. Rainwaker and Red Star receiving a lot of mid-nades. This is where the FAMAS needs to start getting active. Watch out for both the boost up in window, but also the short play-through ladder.
Oh, Rainwaker missed on timing. Top up takes him. Advantage negated, 4 on 4. You still got Spell and Oxygen on the SMG. Circ's up with Oxygen on the defensive over on B site. Tucked away. He's up, shot connects, Kevem goes down, and Molotov's missed. The SMG fights back, and 500 respond, it seems. Passion UA just not allowed to get away clean at all. 1 out of 3 to get to OT.
What a round from Circ. Not only has he gotten a Triple J, but he's making a statement on how much impact can legitimately be found when it's set up correctly. Now that's a round with an aggressive mindset. I'm going to work a pick towards underpass. I'm going to be playing a little bit more passive, be one of those rotator individuals. And he ends up getting 3 on low HP. I mean, he was on what? Red HP before he even took a contact, just going through that con molly.
Remember, Passion still have 2 tacticals. One are going to get used right here. They still have map points. They still have a chance to close. All they have to do is actually close it all. I'm going to lock us in for Ancient to close out this best of 3.
It's insane that they're buying here, rather than giving themselves a somewhat decent buy in the next round.
Look at this fast forward from Demka, shut down by Circ. You are right about that. It'll be force on force. I'm hoping that Demka will get the entry frag straight in towards ramp. Instead, his casualty may have already set us on for that OT.
And you've got an AWP and an AK on this A-site defense, and then Spellin playing close range with the MP9. He's not going to get mollied here. Might even be able to drop the bomb against Jacasmo.
Moves out of the way into dark, evading the flames. Red Star sees that bomb carrier, focusing on that short player instead. The connector control denied for Topper. 3 Len left standing. SMG continues to fight back here. The rifle from range catching Circ off guard. Spellin continues to frag away, though finally caught by Jacasmo. Swinging from the man, gets a secondary kill, but Red Star and Oxygen have both those trades marked. The 2v2 falls apart quickly for Passion UA. No bomb plant bonus as well, so harsh buy, not relieved in the slightest. Last tactical is called in as well. Because 500 maybe back onto OT.
So the reason they've gone for that force buy is that you've given yourself 2 chances to win the basic map, rather than only 1. If you were to full eco, it means that there's no threat in round 23, and then you've got a better buy in round 24. Now, it's up to the in-game leader to make a decision on what would you prefer. If this was a full Glock round, we would have at least seen Galils and AKs going into the last. Instead, it's a crap buy. It is awful from the T-side line.
Makes you wonder why they made that call. See the logic in the opening frag, but considering what you stand to risk, what you stand to lose here. Why did Topper call the force? In this round, he has no such choice. Last round of regulation. A Passion UA will need to cinch it, or 500 will take us to an overtime.
500 have got Oxygen a lot more passive against this weaker buy, and I think that's the right call. He got punished last time he was aggressive in the apartments. Getting back out there on the back of B, Circ to take first contact. Now, previously, it's been Circ starting window or towards CT. This time, he's on market rotate.
Well, noise being made out there towards ramp over on A, leaves it only Oxygen on the B side defensive. Flashbangs go over and the C team and try and counter adjust. Bomb carrier dropped though, Oxygen with a kill. A second one traded back by Rainwaker. Jacasmo, next victim. Kevem seen by Spellin and Circ. The backside of Red Star just evades the periphery of Demka. And Kevem falls, leaving Topper in a 1-on-4 that will not work out for Passion UA. 500. They won their 2-0. And they'll go to overtime to get it.
And we can only state facts here, Jay. Passion UA have thrown away a 8-2 lead on map 1 and a 12-9 lead on map 2. It's only going to come back to bite you, isn't it? If you're not taking those moments, if you're not converting good rounds into map wins and eventually into the series, then it's going to come back to 500 playing into overtime. Nah, can't. Nothing there. Nothing there.
Yeah, 2 isolated fights to win right there if he had not gone down to the Molotov. Decent effort, but it was always going to be a Far Cry with only a pistol in play. Overtime. And you are right about that assessment of the leads that Passion UA have found. Several opportunities to close things down. We looked at how the Anubis first half went, and you said it at the turn of the half when we went into that pistol. Yeah, this should be an easy close for Passion UA. It wasn't.
Just quickly to interject here, Cirque is going to get the AWP consistently. Think about the economy of how 500 were in this second half, Mirage. He was barely having the AWP. He'd only have it every so often. Now that you've got the money, not only are they going to get Cirque on the AWP frequently, they're even getting the B-site anchor of Oxygen on a big green.
Double AWPs and Oxygen set towards the apartments to watch out with that big green. AWP on Warrior as well can also bring it out consistently here for the T side. And still top fragger. Even if that impact might be less than 26 kills, that's a far cry. The majority of the players on the opposing force and on his own team. Only Red Star comes close, second at 25 frags. Smokes inbound, Red Star. Wait for contact, but none will present to him. Rainwaker's first port of call. He sees one beyond that smoke.
Might think about rotating towards B because he's seen that short player. This is a good read. Oxygen can now focus between the apartments and from short before his teammate gets here.
Damage done to Red Star first, 60 HP. Demka takes Spellin and kicks things off on the right foot. The AWP Cirque is waiting for someone to present in from Connector, but no one's moving in from Passion UA. They've got that man advantage. They'll start working up towards that A-bomb site in the end. The bomb just got dropped by Cirque, and Oxygen swings off his contact. Warrior down. Advantage tipping to 523 seconds for the execution to come through.
They've got no molly to deal with Cirque. There is no way that they can force him out of this dark position.
And you've got Red Star as well towards CT to play distraction against Demka. Cirque with another kill on Topper. Looks back towards the stairs. Them can trade on one, but only one, and 500 have a lead.
Cirque was 3-11, and he is now 14-17.
Yes.
That's why he is notably known as the #1 AWPer in Bulgarian history. With the accolades, with what he's brought at Tier 1. What a lot of people will forget, though, is super early on in his career, who was one of his first professional in-game leaders? It was Spellin. Those two guys played out on the Outlaws organization way back in 2016. We're in bloody May of 2025.
Approaching 9 years since that point. That foundational duo, that young AWPer and veteran at IGL. And now, even today, have returned to play together and find success here in the conquest of Prague. They are only 3 rounds away from claiming victory and their spot at the LAN finals. The Passion UA have suffered with a tactical pause in from the 500 camp, who've used their 1 in OT. In the back of their minds, they're thinking, man, the opportunities we wasted in this series. How different things could have been had we just found the wherewithal to close. T side present set, but it's passive on the line of engagement.
Oxygen and Rainwaker are setting up a different setup towards B than what we've seen previously. So rather than the AWP basically being the apartment's anchor, they're putting Rainwaker up on the edge. Oxygen can take first contact, and if there is pressure towards B, he can just start moving away and leave his teammate there.
Minute to work with. Shot doesn't connect for the Cirque, doesn't even pull the trigger, got somehow dinked on that cross back from one T-side member. It's Topper that draws out the first kill. Spellin down, and a shot from Demka gets Cirque in the back lines. 5 on 3. Bomb plant to be secured. Red Star's going to keep for that smoke. Rainwaker from beyond the smoke of Connector getting his pick in. Topper returns fire. Red Star close to them. Finds Demkus, but runs into two other T-type players. The crossfire was locking in. Rainwaker all alone. A 1 versus 3 to play with. Checking close to sight, adjusting back towards that Palace position. One T-side player holds 4. HG's attempted. Rainwaker gets nothing out of this one. Passion UA are back to evens.
Yeah, 500 unfortunately have their in-game leader that just doesn't find anything. You've got Spellen playing reverse default, swings out the open, only does damage, and then Cirque tries to take a pop shot off, just tries to swing out to that right-hand side. And before he can even scope back into the AWP, he gets caught. It's an excellent shot. And for Passion, they give themselves a little bit of a lifeline there. I think it got a bit uneasy when the bomb gets denied from the spam. But they do make it 13-all. They couldn't quite close in regulation, but at least they make sure it's a tied-up scoreline now.
Passion. Got their mid control establishing. Cirque's AWP falling back. Trying to find a crack angle to contest with here in the mid control. Passion will lose the first. Rainwaker starts it. Cirque can't follow it up. They're doing well to peek against him and try and deny as much as possible here. Blind M4 sprays will connect damage onto Topper. Rainwaker moving in towards the ladder room. Incendiary off the entrance, so they can't attack short yet.
Passion needs to start getting some space elsewhere, and Topper's been able to get himself into window, but Red Star and Rainwaker just aren't fighting in that area anymore. It's a good spam. It looked like Rainwaker smoked himself off and tried to get back towards short and into B.
There was a Molotov that landed there that forced him out into the open, so he had to make a move somehow. Out of the ladder room into his demise. Spellen jump facing, seen by 2 players now. 30 seconds on the clock for Passion UA to plant the bomb. You know, Backstab's rotating in as well. That connected position might be exposed if Oxygen gets his way here. Leans up, watched by Demka. Bomb will go down, open Incon, swing forward. Demka marks his man. Red Star now has to lead them into the retake.
And they need to try and somehow beat Warrow. That's the way that they can overwhelm him.
Top up, finding Cirque next to left. Warrow shot missed in the back lines. Secondary connects this time, and Red Star will fall quickly, so Passion UA have an advantage.
It gets very tight in that round. You could just feel that if Demka doesn't quite hit that shot against Oxygen, then maybe that whole round just starts collapsing. Maybe there's a bit of panic on the bomb site. Both teams giving it a good effort in that last one. 500 will be a bit disappointed in themselves. It was a good opening kill. There it was, Kavem just wildly spamming to catch Rainwaker retreating.
Advantage set near the turn. And once again, Passion UA have to focus on taking us to a 3rd map. Pushed to the deficit, pushed to a lead, and eventually pushed into overtime by 500's efforts. We said today that this map would be a close and competitive affair. It has been. 500 still hold a 1-up over the Passion UA side. That pressure of the 2-0. It's not like they've got a 3-0 advantage half to play back against here. No need to be flawless, just need to be good enough.
Well, at least with how well Red Star has played throughout this best of 3, I'm not concerned about how long it's going to take until 500 get back to their winning ways. With how they've looked across this year and threatened Tier 2 tournaments, sometimes you think if there's a one-for-one change of a player, maybe it's a few months, maybe it's 4 or 5 until you at least get them to be in the same position. I'm looking at this guy that's joined the team less than 3 weeks ago, and he's got them in a position where they're only a handful of rounds away from not only qualifying to a LAN, but he's being one of the main players for that reason. He has just been consistent across all maps and all halves.
Now he is. Every time to stand out. Look towards those consistent elements as the true heroes of this game. We talked earlier at the very start in the pre-show about how stars may become the difference makers. Certainly they have to a certain extent. Cirque from, what was it, 3 kills at the turn of the first half of regulation, now into becoming a serious threat against the Passion UA side. Lots of things that could make a difference in overtime. Individual moments may even be one of them.
Even for Red Star, he's had a couple of unlucky breaks. I mean, I think back to when he was on Fiend, when that lineup basically just folded completely. He goes over to Monty, and at the time, there was a lot of moving pieces. That first few iterations of that international project, there were just players coming in and out all the time. Fessors, Joel's in there, Crizens, Red Star, Boris. It was just mental. And that sort of goes by the wayside. He goes up with, what, 5W, Thomas, Joel again, Han. Great paper on roster, but then the org just has no support. And then, what, ITB? Well, we know how that went down. So it was nice to see if he could finally get some success after coming back home.
Isn't this curious in 500? Double AWP setup on T side. Demka close towards contact on Rainwaker as the first port of call in the first round of the half, but didn't exceed the extension past the smoke, so no action to be gained by the Bulgarian. 500 have been pushed quite far back. You're on a mid-axis in control for Passion UA.
So they bought an AWP and an AK, and it just allowed Oxygen to press and hold the top mid angle in case of any overextension. They're able to sort of chuck it back over to an AK. It seems as if they're going to put some B pressure on. You've got a late lurk from Rainwaker. You wonder what timing he's going to start activating. Oh, he's already walked out A. They might fake B and go underpass here.
Put the utility down for Topper to concede. I think the Rainwaker, no, I thought Demka might have seen him or he might get marked. Still got a player over at ramp to try and contend with 2 players on short as well to try and block the rotations and try and block 500 out from the bomb site here. Demka also in at the sniper's nest. He's going to try and reposition. Rainwaker just got seen. Spellin and Oxygen going to get caught. Red Star with a responsive, and Chakasmo gets Rainwaker at last. Down at Darky Falls, 2 left standing on 500. Chakasmo will get caught by 2 individuals in very different positions, and Red Star can double up. The bomb can get planted, and Red Star is popped off with a quadra. 32 frags. Now looking for the ace. Surely he might just get it right here. Player up a ticket booth as Cirque strikes instead, and that is more than good enough.
Oh, Red Star, what a round. He came into this best-of-3 series having a monumental achievement of playing 1,200 maps on HLTV, and he might just come out of it with an extra 2 and a LAN under his belt. Man, that round, fundamentally, I think that call is perfect, okay? Red Star's been able to create space, you fake B, you go underpass. It gets really awkward with how much damage is being done there from both the short players and the player from under Balk. Red Star against the AWP, man, that may be the sickest 3K that you're going to see in this entire best-of-3.
Massive to turn it around in what was a dire situation for 500. Chakasmo again wants to strike first as Cirque falls first again. Rainwaker swings forward, slowly but surely, walking up ramp. Take the bomb side. Oh, got caught on timing. Chakasmo with another. They're down to 3 men again.
And that's 2 unlucky moments in back-to-back rounds for Rainwaker. It's the right play to try and work that timing.
Passion UA now springing into an actual round win. They should have done it in the last once again. Should have, would have, could have, but did not. Warro locks on Red Star, though, removes his threat. Oxygen falls after the fact. And Spellin in a 1-on-5 can trade back on 1 individual. No idea without AWP's reposition to. No idea where the other CTs are inbound from. Will strike center and Warro will fall. A backstabs in from Market and the apartments as well. Spellin trying to hunt for the player. I think he's just seen him. 45 seconds to isolate these next few picks, and they're just covered away from smokes from Harder. Carver, he's isolated. Kavem, though, needs a fight starting to get picked up by the man. 2 more to go. He's seen the short access. He's seen that head. Can he swing for the challenge? Ooh. No, he just whiffs it. And Passion UA can get to map point again.
And we know Spellin isn't the sharpest individually, but he's played that to perfection. The recognizing of individual duels, the pre-aim against the short player. He's unfortunate to not win that fight. Put the flash out, you've insta-swung in. He knows that if he hits that headshot straight away, then that's just on to be clutch of the tournament. 500 had to try and recover what was a 2 versus 5. It was a good effort from the in-game leader, but it's up against map point again. Now they were there in regulation. They've just got to fight off of it for a second time.
Not that far from the second overtime itself, though. Only one round to make the difference. Set piece from 500. Jacasmo hiding at the ninja spot. Warazorp waits for a peek. Sees a player down at Firebox. Spellin's going to get caught first. Smokes in the way. Jacasmo swings to strike with a kill found. Only one of them. The AWP gets another one out of it. The 3-on-2 for Passion UA. Demka sees a player on the bomb site. Bomb plant will be secured. The retake is on for the CT side. They might go quick into it as well here.
Cirque needs to try and get the fight against the stairs player. He's going to try and press himself up behind the smoke towards bench.
Small gap, but can't see his man. Red Star. Not sure of where to look either. They're coming in from CT spawn. We hear those footsteps now. Smoke will clear. Demka caught on the frag back. Red Star again delivering moments to refuse tap. Top have picked up. Give them known about as well. Low HP for him. 500 have worked their way out from the back corner once again. A shot can connect, but the defuse will not, and that means we're on to a second overtime.
A Red Star is not going to lose this game, and I just feel, Jay, in these isolated best of threes, doesn't matter what the pressure situation is like, whether we're talking about a Swiss stage game or even a playing game or even a game at LAN, there are moments where you can just feel that an individual is not going to lose that game and not going to lose that map for his team. The way that Red Star is performing in regulation and overtime, he just gives me that belief, that factor of it's not going down. It has to be a win.
He's doing everything he can to pull them into the 2-0. Kicking and screaming into another overtime. 15 all. 19 is your new magic number. Oh, what a swing and a strike. The flashbang of Cirque. Spellin this time accurate. Demka first to fall.
Acceleration out on B, and Topper is so blinded. He's trying to backtrack into market. He's got stuck, though.
Add the bins. Oxygen better check it. All sorts of T-side players around, and Oxygen will go picked up for it. So Topper return to an even stance. Cirque gets the man advantage back. Topper extends, and Red Star deals with him. So no more opportunities opening up for Passion UA. Warro with one exit frag. That's as far as it will go. At 9 points of health, he knows he's off the table for the retake.
Jacasmo and Warro are just so stuck. And no one's offering anything. They have full apartments. So even Warro on this backstab is just going to present nothing. It's only going to be Jacasmo that can win this round.
Finds the strike on Cirque. Moving forward as well, Jacasmo needs to find the player on site. Player in the apartments is going to focus mostly on the defusing angle. Incendiary set, taps once, Rainwaker's close range, he will go down. AWP needs to get his kill with support. Spellin a swing to get his frag back. And once again off timer, it will be around for 500, their start in the overtime.
And this individual showing that we're getting from Red Star is probably going to drop a 40. It reminds me of that Fiend 2021 period, doesn't it? When he was sort of set up as a hybrid player, did a little bit of secondary AWPing, involved in a lot of those star roles, and it was just where all the old guard, your Victor, your Bubble, your Dreamer, they were just setting up the young boys. They were setting up Red Star, they were setting up Han, and you would just get the two of them. I mean, I remember at CT side of Mirage, you'd have Han AWP window and you'd have Red Star AWP Con. It would just be madness. He is putting on such a showing, and for 500, even out aggressively towards top mid, they're going up against Gavem. 2 rounds in a row now that Spellin's got an opening kill in top mid.
Warro's at least traded him back, but the T's are ready to execute out of the Palace entrance. Jacasmo is waiting on the bomb site. They're slow walking their way into this. Warro's AWP is going to see so many of them. Catch Red Star. Jacasmo continues to wait. He starts to make movements in, and Oxygen has no idea. Kill found. Adjustment to the second. Warro can trade back Rainwaker, and Cirque is in a 1 versus 3. He's caught his first man. He needs 2 more.
Cirque wants to try and get a fight. He's left the bomb behind him. He's trying to fight against the rotator first.
They've rotated out of the position and back towards CT spawn. When do they start reading a backstab on Passion UA? Maybe they don't need to. Cirque, behind the smoke, clears it. Does not see Topper. He's hidden behind the danger box. Seen him now. That's a shot. 1v1. Demka yet to reveal. Cirque is closing in. Trying to find that bomb, pick it up and plant it. But the question is, where will Demka strike from? That's, we know, Cirque does not here. Hasn't picked up the bomb just yet. You saw it on the balcony. He's searching. He's seeking. He's going to look for his man. He's going to round that corner and lose his life. And Passion UA are back at 16 apiece.
I believe Cirque was under the impression that he'd picked it up there on the balcony. As soon as he gets back down on the ladder, he realizes that it hasn't quite happened, so you have to force the fight anyway. Good effort from what is a 1v3 that looks like there's no chance at all. Just when it feels like there's a bit of separation, just when it feels as if you might get a couple of rounds in a row, it's just a pure denial.
That whole round was an Orbis paradise, wasn't it? Warrior with the triple sequence. Cirque nearly got a clutch with his. 500. Once again packed and moving into the apartments. B seems to be the target with the bomb being out there. An extension out from Kavem will start to get information. The execution utility is going to indicate that. So a third player breaks away. You've still got two on the B defensive. And as the longer this round goes, the more and more info Kavem's going to get, the more and more they'll understand it's going to be a B kit. Demka falls first from the execution itself, though. Topper, good for a trade. Jacasmo gets a couple out of it, whereas AWP is right on the scene. A 2v3, very low HP for these two men.
Red Star has to be a playmaker. He's got to almost be baiting Cirque in this post plant to try and get as much impact out of it as possible. The problem is he's being watched and scouted upon.
Den with a quick shot back. Cirque now playing hidden. HEs go back towards the van. Incendiary be available towards the CT side. Warren doesn't need to put his out. Diffuse locked in as Passion UA will win the half.
Bit cheeky of what 500 did there. So Spellin went A-ramp, chucked up an extra smoke, and then ended up sending Red Star, or Rainwaker I should say, back out towards the Palace position to kind of fake that there was 3-player execute rather than just 2. The problem is both of them get nothing. I think if they just got 1 kill against Jacasmo, first off, it would have slowed down rotates, and secondly, it would have helped out the man advantage situation. So just a moment there where even the entries are pretty good out on the B bomb site. It's a lack of impact from the A players.
Passion lose a first pick here in the second half. Double spray in from mid for Rainwaker and Red Star combining against Topper. On that smoke, he thought he was safe and he thought wrong. Advantage 500 here.
We've seen 500 do pretty good work with their opening kills. We noticed what Spellin's been doing on top mid on the T side. We're now looking at that one in an advanced position. You've got both your short player and your com player peeking aggressively, really having intent to work a fight up early. Passion have got no lurk towards A and not much towards B. They've got a single player coming through from underpass. It should really be a con take for the T side. Need to put a smoke down, maybe a molly out towards short, try and siphon off that area of the map. Watch out for Cirque's impact when he starts watching con.
HE to clear the smoke, spot one, but not quite connect the shot. In towards Con, they make their move. Red Star's going to hear them. Expect one to wrap around the corner, and right for a moment. Demka didn't go all the way with it, though. They're going to think it's completely clear, so he can strike. Red Star with a pick. Spellin fell in turn. Rainwaker still on a bomb plant here. We've made a ton of noise, and Jacasmo can't deal with him. Low HP for Kavem. Down and out. Warrow or out towards short. Doesn't have time to get to the site and plant the bomb. All he can do is take exits. 500 again are going to equalize.
And look at that. You've got 4 kills between Rainwaker and Red Star. That's just that duo coming together again. 500 had a very good read on the situation. Even though Cirque doesn't get impact, once he breaks that smoke and fires the AWP, he sees so much vision. He sees the bomb, he sees mass players in there at Con, and it's just good patience for Red Star 2 to hang back, play really passive in there at jungle, not overextend straight away, not get caught on the cross. I mean, both of these T-side line, they're just not ready for the fight at all. They're all focused about the bomb site directly.
So we go to evens again. No clear and obvious winner at the moment. Not that you expect that out of overtime.
We are having a major top 8, though, going 11 and 23 for Passion UA.
Yeah. Damage being done to Red Star and Warrior to start off the round. Red Star can hear Kevin making noise, but not willing to strike early here. As per usual, these defaults are slow from Passion UA. Need to play this carefully. One misstep could cost them.
Spellin is a lot more aggressive in A ramp than what we've seen previously, and Oxygen's also doing the same. This is a complete change up from 500. They're being on the front foot on this.
Oxygen waits it out. Smoke's all clear. He'll just dip himself up and into the apartment's corner.
And he's got a teammate jump spotting for him at Van.
Deep smoke. Incendiary up. Molotov goes deep, so Oxygen's undetected, and a Van player might be negated, but the execution could still be denied. Although I say that, Passion UA start rotating. 30 seconds left, and they're going to go down on the pass, interconnector into the A-bomb site. You've got Cirque up in the back. Now was going to have to counter the rotation he was setting up, as well as Spellin here at ramp. They plant open for ramp, and suddenly the round is over. All you have to do is take the kill. Bomb plants. Not denied. Demka played distraction. Spellin is fragged out. Advantage Passion UA here.
And Chikazmo's seen out there from Triple, but they want to try and bait the AWP, but they're trying to get Warrior in the open.
Red Star forced forward. Chikazmo takes his swing sight with one pick and with two. A 3v2 though still favours PUA. AK picked up by Cirque as he tries to work his way in still. Needs Oxygen right behind him. It's a standoff with both T-side players over at jungle. Cirque open up bomb site. Kill found for Demko, and he takes his second man as well. Passion UA are on map point for like the 5th map point, I want to say. 3 at the regulation. 1 now. 1 in overtime 1. Sounds about right. 5 chances to close. Is this going to be the one?
I look at that round and think, unfortunately, it's just a little bit of a misread from 500. They've got 3 players on B. Cirque isn't seeing much in towards short access, and they've got a player towards A ramp, so the tell was that it's going to be a B exec, and that's why Cirque rotated off for spawn. It's one of those rare cases where you're using the information to gather up a game plan, and it ends up just being complete misdirection. How close Spellin was to denying that bomb. I mean, you could feel with how low the time is that one good connection just destroys everything. There's probably just no chance of recovery there from Passion.
Now they need one more. Orbs of Warrow and of Cirque. Boost attempted. Cirque revealed his position. Incendiary will extend towards the back of the stack, and Warrow sees nothing in con, so mid control given up by the AWPer. Sniper's Nest not going to be contested. Passion UA start extending out.
Into ladder, you've got Rainwaker working a bit more of an advanced angle that we've seen from him previously. Warrow just scoping in, waiting to see if there was a boost up on the cinder blocks. Holding from chair, just wait for a jiggle, wait for any sort of contact. And he's getting extremely close to his 40, and he might just get it in this round. 500 in the last were a little bit more aggressive, weren't they? They're on the front side of the apartments, front side of A main. This time it's so much more defensively.
$60 seconds left. Passion UA starting to form up towards the A site. Hit shot from Woro. Connects on Rainwaker. First man to fall. Spellen. Back at the bomb site has Red Star as well with him towards CT spawn access. They haven't checked this angle yet from Passion. Bomb needs to commit to site. Jacasmo is challenged. Quick swing of Demka takes down one player. Swing of Jacasmo is going to cost him his life because he's low HP as it stands. 4 versus 3. Low for Red Star. Topper has just taken oxygen. 2 left. This is the moment for Passion UA, but Cirque are able to respond back with an AWP pick. Passion UA with the bomb down. They start backing away from the bomb side. They're charging in real quick right here. Cirque centralized. M4 finds a headshot. 2v2 at just 3 HP to his efforts. Topper's close. Cirque caught with his head turned away. And the last man surely shall win no more engages. One good burst, one good spray is all it's going to take. But Passion UA to take it at 19-17 and force us to map 3.
Oh, just about. That was a tough ask there, because you're right. There was a lot of map points for Passion, and it felt so frequently as if 500 were going to be able to finally get the edge. I think, unfortunately for the Bulgarians, just a poor first half from them. Always on the back foot in regulation. Had to come back from 9 to 12 down just to force it into the OT scenario. So disappointment that they don't close in 2 for Passion. They just hold on. At least we've got a third map decider in this best of 3.
Yeah, indeed we do, and that's obviously what we want to see from all these decider matches, because you want to see competitiveness here, and Passion UA didn't show a lot of that over in that second half of Anubis especially, so the fact that they've come back into Mirage, they look pretty decent, they look like they held confidence to a certain extent. Yes, it was taken to overtime when they had the majority of their map points, but look, they have taken us to a third map, and considering how Anubis went down, I had some serious concerns that that might not happen.
Yeah, for Passion, it probably comes to a moment where they're getting tested a lot more than probably what they have done in previous best of 3s. There's a lot more waiting on this one. I think the X factor from Red Star is a good sign moving forward for 500, because I think Cirque was really slow to start, upped his game when it got later on in the series, but I kind of look at everyone on 500, and I think at the moment Red Star is easily the best player from map 1 and map 2. So I'm looking at Ancient thinking if he can spool up again, then that's going to be a dangerous player that Passion have to deal with.
Yeah, he might not have been the top fragger in the first map, but in the second one, man, dropping 36 frags, like nearly getting to 40 towards the tail end there. Like, he did a lot of great work for 500. It just wasn't quite enough to push it past the finish line here in our second map. So Passion UA take us to a third. It will be Ancient up next after this very short break, where we'll see whether they can truly bounce back, whether 500 will still have their number and take their victory. It's all for a spotted LAN, and it's coming up when we return.
Šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
We go the whole distance in this best of three, an appropriate way to round things out between Passion UA and 500. A matchup that will qualify one team to LAN and eliminate the other from the competition for good. At first, I had some fears that Passion UA were going to lose it in a 0-2 fashion, but they turned it around on Mirage. Had to fight back for overtime, yes, but they are here now for Ancient, our final map of the best of three. Dwag, let's discuss how we stand now on this one, because you could look at it in many different factors. You could look at a great turnaround from Passion UA to take your opponent's map pick and now to claim a second chance at a lifeline. Equally, though, you could say that 500 are the very fantastic Anubis and they were able to close out in confident fashion, and then they still had to battle hard and they battled very well to get to take away the opportunities that Passion UA had to close out that second map here. So which side of favoritism do you lie on for coming into this third?
Probably not much. I think I just look on the map as a general overview now for the decider and kind of forget what I've seen on map 1 and map 2. And unfortunately for 500, we just have barely seen any Ancient from them post MRQ. I mean, they played it quite a lot in all of those series there, and then they basically get rid of ships, they bring in Red Star, and they played it, what, once on a rematch versus ENCE in this tournament in the Swiss stage, in which they were up 9-6 and couldn't quite close it out, struggled to get that game even to double digits. So there's not a big sample size to see what Red Star is like on this map, where at least for Passion, they've been picking Ancient quite a lot in best of 3 series. I look at the majority of their tournaments that they've been playing in recently, we're seeing it in best of 3s. So you would say from a map veto perspective, the Ukrainians probably have a little bit of an edge, but when you look at how competitive this series has, there probably isn't going to be much in it.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern in terms of 500's maps for me is, first of all, the fact that this map specifically is, first of all, the fact that they've got a 5-map losing streak coming into this Ancient, and the fact that some of those map ups were during the MRQ, and as we said earlier, those results were really, really one-sided against their name. 13-2s on a couple of those occasions. 13-5 as well against OG during a CCT as well. Like, you are talking like some very, very one-sided little affairs. And admittedly, they were also against some decent competition at the exact same time. So there is that competitive element to weigh up to. I'm still, I think, again, the other factor is the mentality and mental game, because, as you said earlier, like, Passion UA, they fell apart on that first map, and cracking under the pressure is something that we have to consider now coming into what will be the qualifying game for these two teams.
For Passion, it's always going to be them overcoming that hurdle, and it won't just be in this tournament. It'll be in a lot of tournaments to carry on for the majority of the year. It's just whether Topper as an in-game leader can call this team into actual successes. You've got what I would say on paper is a better Passion UA lineup than what they had at the end of last year. Now, just because you've got a better lineup doesn't mean that you're going to have better results. And getting even somewhat close to what the results were for the previous organization won't come off of 1 qualification to LAN. It will be 2 qualifications and 3 qualifications, being a constant namesake in the LAN circle. And this is the first, I guess, opportunity to at least start creating that pathway for them.
And again, they have been on the rise in the recent few weeks. They have been making opportunities work in the online circuit. So this is their next chance to make that step up, and their key opportunity to really apply that level of form that everyone really wants to see out of this squad. The one that would prove without a shadow of doubt that this team has something about them right here. And it was a hell of a bounce back compared from map 1 to map number 2. Waro dropping 40 frags at the top end of the board for Passion UA when he was very underwhelming from that first map.
Yeah, I don't know, though. I see the number, but I don't see the impact. There were certainly some key rounds in overtime, especially, where he sort of turned it on and he was an impact player. But I feel like the majority of the time we were seeing more impact from Cirxor than what we were from Waro. And sometimes following stats only give you so much of a pitch. I'd like to see what the eye test looks like on Ancient, because, I don't know, those numbers just seem higher than what they should be for Waro.
Well, what about the other 2 players that actually went green on the Passion UA side, in Jacasmo and Gavem? Did they have impact that was a bit more weighted towards the Passion UA favour by comparison to Waro?
Not so much Gavem because of the role that he plays. I mean, he's a passive T-side player, and he plays an A-side anchor when it comes to the CT side. I think Jacasmo offered a little bit more, which is probably a good sign, because I don't think he played particularly well on that B side of Anubis in map number 1. So yeah, I'd say Jacasmo would have caught my eye out of the 3 of them if we're going to start talking about individual players.
Maybe it might be the guy to watch out for into this next map as well. For Waro, I mean, to put those numbers and make it look more impactful would be the next big positive in terms of implying himself and giving that little extra push the Passion UA need, because this one, I think, can still come down to the wire. Even if 500 have a negative map record, even if they're on a 5-map losing streak, I still think that this map up should be close from them. I still have backing of Passion UA to take it overall, though. Like, I'm still sort of looking at them. I'm concerned that there are some aspects in which they wouldn't do so, but I'm going to stick on my guns and how I predicted this series. It's not going to be an easy call call though. It's not going to be far gone. It's not going to be one-sided. This will be down to the wire.
And this series is starting to get dragged out. I mean, we're what, 3 hours-ish into the best of 3, and we haven't even played the third map decider. I know that both of these teams grind quite a lot on HLTV, and they're familiar with what it takes to have a long series or 2 best of 3s in a day. But when you are playing such an important game, you just mentally need to be ready. I mean, we went, what, nearly all rounds in regulation on map 1. We went to double OT on map 2. What's in store on map 3? I hope we don't get a blowout. I hope we don't get a one-sided scoreline, because that would just be the worst way to cap off this best of 3.
That would be a very deflating end to the series, no doubt about that. Although certainly would try to get us back on track. Ensign Partizan was supposed to start about 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, thanks to the boys for waiting. And if you're waiting for that matchup, then also just be patient when we get through this final one. It's certainly stretched out a lot longer than anyone really expected it to do, especially if you saw how that first map went down and you had your fears like I did about Passion UA's composure in this game. So, yeah, we'll continue on until we find our winner, and it will be on Ancient where it will be decided. So, are win conditions down to those individuals? Is it down to the likes of Jacasmo and Waro and Red Star just applying that individual pressure and applying that individual star power in this final map?
Look, the way you have to concise things is that Red Star's been on the team less than 3 weeks, and the 4th and 5th players of Demka and Waro have been here for about a month. Of course it's going to be individuals. There's no way that we're going to be looking at team play outclassing one another when we're talking about such a small span of time on newer players into the roster. So it's going to be X Factor, it's going to be individual ability. That's going to make the difference between winning and losing in this final map decider.
It's all down to the last one of the series. 1 map taken for 500 and 1 map taken for Passion UA. 1 more map. See who is going to be our first team forward to the Conquest of Prague finals. CT start for the Ukrainians as the pistol round kicks things off.
Intriguing that Red Star's on P250 but no armor. He's the one with both a smoke and a flash. You expect it to be some sort of exec, either smoke donut or smoke CT, maybe get a molly out there towards the default angle. It's going to be a red smoke, so this should indicate that they take donut and A-split.
Flashes and Molotovs in to try and protect them. An attack from the 500 side. Topper and Warrior getting tagged up first and foremost. Demka, headshot, flagged out on the first play. Needs to get Cirque next up. They're both blinded. Cirque caught on reload. Rainwaker surprise support. And Cirque can trade back another. Kavem and Topper are solo HP in this. So 500 will steamroll the pistol.
And even though 500 may look as if their Ancients looked weak in recent days, this is still an organization and a lot of players that used to pick Ancient as one of their go-to maps in the pool. I remember when Red Star was a part of 500 in the previous iteration, Ancient was their #1 map. So you expect the cohesion to be quite good on both the first half and the second half. I'm mainly, if I'm looking at 500, I'm looking out for Red Star and Rainwaker. I think that duo in particular on Mirage was creating a lot of good moments for the Bulgarians.
Good advantage for them. Good start. Passion UA will try and bring the pistols out against here. They've done a very good job of just sacking off the second round breaks just to go towards the rifles early rather than trying to force the issue. 500 will be able to claim a 2-0 early lead. Any major damage being done towards the CT sideline. Warriors Deagle was hoping that something would present over towards the A-bomb site. We might see him rotate in shelf and look for a third exit, which would make it expensive for 500. But at that point, that's all you can ask for here for Passion UA.
Warrior 2K with that dig. Would just like one more. 500. Now, looking at the fact that they probably won't upgrade that Mach 10, the Oxygen and Cirque have fallen, I reckon we get a Rush B in the next round. I reckon they even get Oxygen or maybe another one of those Macs.
Plausible. See what the setup looks like in a moment here. Passion set their first set of weapons into the defensive line. It's M4s across the entire board, so only 2 pieces of util per person. You've got a full gambit of smokes for players. 4 sets of flashbangs, 1 incendiary and 1 HG, though. The damage output will be limited on those utility pouches. And yeah, it is fast up towards ramp. Casmo's seen and spraying down. Damage to be done towards the T-side line. They can't return that damage Onto Passion UA quite as equivalently. 4 HP for Red Star. Smoke and flash in, and 500 have to cancel.
It's a good cancel. They were running into a little bit of a trap there. They've baited so much CT util though. Now this is where they can take first stage of Cave and then probably take Shelf after it. Boost up for Oxygen is good. Kevem is worried about both Shelf and Donut at the same time, and he only gets one looking between those two positions.
Or about to get flanked from that elbow angle as well. Rainwake has seen him. One player out towards Pit that needs to fight against 2 T-side members and will go dropping, and with that, the A site is open. The rotations don't even need to get called in. 500 left the bomb back towards Cheetah. Spellin will just cover off the site itself. Here in Jacazmo rotating up. The engagements look to be found. If he wins this fight, they commit A. Either way, 500 have got all the advantages in the world right here. Jacazmo just trying to bait Spellin into an overly aggressive fight. Could get caught on reload. Back to the boxes. Moving around him. Finally loses. Now it's out towards the B-site play here. Demka's up to task next.
That Incendiary, or maybe even a little bit of spam, might be able to catch Red Star out from the ramp. Incendiary goes down. Oxygen couldn't just get off of the bomb. It sticks it all the way. I'm not getting any feeling here, though, for the CT side.
A little HP, man disadvantage. Red Star's the only point of weakness for 500, and he's well far away from losing his life. It's backing all the way out towards the B doors. You've got rotations in from Rainwake. You're going to put smoke down over it long. It's allowed Demka much access. Actually misses there, so that leaves a gap for the man to work with. But just nothing presenting with the flash support as well. They will start to back off and save their guns. 500 with a 3-0 start.
Perfect beginning, and let's just consider for a moment what happened on map 1 and map 2. Wouldn't you say that it was really slow starts from 500J? They were always on the back foot, struggling to get the lead back, and then found themselves in one-sided half switch. Now they're 3-0, potentially 4-0.
It's true. It's very true. How can Passion UA deal with that? Certainly can't do much in this round. This is the follow-up rifle that you're looking at the most. Upgrade pistols on the half by the 2 and 4 staying will be a slight positive for Jacazmo and Demka. 500. Quickly up and in, HGs go down, CT players prod forward, Spellin is going to get caught. Jacazmo with the opening advantage. They've taken all sorts of mid-access, which 500 have not contested here. Kavem up at Shelf, edge of the smoke, Oxygen seen, he loses a lot of HP. CTs are extending down here though, the M4 is going to look to fight. As Kavem falls, a trade is found by Jacazmo. They are tagged up quite heavily on the CT side here, and they walk right past Red Star, who engages against 2, taking Jacazmo on top of Demka with a lineup beyond the smoke, taking a lot of damage on Red Star next up. 2 versus 2 now, Warriors rotated in with supports. They're smoked away from contact.
The problem is, Warrior can't help Demka. They're going to try and contact up from ramp. The M4 struggling to find the connections. Demka just needs to get 1 kill in this exchange. He's fallen back even further. Gets that first, not quite the second. Could Cirque really be on for this clutch on 8 HP?
I doubt it. Smoke in the way of his exit path from short, so A will look to be planted on. Warrior's going to quickly realize that that's the case, however, so he can give chase.
Yeah, Cirque can get the bomb down, and the problem that Warrior's got is that he doesn't know where Cirque is repositioned to. It's a plant open for CT, but Cirque can go Donut, he can go back to Sport, he can go Temple. There's so many areas that he can work on this.
He's picked Donut. Hoping the man comes in from Shelf and mid. Warrior, no kit, no smoke, means that there's no cover.
Yeah, he can't stick it. He'll have to tap.
Looking towards main. Check for Donut. Back turned. Cirque swings to Hunt. He's heard him run away. That's round done. Warrior's not got time for this. Cirque has indeed won the clutch by virtue of the bomb plant. No need to get the kill in. The streak continues on 500.
Now, it's a bit baity in there at the bucket, in which one of the T-side players is fighting while the other one is tucked. But what a lazy clearance that is from Jacazmo. I'm not being funny. If you really want to prove to me that you're good enough to qualify to LAN, you've got to be clearing that area. You're just tunnel vision to the top of Shelf. That's the freest kill that Red Star could have got. And then even when he's on low HP, he can transition back to what, that second player at bottom ramp? That's just 2 free kills that have been offered to 500, which is one of the very few reasons why they were able to redeem themselves in that last round.
Might have just thought that the one player was out there in that wood corner, not expecting the second man, because there was a kill that came in initially. The bomb was dropped for good reason. Regardless, that unchecked angle will still lead to around 500, but it could have been one for Passion New Way to start. AWP on site, connects one kill, not quite the collateral, but it looked like he lined them up. Red Star close range around the bomb site, and Waro takes another. Looking for a third pick, doesn't connect it. Cirque returns to a 3-on-3. Bomb dropped, Shanghai picked up and trying to get planted down, but the main AWPer, AK Spray, trying to find Jacasmo in the interim. The backstab coming in from the T side as well towards CT. Spawn gets out of the way for Jacasmo. He's dropped the bomb. He's dropped that second. Knows exactly where Rainwaker is as well. 1v3 for the man. Spam down, incendiaried out, and Passion New Way can claim their first.
Good work from Warrior to get on the front side of that CT smoke. Just try and keep the pressure up. I mean, Red Star did all right to go and get that one kill just in the spam of Donut, but it gets really chaotic. CT's in what is a 3v3 just start spamming everywhere. You've got players firing from Donut. You've got CT being compromised. And it reminds me of that Mirage round where they spammed the smoke towards Jail and didn't find Waro, which is almost the same of what happens there. They spam CT and they just don't quite catch Jacasmo. He's sort of tucked in towards that corner and all of the bullets just evade him completely.
It's a start. 4-0 for 500 in the initial opening is going to leave them and still with a pretty decent lead over Passion New Way. Opening opportunity presents here with the broken buys of 500. The damage done of that eco has actually done quite a decent amount of work for them in the long term. Vacates recovered oxygen straight in towards the mid-fight. AWP of Waro. Scoped in to receive. Flashbang doesn't connect towards him. Kills found easy.
Waro is a bit stuck though. Unfortunately, that HE misses. That could have been quite mass damage. The molly misses too from Cirque. It's that deeper smoke and elbow that makes it tough.
Flashbang finally doesn't connect towards the man. Utility pull out. Kavem able to support with a wide swing of Red Star, offering up his next life. 5-on-3. Molotov's finally sending Waro packing out towards Red. Gets out of dodge. And we'll hold this angle, hold this position from a different angle rather. Flashes into the T side. He's got a boost up there from Cirque, will catch on Waro. AK can get recovered for Rainwaker as well, so they've got their second weapon back in play.
It's quite poor that they keep searching. I mean, it's a 5v3 against a weakened buy. Oh, it's starting to fall apart. Both mid players drop. And this is where I just feel like Passion, the ego is just a bit too high on some of the individuals, isn't it? You got Kavem on the roster, you got Warrior 2K on the roster, you're thinking, yeah, let's just keep fighting, let's just keep the pressure up. And instead, you could very easily lose this round. You don't have bomb control, you don't have info on the round, you haven't been able to take space away. What looked like a done deal is now turning into what could potentially be a 6-1 score from 500.
And again, I've seen better from these boys. Better game sense, better knowledge, better understanding of how to play the game and how to not lose out on that regard, because that probably should have been a Passion New Way round off the basis of just the 2 kills in the AWP.
Well, knowing that you've got a donut player, I mean, the red individual of the AWPer just needs to sit back passive in CT. Just hold the cross.
Now it's traded to a 3-on-3, and the ace site given up to 500. A bomb plant, which will get Spellin back into an AK in his hands. It was dropped off by the CT player as well.
The problem is no one is on the bomb site. Everyone is donut. They're lucky that the CTs don't have a smoke.
First one will clear. Exposed plant position. T-side watching. Molotov and Rainwaker get towards the bomb. That should secure the round itself. Jacasmo can line up a kill. Those are Spellins in the back lines. Damage can be returned to. Cirque and Spellin trade. Topper to a 1-on-1. Diffuse. Tapped. Held. Cirque not swinging. Now he does. He keeps the round in for 500.
Bye-bye, boys. You're not going to Prague. You are trolling. A 500 will look at that one and say, geez, what are they doing? Why have they overpeaked? And I feel against 500. I know that they're obviously a squad right now, Jay, that's not a top-end Tier 2 team. I know they have been in the past, and over different iterations they certainly have. You don't allow an experienced team to recover rounds like that, do you?
No. Starting to feel that deflation I mentioned a moment ago, Dwayne. Fast hit out of 500, stalled out by the incendiary of the TT side. Jacasmo in, HE's on Topper have struck the opening frag. know that player's there on Geelong. Take the fight. Red Star gets the kill in. Down to 3 men of Passion UA and no overfighting. The 500 are going to give to Offer Up. Returns. Decent M4 kill for Kavem, but not able to deal with Cirque. So down to 2, even being hunted. Demka spamming his way forward and caught on the reload. Could have fallen rather easily towards Red Star. Even if that pick is found, it does not lead to a round here. Demka could just grab the AK and save it. Might not even get away with that much here because Rainmaker's on the hunt.
Demka should fall, but Warrior should be okay.
One weapon at least. Rainmaker's going to pick his moment.
I'm surprised they even bought there. And it's the same sort of argument that we made in the round 23, round 24 of Mirage, where they're not double eco. They don't have to buy. Is it a necessity? I mean, that buy is weak. There really isn't a lot of upgrades around it. And instead of being 1-6 down, you're going to be 1-7 down. Things are just getting worse and worse. And you're running out of rounds now to work with.
It's not too dissimilar to the collapse of Anubis, except it's coming much earlier this time. We are seeing nothing out of Passion UA here. Concessions of this ilk towards the likes of Nexus, a team that they probably should be beating. Tactical has been called in by the Passion UA side. At least in that matchup, they were able to turn it around with a decent ending half streak, but that was to recover from a 7-2 deficit.
Even Demka is heroing down. I mean, they're trying to get a bit more impact out of this round, but you need to kind of steal it. Last thing that you want is for this round to not generate impact.
SMG and 2 other pistols. The MP9 on Kavem is going to lean up initially towards elbow. Spelling going to start searching his shelf. Molotov's V30 in, top up. Just the fight as alongside Kavem's spray coming up with damage but not the kill. Spellin gets him through the smoke.
Just looking flat now. And top up, hoping for that boost up, but it's just not approaching at all. Instead, the T's are just heavily taking shelf and elbow.
Deagle spamming Jacasmo, loses his life quickly. Trace is revealing him. On that smoke over at red, man down, 5-on-3 now, 500. Got top up. Spellin makes his way in, shot down. Finally, something going right, but only one thing going right. And you can see how Warrior is just backing away from that B bomb site. Doesn't want to lose the AWP to a round that is pretty much lost at this stage. Then going to stick around for some exits. Kill found on the first man, not the second. AWP may make it expensive for 500. Going to commit towards the B bomb site here. They're running in as well for 500 for Morrow. He thinks he's going to get too close towards the smoke. I'm sure he doesn't get a retake here. He's got a kit on himself. He picks fast and Oxygen just waits for him to extend, so. AWP lost. 7 on the board. Advantage of the half for 500.
Now, when we had the discussions about 500 earlier in the year, Jay, we're sort of going down the line of, oh, they're starting to be back, aren't they? They've been to CCT Grand Finals. They've been able to win a tournament. It's obviously very underwhelming at the MRQ. They force a roster change. If it's been 19 days since Red Stars joined and they've qualified to a LAN almost instantly, could you say they're back?
Well, I mean, we're back off the back of the MRQ. Charge forward from Kavem, wants to try and put pay to those thoughts. Spellin takes the frag as a casualty to start. Advantage CT side, and a second one through the smoke on Cirque. Passion UA, another 5-on-3 as they take that lane access in control. And 500 start backing off themselves.
Nicely done there for Kavem. I think last time he's gone aggro shelf and tried to compete against Spellin. He's normally been on the receiving end of an opening death. Oxygen tried to do everything to force that fight back out, but there's just too much util. Now, this is another 3v5. So I would just say watch out for the crossfires and watch out to see if any mistakes are being drawn on the CT line.
Minute to play with. 500 to get to all the mainstay weapons that they can. Oxygen revealing himself to go to an AK upgrade. And a bomb on his back as well. So if he starts extending in from lane, he needs to make sure he gets both of these kills. And the crossfire, that's an impossibility.
Well, he's just going forward to pick up more util, which is only going to help them probably get out elbow.
Seems to be. He's walking slowly but surely into spawn alongside Red Star. Seeming like there's hard to save back here, so... And losing those first two fights, opting not to give any more AKs away. Doesn't mean Passion UA will get to number 2.
Passion have just not really cemented themselves as a consistent team here on Ancient, not just from the scoreline, but how maybe some of the man advantages have worked, how the mid portions of the round are. They really need to start capitalizing and going on a pretty big round streak. They've got to, I would say at bare minimum, get 5 CT rounds. I think any less than that, if they get 3, 4, I don't think they've got a second half in them. I don't think they've got any threat to be able to really take this best of 3.
And the very least they need to bring back is all that they can in this half. Again, it was from a 7-2 deficit they returned on their last map of Ancient against Nexus yesterday. They went to a 7-5 half and then eventually contested it to 11-13 loss. We need to continue along that line here for round 10, 11 and 12. 500, of course, money's bolstered. They will lose that first fight. Red Star down.
NWP could make it another if there's even just a jiggle coming out towards Shelf. It seems like it's going to be a quicker play into taking Cave and going up ramp with the bomb.
Topper waits and holds. Givem takes another kill on Spell and Oxygen. Trades. Topper returns fire. 4-on-2 for Passion UA here.
Rainwaker needs to try and get a duel before getting this bomb down. Tap it once. He's trying to see if he can get a CT to come through one of the smokes.
No one is, though. Incendiary forcing him into another Molotov. He does get a kill on top of Relief, but Jacasbo trades him as the smoke and long clears, and he swings for another. Perfect double. Perfect third for Passion UA. 500. Not quite so rich anymore.
That's a bit of a shame. You're going in for a bit more of a quicker maneuver, and before you've even got yourself into committing, you lose a straight spam. Kavem just, wall bangs into that sort of bucket area, straight against Red Star. And then follows up with a bit of a multi-frag. You've got some off angles being cleared. Shame for Rainwaker, where he's sort of watching out the backstab to see if there's going to be a secondary player, and then the smoke starts clearing it long. So it's a couple in a row, and 500 are going to go Hero AK onto 1.
See whether Rainwaker can make a difference. Catch him off guard, make an expense. Slow pacing of the T side continues along this for 500 here. Working their way up into their defaults in towards lane. Careful consideration of where exactly they want to go here. Even with that Hero AK, unless he does do something special, like get a quick double in on the entry to the bomb site, probably looking at a bomb plant at most.
Demka's going to be able to stall all of this time into Donut. So what he'll probably do is funnel the T's into Red Room instead, because he can just drop the Incendiary, drop the smoke, and then there's no way they can go through it.
Incendiary in hand. Blocks him. Smoke down as well, and that does force him to cancel into the hands of Kavem, where Rainwaker domes him. Orb shot from Wara only lands a leg right here. Secondary peak doesn't manage to make anything happen at all. So Kazma, even he fails on the back of the bomb site. Needs support here. Topper will get here towards Cave. 3 kills coming in with the CT side. They do get a second out of this round in 500. Bomb plant look to be secured. Rainwaker turns it into 2, and Spellen is cut down before the plant is secured. Very good effort for 500. It goes the way of Passion UA.
Considering that Rainwaker is just a sitting duck on the bomb site, that's excellent that he's been able to get that kill towards long. It's a shame they don't get the bomb down, because it's only a couple of ticks away. That was so nearly a steal, when nothing should have been generated to that sort of level. just the AK power. Good preamp from Rainwaker in all of these duels.
Last round of the first half sees Passion UA bringing this scoreline back. Arduously, slowly, but surely. 3 rounds for the good, 2 if they can close out the last round of the half. Demka receiving the fast play in ahead of the smoke down at CT Spawn. Spray will get a kill out of that one, but he's flash blinded, so he has to escape towards CT Spawn itself. Kavem behind the Molotov, or the smoke rather, here over at Donut. HG's to open up there. Smoke get a kill back against the bomb planter. Cirque trades it. Rainwaker pushes forward to a 3 versus 3. Topper's round the corner, and Rainwaker's going to catch him. As Topper thought he was a little bit too close to the corner itself. The bomb will make its way over towards the B site. Kavem will not get cut off.
And this timing is really awkward because if Kavem gets this kill quickly, he might just try and get onto the bomb straight away.
Red Star's low HP as well. The AWP has seen the taps of Rainwaker are sick. And Kavem, he's playing back towards mid in this 1 versus 3. He's got a smoke with the kit. But low HP means that they can all just peek and spam and they'll get the frag that they're looking for here. I think bomb plant was just ahead of the just ahead of the cave entrance. Backs turned, revealed, killed off. 8-4 at the turn, 500 extend their lead, return to Passion UA as they recover in the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
500 looked fantastic on the T side. Now, can Passion UA look the same? It was a recovery to bring back the 4 rounds, but couldn't turn it into a 5th, so it's 4 to separate the 2 sides. And a lot of work for the Ukrainians to do to go to Prague.
Well, let's just consider what we've seen in the best of 3 series already, Jay. Map number 1, 4-8 on the deficit for 500. Map number 2, 5-7 at the deficit. Map number 3, the decider, 8-4 up. We have always seen 500 be on the back foot, trying to claw that scoreline, trying to get it in their favor. And now they're in a position where they're putting the pressure on the plucky new team. They're putting the pressure on the team that's on the rise. They're in a position where I would say win the first pistol. Mate, your eyes on LAN are just basically locked in already. It's such a good scoreline to be up.
Indeed they are. .500 do look chuffed with themselves about how things have worked up at this position. Last time in the series they walk into the second half with an advantage means that they are on to take this series and therefore take that spot. Talked about how important this LAN is for both sides. Passion UA will get few opportunities in the very near future. 500 had very few opportunities in their existence. 1 LAN so far this year. This would be their second, I believe, as well. The last LAN was also unranked. This one will be. So 500. Set to the final pistol round of this series. Red Stars Julies have already fought against 2 players and will take a 3rd man out with the shelf assistance in mid. Jacasmo suddenly becomes the last player left. It's a quadra for Red Star. And no way back in for the last man.
Well, it's a hell of a statement to make in the first pistol, and something that we should reflect on in these previous LAN tournaments. You just mentioned the ICE Invitational. Not only is that an unranked tournament, they just got invited into that tournament. The LAN before that one, the PG Polish Esports League, the Super Cup in August of 2023, got invited. What is the last LAN that this organization qualified for? That's the Blast Paris EU RMRB in April of 2023. So they are a handful of rounds away from qualifying to their next LAN nearly 2 years later. That's such a long drought, isn't it? That's such a long time in which top names in the scene, top tier 2 players have not been able to qualify for a LAN.
No legs up for this team. Had to work for their spot and they have to continue working here and now. They've just taken their 9th round with the pistol win. Should have number 10 on the board as well because Passion UA, as ever, will not be forcing into the follow-up. They're going to take the eco and try and grind back the 6th round deficit. Towards the B-bomb site they go. Topper fragged out first. Felon seems Jacasmo. Zone Glock doing damage towards Oxygen, but not enough to get the kills against him. Everyone falling on the T-side line, 1-on-5 for Quebec.
Well, I'm getting really excited about this potential partnership between Rainwaker and Red Star reuniting, putting up a lot of good showings, because I saw it on Mirage, I'm seeing it here on Ancient. Yeah, they're a little bit more role players. I mean, Rainwaker is certainly more of a supportive anchor, a supportive T-side, while Red Star takes a little bit more of those star roles. They've put up nearly 30 kills between them in just the first half alone. And we saw Rainwaker having an absolute stellar last round of the half, where he cuts the rotations, he pushes through that CT smoke, makes it awkward for the Donut players getting up there from shelf. This might have to be a really fun and entertaining duo to keep an eye on.
Very in character as well for Rainwaker to duo up with one of his teammates and become iconic. We did it with Denny Slaw back before he joined Liquid. Of course, it was an AWP rifle combo. This time, AWP's on Cirque. No partnerships there to speak of, but those two are finding all the impact they require on the SMGs of Rainwaker. Spellens caught first up. Demka disconnected first, however, so still going to be a 4-on-4. Passion UA might get unlucky without an advantage.
Red Star's just blocking out here from Cave, and he's funneling them into mid. Now you've got 2 players close towards A main, and it's both of the MP9s. You've got Rainwaker and Cirque up here in tree and a player down underneath. So Rainwaker might be able to draw them in, should be able to drop that incendiary, and then Cirque's going to be the player to punish.
Gonna hold out for them. Orange, Jacasmo, Papa, and Kavam. Getting in from main, done it respectively. Cirque strike down against one, not the second. Secondary SMG of Rainwaker goes charging into the man as he tries to put Incendiary down a protected position. Eventually his teammate's going to swing forward to trade it. 2 versus 2 with Topper's casualty. Oxygen leans up, sees the man on the center of the bomb site, gets his kill in. Topper trades it, and Red Star's the last man left, flashed off position. Topper going to lean into a fight that Red Star will take, and 500 are ever closer now. Prague is at their fingertips. All they have to do is reach out and grab it.
And now you start seeing in the isolated odd best of 3s, Jay, where some of the cracks lie with Passion UA. Yeah, you can tell me that they had a really good run in Galaxy Battle. They upset some good teams recently. They were able to get into the top 16 of Thunderpick where they got knocked out by Fnatic. What about the Nexus loss yesterday? I mean, who are they? Mid-pack tier 2, not even taking a map versus them? And yet they come into a matchup to LAN where they looked a bit disappointing out there on their map pick. They've come into the final map decider and they've just shown nothing.
And here's a deflating way to end this series. Small recovery in the tail end of the last half is all the Passion UA have to speak of. Need to win that pistol, need to win that rifle. They've won none of them. 3 more rounds on the trot for 500, 4 if you include the last of the half. AK for Jacasmo, hero weapon as part of the half by Passion UA. Half buying to try and make 8 rounds in a row into overtime. That seems like a very big stretch, but Jacasmo has struck the first man down. Spellen is picked up, Oxygen near the corner. We'll get down 1 player. Jacasmo with a double. Needs to get that triple incendiary against his man. AWP is Cirque. Lands a 3-on-3. You've got Mac 10s closing in as well. The AWP Trying to find another pick out of it, and Topper goes down. Looks for the Quadra! Oh, suck! Now leaving it all on Waro. Versus 2, they're both round the corner. The M4s are peeking together, and Cirque will line up the last as well. What a fitting way for him to conclude. Lackluster at a certain point, but now he's the star that burns bright for the 12-4.
I feel like I'm just getting nostalgia, Jay, of just old school Bulgarian CS. The flair is here, man. Look at some of these rounds. Cirque is just on it. And for an AWPer that hasn't had the craziest of series, he just steps up to close this game out. And it's not just him. There's so many players that can provide that X factor.
They have provided said X factor in various points over this series. 500 teetering on the edge of success. They are one more battle away from the conquest of Prague. A 1-for-1 trades. Spellin and Topper have at least kept things at an even stance, but no guarantees. Passion UA got Jacasmo leaning in from Caves. Oxygen was caught off guard with that, but that's just just that one pick. They think there's more here towards the B bomb site. Little do they know it's completely open. They're going to execute now and find no one of the Bulgarian team.
What we have seen is Spellin basically getting punished frequently on this B bomb site. He got spammed in one of the previous rounds playing reverse default. He then got charged up against Ramp when he was holding an incendiary in the exact same position. And then that time he goes aggro lane from Cave, only goes 1-for-1. Maybe that's a little bit of a weakness that Passion might start exploiting. The problem is it's 4-12, isn't it? So even if you start getting an inkling of, okay, maybe we can punish Spellin with some of the spams. Maybe if we try and pressurize Ramp and lane a little bit more, we can find some easy openers. It's only going to be a matter of time until Red Star goes shelf, or Cirque brings the AWP out on B, or there's some sort of adaptation that the CTs find.
This needs to be a bait-level comeback and then some. Passion UA. One of the 8 rounds consecutive required to keep themselves alive in the series, keep themselves still in with a shot to make it to LAN. Rifles, of course, was saved over from the previous for 500, so they'll be on a strong buy here as well. AWP in on Cirque. SMG for Spellin on the weakened element. You've got everything you can want for.
Red Star playing a bit of an advanced off angle. Spellin sending it aggressively to really try and contest lane. You've got the bomb and quite a heavy pack out in elbow for the T side.
Some smokes coming up towards Donut to try and enter for Passion UA. Smoke officer at red for Rainwaker is going to start to clear. Bash in from his teammate, does not see the contact. Opera is close to giving himself up Oxygen with a decent headshot. Support was there on the CT side. Man advantage 500 here.
And now they've just re-smoked off elbow. Cirque out on the A lurk. He's just holding as an anchor, just waiting to see if they're going to catch anybody. And Red Star's just jump peeking. This is a really disciplined setup. This is a good way to play a 5v4.
AWP just posted. Unsure to look left or right. And Passion are forming up towards mid. Got a rotation on the way, however. Red Star may try and contest this. Oxygen is called Jacasmo out towards lane. That's another man dropped. 3 remaining for Passion UA. 30 seconds to the execution. Cirque is caught off guard. Waro still traded quickly by Red Star. He's on Topper and Demka. Last 2 lines of defense need to hold this round together desperately. HE's, Demka's fallen. Topper on 44 HP, flanked in the back from one player in from main. Spellin's about to win this game and win this series at 13-5. 500 have won their latest battle in the conquest of Prague. 2-1 over Passion UA as they are off to LAN.
And they deserve it. They worked really hard. This is a difficult opponent to go up against. And honestly, Jay, they made them look very uneasy. They looked as if they put Passion UA in a position where they just weren't comfortable at this level at all. And I heard to say that I told you so, but for 500, I think they're back, man. That was a really good showing in a really important best of 3.
Yeah, I have to agree there, Dwayne. Look, I had a lot more expectations for what I was expecting out of Passion UA in this matchup. I thought they were going to do far better. Their form was looking good. They were on the upward trajectory. I had fears about some of the recent tournament exits from 500, but clearly that wasn't even a factor for them at this moment. I don't know what happened to Passion UA, but the collapse on map 1, the non-showing on map 3, like something very clearly went wrong here, and it's going to take some time to digest it, I think, for them as well.
It's going to be a difficult one because there's nothing worse than beating top teams, winning a tournament, going into a tournament that qualifies you to a LAN and you don't even hold weight. I mean, they probably should have got 3-0'd in this series. If we're looking at how Anubis, Mirage and Ancient went down, could we even give them a pass on taking map number 2? I mean, they had 5 map points and only got it on the 5th one. So it was a tough series for the Ukrainians. And you're right, there's going to be a lot to discuss after this best of 3.
Yeah, because again, like they were doing rather well. Even if that tournament, that Galaxy Battle tournament wasn't the most highest level of competition, you're still defeating decent level teams in those playoffs, especially. So it's like I would have thought you would have some of that. I would have thought you would have brought some level of quality to this matchup. But I just don't think we saw that at all. Even in that overtime battle, like the fact that it was even pushed in overtime in the first place just demonstrates exactly how far you had to work in order to beat out 500 in a certain capacity. So a couple of rounds going wrong in that map up, and yeah, you actually would have seen the 2-0 from 500 instead. So yeah, very disappointing day for the Ukrainians, unfortunately. They do bow out, and that, of course, means that they're eliminated from the competition as well. They will not get a second chance to go to Prague, and 500 take the spot that Passion UA may have felt like they really needed.
And for 500, it's a good sign because, again, it's early embedding period to get Red Star into the team. We know that officially he's a stand-in. Come on, let's be real. He's going to be the 5th. There's no one else. There's legitimately no one that's going to fill that spot other than him. So he's going to finally get himself on this roster. He's pracking with the boys. He's helping them out. And with the individual showing that we were getting from him, now you can understand why they thought that a change was required after the MRQ, why they looked at it. I mean, some people might, on reflection, say, oh, well, they just got full tilted, didn't they? As soon as the MRQ finishes, that's it. They want to make a change. But I'm looking at what change has been made, and it looks positive. It feels positive.
Well, let's put it this way, right? He was near the top end of the board in pretty much all of the maps in the series. I know that obviously that doesn't show for map number 1 because of how one-sided things look for Rainwaker's stats, but just green in all 3. Very good in the last map up as well. A lot of excellence from him as an individual, and 500 can go over Passion UA in a 2-1 series fashion. They will be off to Prague. Red Star's going to be there. Everyone's going to be there from this team, and they had to earn it the hard way. Ultimately, through the Swiss stage, they worked well, and they work together, and they move forward. It's our first team that qualifies for the conquest of Prague. But the question is, who's going to join them? We're going to find out after this break, as ENCE will take on Partizan. Similarly confident and similarly important for the ENCE side as well. One of our tournament favourites, as they hope to do battle and take another battle victory on their road in the conquest of Prague.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Na portále Playzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Hello, Wilkie. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. There is only one match ahead of you right now. How sure are you with the boys that you can make it to London Prague?
Well, of course, it would be very important to get to the LAN. Like everyone can see that the LAN points are insane at the moment because everyone can see the VR is still under the works from Valve, so a bit broken, you could say. Like even us, we have pretty good record at the moment, but you're just staying stable at the same position. But once you get to LAN and get some results at LAN, like an IP did, you just skyrocket in the VRS point rankings. So it is insanely important to get to play these LAN events. So fingers crossed. I hope the guys can make it happen. But we are grinding at the moment a lot of tournaments, so it is taxing, of course. And then it's like, what do you want to focus? What is the most important thing? And of course, for us, at the moment, it is to get to those LAN events.
How does your schedule look like right now? Because for you as a manager, it might be very difficult with all of these tournaments, all of these competitions to fit all matches into place. So how difficult is it for you right now?
At the worst time, we had 3 tournaments going at the same time, so that was quite hectic. But for now, we have, like next week, we have 3 different tournaments going on, but 2 of them are overlapping each other at the beginning and then at the end. So that's still manageable. But when there's the third one, then it gets pretty complicated. And of course, when you have playoffs games or finals, then rescheduling matches doesn't usually work out. So it causes some issues, but at least for the time being, we've been managing. And of course, for the summer break as well, we have been getting invites for the tournaments in the player break as well. But of course, the guys still need to have their breaks. So sadly, we can't play during the player break. But get the rest the guys need and then get ready for the next season.
Yeah, so since the start of the year, are you still at 100% of played matches, or did you forfeit any due to some time issues?
Let me think. I don't think we have forfeited any games yet. Because, like at the beginning, of course, some teams were abusing the mechanic when you didn't lose the VRS points when you forfeited. So you had the chance to play around the system, but then Valve fixed that. So I don't think forfeiting is an option at this point.
Yeah, exactly. How do you feel about your opponent, about Partizan Esports? Are they dangerous in your eyes? Because they already made an upset against many very interesting teams.
Yeah, I think all the teams are scary in online CS because, as you have seen, we have been struggling against like even these teams that are close to rank 100 and so on. So it's just online CS is a different beast to the offline games that we also used to play back in the day. So it's people are when you play from the comfy of your home, you are more willing to do some crazy stuff that necessarily don't happen when you're at LAN events. So yeah, I think every opponent is scary in online because you never know what's going to happen. And then yet again, if you lose the match against lower ranked team, the punishment at the moment is pretty severe regarding the VRS points, like when we lost the match against AM1. So yeah, it's pretty rough, and you cannot underestimate anyone.
Yeah. Before this match, currently, are there any issues you are working on right now? You are fixing right now? What is the biggest issue you are working on in recent times?
Well, I guess if you have seen any ENCE games in the past 6 months or 5 months, everyone can see the problem is the consistency. So that is the key problem we are trying to solve. It feels like we never get 5 players to the server at the same time, and usually when we have 4, we can win the match. But if we only have 3, then of course it's pretty impossible to win at that stage. So if only we can get all 5 to the server, I think we would be in a good position. But the consistency for sure is the main thing we have been struggling, and the guys have been trying to work on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck with that as well, and good luck for the match. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Emi. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. How happy you were when you made it through Sashi to this deciding Plains match?
We were really happy because we've been struggling a bit with our form lately. So every win is really good for our confidence, and hopefully we will bring that confidence today against Ents.
Yeah, well, even through these struggles, you still are playing a pretty good tournament, upsetting many good teams. Are you happy with your performance at this particular tournament at Conquest right now?
Yeah, we're happy because we went through the playoffs and now we have a chance to qualify for the LAN, and we're just gonna give all we've got today, and hopefully it will be enough.
You are playing a Seed 1 team and didn't lose any matches right now in the tournament, but you played more matches recently, so maybe it could be your advantage. Do you feel like that?
I don't think so, because every match is a new match, you know, but obviously we played them a couple of times, so we have an idea how they're playing, and they probably have an idea how we're playing. So I think it will depend on the day form of the players, and also on the calling of me and Glaive. So yeah, I expect it to be a tough battle.
Yeah. How does your matches usually look like? Are you able to beat them sometimes, or are you struggling with them?
We beat them one time and they beat us one time, I think. We played twice, but we won against them in best of 3 in CCT semifinals, and they won best of 1 against us like a couple of weeks ago in Yala Compass close qualifier.
Yeah. For you as a team, how important this match is when the LAN in Prague is included, because there is a lot more VRS points in play. So is this maybe one of your most important matches of this year?
I'd say so, yeah, because obviously because it's qualification for a LAN tournament, and there's a lot more VRS points. So yeah, one of the more important matches, I would say.
Okay. What do you feel like will be the most important thing today for you to beat Ents?
To be confident and to have a good mentality in the game, even if things go wrong. We need to have mentality that we can always come back, because we've done it in the past, and just keep grinding out the rounds.
Good luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. It's time for our final match of the day and our second of our decider games here. If you're just joining us, you missed out on 500, eliminating Passion UA and taking the first spot at the Conquest of Prague LAN. The question on the tip of my tongue is who is going to join them as ENCE and Partizan try and do the exact same thing to each other. And walking into this match, I imagine a lot of the people at home would have come to see one particular side make that qualification happen, and let's look at them as the favourites perhaps. I think in the case of ENCE, they might have to look at themselves in the exact same regard.
You'd certainly imagine so. I think from an outsider point of view, you just look at the main Swiss stage and say, right, there's 16 teams here. There's 2 teams that look like they are better than the lot, and that's Fnatic and ENCE. Now, I would also say there's a very good reason why a lot of these teams want to try and take down the Giants, right? This is a very good opportunity for Partizan to have another run at the king, have another chance of ENCE.
Exactly. They already had one head-to-head matchup, as you might have heard in that interview, and well, we'll see whether or not they can repeat those performances of how that best-of-3 went down back in February. But in terms of how the Swiss went up, this is a very different story of dominance on the Partizan side. They had to get stretched all the way to round 5 in order to make themselves known here, defeating Sashi in that 2-0 fashion. Whereas for ENCE, they made it through in 3-0. They got the flawless run.
Yeah, and I guess we would kind of say the same thing for 500. They didn't really have the toughest of draws. You can say the same for ENCE. Opening game versus Maestro. Next game versus 500 in a best-of-1. You've just beat them in the MRQ, so it's an easy rematch for you. And then your best-of-3 to get you into the play-ins is against Rush B. So they haven't exactly taken on the best of teams. This is now a very good opportunity to see if they can continue that winning streak in the tournament.
Indeed it is, and so long as they can just keep a hold of that level of form, then I think that they can do pretty well against a team like Partizan. Unfortunately, they have got a bit of a lost streak coming into this matchup. I mean, lost towards Sangul and Ecstatic, as well as Ecstatic a little bit earlier on this morning here that eliminated them from Thunderpick. So already losing out in some different regards here. I guess they don't want to get eliminated for another tournament here and now, especially when you consider that Partizan I don't think really stack up to the same level as the Danes.
No, they probably don't, but I want to talk about some of those recent losses. The 0-2 one against Sangul, I mean, that's not even a mid-pack Tier 2 team. I'd say they're probably low-end Tier 2. And then the game against Ecstatic, second map in the series, Train, they were up 12-7 and just didn't close. Didn't manage to get it over the line. That's a serious amount of map points that got wasted. Think about what happened to Passion UA just a little bit earlier on today with Mirage, right? We saw them really struggling to close maps out. Look at how the rest of the series goes down. I don't know if ENCE are going to be coming into this series thinking that this is going to be a walkover. I think that they shouldn't underestimate Partizan at all in this best-of-3.
Oh, complacency is exactly how you will lose a matchup against a team like Partizan. So I do hope that ENCE are not going to end up doing so. I hope that they've taken the time between that morning game and here now in the late evening now that your series has been delayed a little bit more to really buck up your ideas and sort of iron out exactly what went wrong in that matchup. Because look, even though ENCE should be expected as the favourites, and I think that from their mentality perspective, they have to look at themselves as the favourites here. They are still dead set even on map-ups and don't have a best-of-3 in hand over Partizan. Partizan did beat them in that CCT series back in February.
And this is a Partizan side that I think is led by a good, strong in-game leader in Tier 2 of Emmy, who's participated at a Tier 1 level in the past, just like Glaive has, and he's trying to work up younger talents in the scene. It's a bit more different that Glaive isn't working with young Danes, he's working with young international people, but this is Emmy trying to get the most out of guys like Collins and Dragon, and at least Vladden we saw a little bit. I think Kindo is kind of unknown to the majority of the Tier 2 landscape. There's a lot of guys in here that have never sort of made careers outside of their local scene. Now, in terms of the veto, Inferno should get banned out for ENCE. We should see a Train ban coming through from Partizan, and then in terms of the picks, we know that Partizan really like their Inferno, so if that does get banned out, they have to pick into Dust 2, they probably have to pick into Mirage, and then as for ENCE, they quite like their Anubis as of late.
There will be a Mirage pick in from the likes of Partizan. Dust 2 comes out from ENCE instead. I guess looking at that Yellow Compass matchup and knowing that they 13-5'd them out in that best of 1, want to look back towards that. In fact, all 3 of the maps we're going to see on this series have actually been on record in the past. Mirage and Ancient got played out during that best of 3. Partizan took Mirage, ENCE took Ancient, and then Dust 2, of course, went the way of ENCE. So from a historical perspective, ENCE have actually got the better maps in the series.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about the Dust 2 pick, though, because Dust 2 gets picked a hell of a lot from Partizan, and I think their Dust 2 is pretty good. Look at what they did on Dust 2 out in the CCT Global Finals. They beat BC Game on this map. They were also able to beat the Imperial side. This is the Tier 1 Brazilian Imperial side. They picked it against Zero Tenacity earlier on this morning, got a pretty comfortable win. In a best-of-3 where there's LAN on the line and you're picking into a strong map of your opposition, even if you got the one-up over them last time, I think there's a little bit of risk risk there from Ents.
Well, I'm going to debate you on that strong map perspective, because right now the win rate is negative on Partizan's part for Dust 2. And you take a look at the teams that they've lost to, being Ecstatic, Heroic, Bait, Na'Vi Jr., Nine
They're all
Pandas,
top teams.
Ents.
They're like all top-end tier 2 teams, Jay.
But that's what I'm saying, Dwayne. I reckon the Ents probably fit within that bracket in this context, with the fact that they've got that victory in hand on that Dust 2 map up. Conquest of Prague, Tipsport odds have Ents at the moment as our favourites. They're tournament favourites for very good reason, Dwayne. I think this actually is a much better call from Ents than what you make out.
Okay, well, I think it's a hot take to say that Ecstatic, Heroic, Bait are in the same conversation as Ents, because what have Ents achieved? Tell me, what have they achieved?
Well, Ecstatic still were able to beat Ents out earlier on today. I know that Ents obviously haven't made the same runs that they wanted to. The MRQ failing is one example of exactly how they want to bounce back and make it towards the LAN. And yes, they got eliminated in Thunderpick, which earlier today should have been a bit more of a better showing from them. But that is my whole point here. Ents still have done decent things in terms of the Compass run. They still have made a good run up in terms of the rankings here. They need to continue along those improvements in terms of getting towards LAN. So I think they look at this matchup and themselves being as favourites, or that they look at themselves as being the favourites. And I think that honestly, whilst it's not like a confident sort of high-end tier 2 squad, I do look at their result, the fact that they were able to beat out this squad in the past, and the fact that Partizan struggle against once you start moving up the chain of command. And I think the Ents actually probably do have them beaten up on the chain of command.
Yeah, I kind of want to give a little bit more towards Partizan. I mean, even in this tournament, right, the best of 3 that they took on against 500, map 3 went all rounds of regulation. They held weight against 500, in which Passion UA weren't able to do. And then even against Sashi, I know Sashi aren't in the best of form, but they still play tactically some pretty sound CS. Man, they were all over them. They just did not even give Sashi a look in. So I kind of look at Partizan today and say they're a side that don't often play at LAN. I mean, for historically, the organization, they've actually only played at one LAN tournament, and that being the ISF Esports World Championship last year in November, where they ended up placing top 3. Outside of that, the only times we've seen these players at LAN has been under sort of iNation, or been under Entropic, or been around all the different other names in the scene rather than Partizan. So this is a chance to make some history for the organization today.
Yeah, they want to try and go to LAN. Everyone wants to try and go to LAN. That's what today is all about, going to LAN. But the question is, can they beat out a squad that have been, well, in some respects, been towards LANs, and they have had opportunities to be at the highest ends of LANs in the case of Glaive especially. So again, I back that experience a bit more, I think, on the Ents side. I know that obviously they have had struggles, and they're going to try and prove those struggles a bit wrong here in context of this particular matchup, but I think they have what it takes to do a little bit better from them. I think some of their more long, wider reaching sort of concerns extend further beyond than just a single series against Partizan, honestly.
Yeah, that might be a good point. I mean, for Ents, they've only been to one LAN at the tail end of last year, that being the Alyssa Masters Espo that they won in October. They haven't been to a single LAN in 2025. Before that, it was even before the changes of bringing in Kaspersky and Naitu, but what, last place in ESL Pro League, and made the stage in Sky Sports Championship in July, but couldn't even win a single map, let alone a single series once they got to the stage. So the results have been very underwhelming. And I look at Kaspersky, he's only played 2 LAN tournaments as a whole, that Alyssa Masters Espo event, and then 1 ESL Pro League season where he played with NIP, and that's about it. Even Naitu, mate, he's only really played local French LAN. So I think it would be really good for what is a young squad to get them in an international LAN, get them playing in Czechia, because it probably would be the last chance that this 5-man roster for Ents would continue if there is a failure at this tournament, if there isn't a LAN qualification.
Well, we've talked about the fact that compositionally, Ents doesn't make 100% sense at certain points. Like we talk about, like comparing them to Fnatic, who I thought like in a similar sort of position where they should be doing decently well, but sometimes they do have failings, right? I guess you can put that down to how you would describe Ents here in this matchup. And honestly, like when you talk about like too much firepower on Fnatic, not enough firepower on Ents, right? I mean, look, at that point, roster changes would be made to try and improve or fix that sort of problem. So you probably are right if they do have some failings, that there are going to be some questions about the composition of the roster and how they make up the rest of it moving forward, and who they decide to move in place of whoever they decide isn't worth the cut.
And this has got to be a lot of pressure on the backs of Glaive, because he's an in-game leader that hasn't really achieved a massive amount since leaving Astralis, and he's been a part of Ents for, what, 2.5 years now. That's a long period of time, and this is sort of a moment where he needs to try and step it up. He needs to try and bring a little bit more to the fold, and I think for Partizan, they're going to give them a proper run for their money. This is not going to be an easy best of 3 at all for ENCE.
It's only been 1.5 years, but you know what? It is a good point. It's been a fair while for the man himself, who did quote, you can quote him when he entered this team saying, I want to win trophies with ENCE. So, well, a Conquest of Prague trophy is certainly a trophy.
Hang on. They've got to get to the LAN first, Jay. Let's not even think about the trophy at the LAN. They've got to beat Partizan today.
Look, if you're the IGL and you set that as your goal, I'm going to hold you up to that particular goal. So let's see you qualify and let's see you make that victory. Personally, I think they can at the very least qualify, so I'm going to back them 2-1 in this series.
I'm going to go 2-1 towards Partizan. I've just got a feeling about the plucky underdogs today. I look at Partizan as a squad that's been working really hard. I think the results have been inconsistent, but we have seen peaks at times. Just think back earlier around the 3-month window, CCT Series 17, mate, they were able to get into a grand final. They 2-0'd Fnatic, 2-0'd Nexus, 2-1'd ENCE, got into that grand final, took a map off of 500, just couldn't quite take it. So we know that they can have these long and extended runs. We saw it in the CCT Global Finals, taking a map off of Bade, beating BC Game 2-0, beating Imperial 2-0, even giving a fight back to Heroic, who not only went on to win that tournament, they've then just gone out to Mongolia and won a LAN there. They've contested against teams that you would probably think is in a ballpark too far away from them.
Of the ENCE side, if you want to talk about like a Partizan making runs to grand finals, remember ENCE had that grand final position also at the Compass Qatar online event. Went 2-3 in that particular group stage, which is a negative record, but tiebreakers put them in the playoffs where they beat 9 Pandas and then beat BetBoom, and they lost out to Na'Vi Jr. in that grand final. So both teams have had grand finals online in the last couple of months.
And knowing that you've been in grand finals, it sort of makes fair dues that you're here in a play-in game, that you're in the last sort of chance to make it towards a LAN or not. I mean, I'm looking at Emmy. He has played 51 LAN events, with his first one being back in September of 2011. So 14 years on, there's a chance for him today to make it his 52nd LAN.
God damn, that's a long old time for Emmy. Yeah, man. You usually talk about players being in the twilight of their careers. I'm not sure how Emmy feels about that, given how long it's been. But one more for the road if it does end up ending at some point soon. Obviously, for everyone on the Partizan camp, you are hoping there is some level of success on their own part, because of not only the veterans of the roster, but even guys like Vladen, for example, who we saw on Bleed could do really good things when he was bedded into a system, and he didn't quite work out on that roster. We're coming back towards the local divisions and hoping he can find more success here on this Partizan squad.
Well, I'm going to extrapolate that a little bit further with some of the changes that have been made recently. We saw earlier in the year Rogger getting kicked and then Vladen coming in. It sort of filled up the AWPing role because Rogger was an AWPer over there. Vladen has now not only joined the team, but on March the 18th, he signed a multi-year contract extension. So that kind of gives you the feel that he's here for the long run. He's here to develop under Emmy's system, a very experienced in-game leader that's had stints at Tier 1 with Crazy, working with guys like Letney, like Hunter, like Nexa, guys that have played at a top level in the past, and sort of tried to bring that back down to the local divisions. The one surprise that I got, because as of today, Jay, we're talking about May the 7th, May the 5th, just 2 days ago, we saw that their head coach of Choiv getting parted ways after his trial contract expires. So Partizan are going into this tournament and going into this best of 3 without a head coach. Something to think about maybe what the future relies on who they could potentially pick up.
Yeah, I mean, even for the matchups themselves, right? Like we talk about tactical pauses being so invaluable to teams, because you can have that sixth sort of pair of eyes to give you like advice and steer you in the right direction if things are going wrong. So you won't have that anymore if you're Partizan, and it has been so very recent of that addition, of that subtraction rather, you know, in terms of just the last couple of days basically is where that's all gone down. So it might be a bit of a shock to the system to try and adjust against that if they do get put on a back foot or if something does happen. The only way we'll find out exactly how it will affect them is to see how it plays out in the server, which I think is almost ready to go here for our first map of Mirage Dway. Are you back in Partizan? Are you backing them in 2 maps or 3?
No, I think it's got to be 3. I'd be really surprised if either squad here would get a 2-0 today. With how much pressure is on the line and with how both teams are participating in kind of the same level, the majority of same tournaments. I think we're going 3 maps, but I'm going to go Partizan on this one.
It's another one where there is no clear and obvious favourite. Even if you might have certain expectations of the squads in mind, we do have the agreement that, yes, this is going to be a down-to-the-wire affair. As it should have been for the Passion UA versus 500 matchup, it will be for ENCE versus Partizan. Map 1, Mirage, ENCE on the CT side to start things off.
You've got Emmy leading the boys into what just seems like a standard A exec. Smoke, Molly, Flashbang, Potty to try and take first contact. It's going to have to be a retake A setup because the CTs are just retaking mid. It does mean that Naitu can backstab and try and get himself out to either Palace or A ramp in the late rounds.
Smokes in, Kaspersky and Poddy have backed away behind the smoke over at Connected Jungle. Decent kill on Dragon to kick things off with the USP at range. Goose down damage is done and Kaspersky is picked up. Poddy can trade a secondary player though. Still blinded. SDY finds a fight on at CT spawn. Is Emmy down. Bomb carrier seen. His back up. Down to Naitu's backstab. SDY closes out the last and ENCE will take the pistol.
It seemed as if for Partizan, it was getting quite successful, wasn't it? They sort of get the util out, they lose the first pick to Poddy that's just on the jump up of the box in Con, but then they get the 1-for-1 trade, they're clearing a lot of the site access, but it was just a lot of distraction being made by those players in from mid, and then as soon as the backstab comes in, it's just basically a done deal. SDY cleanly getting shots out from Sport, a good sign from him. I think this is probably the best of 3 series for him to really put his foot down. He's meant to be the star player, he's meant to be the most experienced player. I want to see what he's going to be like when LAN is on the line.
Well, most experienced outside of Glaive, obviously. But you are right, career dating back to the Team Spirit days of 2018. Hell of a man for SDY. Hell of a time it's been for him.
Would you not say most experienced player on the team since the COVID era? I'd probably put him as more experienced than Glaive.
I mean, if you're only counting the online era.
The last 5 years, which is quite a long time.
Right, but that doesn't negate the era-defining Astralis period that Glaive had.
Oh, yeah, how's Astralis looking now?
Right, yeah, that's without Glaive, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, right,
The past doesn't change, Glaive. Like, come on. Are you seriously going to tell me that 4 major titles is less experienced than SDY doing well in the online era?
No, I'm just saying since the COVID era, since the online era.
All right, then fine. Partizan are the most experienced in the last 10 minutes, sure. Let's use
I like that. Oh, no, I like that one.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent stuff. Cool. Guinness Book of Records criteria right there from Dwayne. 2-0 start for ENCE. Pistol conversion going well. Rifles brought in by Partizan. They went full eco in round number 2. So round number 3 will kick things off with an AK. Finally, the opening 2 fights are flooding. Alrighty then. We're in business, Partizan. Glaive can't take one back. Akindo. And Dragon is right around the corner to receive. Collins got one more fight back. Makes it a 4-on-2 for the T side.
What a secondary shot that is from Vladen. And we definitely saw it out on Bleed. The sharpness as an anchor, he is impeccable. And he was, when the team was struggling, one of their better players. So I would say, even though he's not a star player, you're not going to see him in the most active roles, he's a player to watch out for in this best of 3.
Well, Glaive and Potty are the last 2 players that remain for ENCE in the meantime, and you've got one of the more experienced versus one of the lesser experienced. They will both make a unified decision to save their weapons here, not toss themselves into the A bomb site and lose their lives here. The money still weakened for the early matchup, and there won't be a hunt as well for Partizan. Very good stuff from Vladen to start off this rifle basis for Partizan, and again, as you mentioned before, sharp as a knife sometimes for that individual. I was so shocked when he got kicked, or not kicked, but benched from Bleed there, because I genuinely thought that he was making a serious positive turn in his own individual career.
You got to remember what was going on with the team, though. I think a lot of the benchings and overall signings were probably the players wanting to bench themselves.
True,
Like, Cirque wanted to get out of there. It's a tough one because from the naked eye, you go, oh, yeah, he was kicked, he was benched, whatever you might look at it. But with how that whole lineup went, the way that I look at it from my point of view is that he just wanted to get out of that team. And he was exceptionally good.
Yeah, I frequently forget because when I think about my reactions to Vladen in Bleed, I always think about how he left it. And I remember both of us at the time like looking at each other and just going, what have they done? Hindsight is 2020 and does tell a very different story to that roster. SDY, I think a good story at the start of the round for ENCE. This time he's the man with the opening frag. Emmy is down.
ENCE are doing a good job of some of these opening picks in what seems like the first 15, 20 seconds around. They've got real intensity behind some of these aggressive moves. Dragon to try and re-clear up some of this space. Kaspersky falling back in con. Double peeking back in and gets punished there from Dragon.
Responsive from Poddy is just as good, however. SDY to peek on Vlad and doesn't give him the full phase. It's just a shoulder to spot that AK. Sent Knight up with the SMG, hoping he can frag back. Player on the bomb site unaccounted for. Collins can take it to a 3 versus 3. SDY's M4 is focused on the 2 short attackers and the connected control from Vlad and co. Kill found on 1. Flashbang turned away from Kindo, got blinded by it as well. His shoulders peeking out. SDY can't get the kill, but Glaive can. Smoke back. Just ahead of the bomb though. Collins can still grab it. He's sneaking forward though, and Poddy will protect his captain for the second kill of the round and a third on the board events.
Nicely done from Poddy to back up Kaspersky and Con. Even though it's a short player, not quite in like a dual setup, it's just an immediate trade, and then it's just a rotation instantly back into the market. SDY doing work, everybody else putting up the impact. Now we know that the current head coach of ENCE is Enken Jay. What not many people will know, Jay, was that he was the head coach of Entropic when Collins was playing there from July of 2023 to April of 2024. So he's going to be familiar with some of the moves, maybe some of the expectations of what they can understand from him.
And of course, probably more famous for his tenures on Sprout and Big back in 2019, 2020, from 2019 to 2022 period, generally. I had this infamous interview, and I can't remember who it was, but he made a claim that his AWPer was better than someone from Gambit. Which was rather funny when they got scored in the next match that they played each other in. PTZ do have the upgrade pistols around the hero AK of Emmy, and the first frag is found by one of those pistols. Collins doming in Naitu. Kaspersky being pushed out of the bomb site here. Incendiary's in towards connected control. We'll get the kill on one. Poddy to follow up on the other. At the rifle, and his backup dropped. Bomb not going to go down right here. The swing forward from those CT players, giving ENCE a very confident level of form here. Some of these rounds being taken rather easily. Of course, that was just an eco. Rifles are back for Partizan now.
Even though Enken Jay has been a coach and analyst for, what, the last 10-odd years, he used to be an ex-pro player back in the day. Played on Alternate Attacks, played on Penta, played on Planet Key Dynamics. I always feel like those old German names we used to see so frequently, even at the heights of Tier 1. And now we just don't even see them in Tier 2 anymore. It is such a shame. Expert, Euronics, those days all disappeared. Unicorns of Love, they were always good fun.
It was the progression of esports organizations as more money came in and those guys couldn't keep up.
Well, Euronics and Expert are like shops, right? Same as LDLC.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why LDLC aren't committing all that money towards their esports team. In fact, they're not committing any money to their esports team right now. And very true to think about, but Glaive is shots on as we focus back on the matchup more for a moment, because ENCE received the B-side execution of Partizan. Poddy's all going to back away for a little bit. C1 player jump facing with that bomb in towards default. SDY can swing in to get the kill. Not quite double up as Vladen took both him and Kaspersky out. Incendiary goes to the backside. Shouldn't catch the man though because he gets away in time. And it's Poddy and Naitu. 2 versus 3 for the retake.
ENCE are looking really on point with some of these trades and some of the positions being held. This is going to be a tough fight for Partizan. Good shot from Kindo. And now Poddy, well, he might as well be saving. The money's not excellent, so hold on to that or bring it into the next round. And I just get the feeling that on this first map, if Partizan aren't going to be able to take it, it's going to have to be an A-star performance. Everything's going to have to be on point. You're going to have to get impact out of some of your good fraggers. I mean, Vladen got some very impactful trades from the apartments against those site players.
Even that fight on Naitu, I mean, he had the right call in terms of his attemptive kill. We got damage on the player that was up there at the balcony. The angle was held, and the AK has better firepower, so Partizan are going to win that fight. And win the round by extension. Second on their board, and ENCE have got plenty more that they can pull from. AWP staying in is going to help them in that respect, but it's still not going to be perfect here. Double AWP set up, in fact. Glaive's going to bring another one to the fold.
ENCE are using quite a bit of an expense off of this one. You start thinking about Mirage for both of these teams. Last 3 months, 7 wins, 9 losses for the side events, and 7 wins and 12 losses for Partizan. Some of the key players, Potty, 1.03 rating, seems quite low. Kaspersky, the con player, 1.0. Dragon at 1.16 and Kindo at 1.11 on the opposition. Looks like the Sydney Opera House there, actually, from Collins. Up there on the bookshelf.
Oh, good spot.
It
quite
might
cool,
not be. It does look like it, though, with the sails.
It does look like it. I don't know. I mean, a building that distinctive, I don't know if there's anything else that would compare.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Why would he have it, though? That's just such a strange thing.
Oh, I mean, why would... I mean, I don't know. Why would anyone have like a, I don't know, like a...
Well, normally you'd have something like that if you've been to the country. Maybe he's been there. Maybe he's been there.
Maybe he's been to...
Yeah.
Maybe could have bought it in the gift shop or whatever. Collins wants a gift of a couple of kills out here at a ramp. Doesn't quite get them, though. Not all of them, at least. Naitu picked up SDY with a responsive. Kaspersky peeks into Con and sees 2 more men in mid. Down at the bottom end of mid as well. Potty will try and wrap back in to defend that mid angle because there's a decent risk of a boost. Dragon may well find himself in a very nice flank angle as time goes on.
They're looking sharp, Partizan. Everyone's hitting shots that they should be hitting. Out there in A ramp, it's a good 1-for-1. Out in Con, they just obliterate Kaspersky. And then for Glaive, I mean, with rotates being slow, I can't even imagine that there's any way that they can win this round. I mean, the best that he's got to hope for is what? Get a kill, stall for time, but even that feels unlikely.
Shot missed on Glaive, backed up, trying to escape. Blind fire, the flashbangs placed well enough here from Partizan. Counter utility from Potty is only going to go so far with this one as Dragon takes both him and SDY out. That mid flank works. Glaive is known about, so the bomb can just rotate safely and quickly and easily into the A site. Glaive probably goes down here as well. And talk about sharpness from Ents, and now the sharpness presenting well enough from Partizan for their 3rd round.
It's been a long time since we've had success from the Adric region too, especially in Tier 2. You've only really had players that have come up and gone and done something. In terms of actual local teams, it felt like Z10 may have started capitalizing on it in sort of the middle section of last year, but sort of went awry. And I now wonder for Partizan with how they looked at the end of last year with a really good placement at ISF, with getting into a grand final in CCT, with potentially being in the running to qualify to the Conquest of Prague LAN, maybe they can start showing the national pride on a decent level in Tier 2.
And they keep this up. They may well have that opportunity presenting itself. No buy-ups for Ents. The money has been whittled down. Not a lot of cash for a lot of players, so Eco into the next roll-up on the rifles. We've got a deal in from SDY to see if he can provide any extra support. And top fragger in the server right now. You want to see him be a star? Well, so far so good. Not able to do much at this moment with that star power, though. See if the hand cannon can get any more headshots out of this one. There's a missed smoke there as well towards the connector jungle cross. Unfortunately, he can't do the backup smoke, so we can use that. And even then, the firepower is not there for them to resist the bomb plant. Exit frags at best here for the CT side. Get one out. MAC-10 could fall, and indeed it does. So secondary pick. Tertiary one not quite coming through for them. SDY does pick one out, so there you go. 3 casualties taken by Partizan. Ents can be happy.
And Potty's going to try and get back out towards this dig and just see if he can make it one more kill.
Those where both T-side players are or baited. Careful taking swings in against him, but he's caught moving, so no more casualties. Decent enough. Ball would have been lovely, the cherry on top, but doesn't quite work towards them. Ents' focus will be the rifles anyway.
This is where Emmy needs to start locking in, because if we're looking at map number 1, he is playing his 1,499th map on HLTV. Could it potentially be a 2-0 win, let alone an 0-2 loss? Can he turn this into a bit of a positive in this best of 3? Ents on the buyback would like to try and make sure that as soon as it gets to a tied up scoreline that they take the lead back in their favor.
Leaning in for the Partizan side. Mid control looking to get established. Ents have been not quite as heavy-handed on the mid defensive this time. We've got Naitu out in the sniper's nest over at the jungle entrance. He's waiting for them to extend up through the window itself. Kindo more focused on underpass to Con.
All about timing on the edge of this smoke. Kaspersky's been struggling in Con, gets baited. It doesn't quite jump on the opportunity to do damage against the AWP. Hardly does anything against him.
A quarter point of health. Similar amount to what Kaspersky's taken as well from the CT side. So returning damage keeps it evens, although it's 2 players that have been tagged up now for the T's line. So Polly that draws out the opening fight. Up from Ticket Booth, looking down in connector. Kindo caught dead to right. Secondary and tertiary T side plays up the bomb on their back as well. Smokes on Naitu. Oh, this crossfire is wonderful. They can win the round outright. Trade in. Oh, Dragon gets both those kills. SDY deals with Vladen at the edge of ramp. 3-on-2 favors Ents right here. Nades onto SDY. Not nearly as effective, even if they land real close. Collins picked up. Dragon down to Glaive's hands. Ents reclaim the lead.
Well, it's a promising sign that they're still brute forcing a lot of these trades in their favor on the T side line, even if they're losing opening picks. I look there in COD and think there should be hardly any way that they'll be able to overwhelm 2 CTs. It was Potty on the AWP that made the difference. Getting that high ground, playing around the CT ticket, and just giving a little bit of pressure back over towards the underdogs.
Thought for a moment they might have made a mistake there in that connector sequence. I thought the Dragon's double may have turned it on for the Partizan account, but not to be. AWP's in towards Palace. It's AK's into the apartments. SDY swings on Vlad, and Vlad lightning fast reactions just before, just barely seen the man before the kill comes in.
Kaspersky might try and get that deep HE, and Vladen is taking a lot of attention away towards B. They can get a boost back up, but what we're seeing is the bomb outside of A ramp. Oh, just misses it, doesn't he?
Oh, the HE lands short as well. Vladen's on 4 points of health. That would have been more than enough to take him down. Just didn't place it correctly. Given a 4-on-4 now, Ents to be playing against pressure. At least Vladen can't do much more in this round. Naitu expecting it to be a T-side contact. The shoulder bait's not able to see his man and gives up some HP advantage over Partizan. Now flashbang in with the AWP of Potty. Holds his nerve, turns it into a 4-on-4. Counter flashes and HEs in towards around the AWP, but the T-side's been baited as well, so Glaive has information to work with. Dragon now becomes his next concern.
And Dragon is key to this round. He's got to get the jungle player.
Dragon's fought by Poddy. Now from Dark Knight, 2 can swing. Glaive does get picked up. The AWP finally missing a shot. One man now down towards Dark. Going to be pressured by both T-side players. Dragon has made a triple happen. Kaspersky all alone, 1v2. Smokes ahead of him. Going to beat it. Gets ahead of the connector control. Straight through. Damage done. Kill found. Secondary player runs out of ammo. His USP's pulled out. He looks for the headshot and he gets so close. That Molotov lands inside the smoke as well. Kaspersky gets a chance to reload. The bomb plant look to get secured. Down at default. Kaspersky swinging up. Doesn't see his man. Needs to find the right moment. Needs to find the right timing, and he's got a HP advantage, so he will win that fight and will clutch the round for Ents.
Well, fair play to Dragon. He looks unbelievable right now. He is hitting some ridiculous shots in really awkward positions. And this is a guy that I remember casting in the early days of For Glory. I know that he played out on iNation for a few different iterations, got benched, got brought back. Some of the kills just seem impossible. What a triple this is from Dragon. Such a shame that he's not getting a bit more help from his teammates. I know that they're trying to trade there and they're trying to swing together as 2, but that's a round that you get 3 kills where you probably should only be getting 1. You should be getting traded there from Poddy, let alone fighting against the AWP and then getting the 3rd kill towards Dark.
Now, Partizan have a hell of a star on their hands in Dragon. Very good stuff on display. Yes, you could characterize a lot of their positions in the last 3 months to being down to Dragon doing well, but not receiving as much from his teammates. I mean, you take a look at their ratings, right? He's at 1.13 over the last 3 months across all maps. Kindo next man down at 1.04. So is that going to be another point of concern for Partizan moving forward in this matchup? Ents still hung on to the round despite Dragon's efforts. And that will lead to a broken investment. Half invest pistols upgrade with a hero AK on Dragon. So, I mean, I guess they're going to have faith in him doing some good work of impact. Will it be enough to force out a 5th round out of ENCE?
ENCE have looked a little bit more comfortable than what Partizan have to the start of this match. I think Partizan have been relying a bit more on some of that X factor, some of that individual ability to create opportunities, work mid-rounds. It's the tactical depth that does concern me a little bit for potentially what might come in the second half and then even translating out to Dust 2. Poddy. It feels like he's everywhere at the AWP right now. He's out playing window, he's out at CT ticket. This round on the anti-eco, he's playing in market holding the apartments.
Shoulder bait's attentive from Vladen. He's baiting in the AWP with Glaive's backstab. Receive a lot more. Collins and Vladen both get caught. Both go down. Bomb dropped. End of round. And the rest of the kills start pouring in for the CT side. Kaspersky gets a very easy pick on Dragon. No more impact for him. Negative on his frag to death ratio. So we get picked up by Kindo. Try and resist something. It doesn't really matter too much though. Last round of the half, so looking at all the main staple rifles, regardless of what you do to the ENCE side, and they have the half advantage as well. 7-4, looking for an 8-4. We've seen many of those over the course of the day. There will be a buy from Partizan to resist it, though.
I'm sure 500 would love to see ENCE in the land so they can get revenge. Revenge from what happened in the Swiss stage, revenge from what happened in the MRQ. I know that it's not the scariest of Bulgarian teams in person. It's not like Bubble, Victor, and Dreamer turning up to a land like it used to be. But even still, they'd love that rematch.
Kaspersky hiding out of the smoke. They've gone right past him. They've gone right past him, but he's walked into Dragon instead. The Tech 9 pulled out, the kill getting found, and a rifle for him to maintain. Hence, also have to concede that B bomb site as a result of it. Glaive has walked out towards short, unknown, be exposed towards apartment, swing forward towards the short player with Poddy's AWP catching Dragon just like that. They've turned it all back on its head, 2 versus 4, and the only 2 that remain are on that B bomb site. Bomb plant needs to be secured because Collins is secured by Poddy. Last man standing is Vlad in a 1 versus 4. Is he going to be Clutchmeister today?
Get that smoke down, tap the bomb. He needs more fights though. That's what he needs to try and draw in.
There was a flashbang he just sent out there. Going to be a short access angle. Hearing players coming into market. Swing of the shoulder bait, catches the player with utility in hand. Second frag isolated. 2 more duels to gain out of this. Swan! He's got it down to a 1v1. It's STY versus Vladen. Star versus Anchor. And now the man's been seen. Vladen pinned in a corner, but he's got his spray. He's got his 4K. He's got his clutch. That turns up 1 more round for Partizan.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
It should have been an 8-4 half for ENCE, but one man made the difference when it mattered most. Vladen, the clutch master, isolating all 4 of these fights in what was a 1 versus 4. An excellent round of show, exactly why we rate him so highly. It makes it 2 at the turns of the good of ENCE and a pistol for the second half on their T side.
Vladen is easily one of the best clutchers that you've got in Tier 2. So calm and such good game sense of isolating duels in 1vx's. Partizan worked extremely hard for that, but I feel like they get unrewarded with the rounds. With some of the plays that we were seeing from them, 5 rounds in the first half, it feels a little bit low.
CT side can now look to get a bit more going for them. Start the advantage of the pistols of Pony. SDY finds Emmy, who was waiting and baiting, but held on for a little bit too long there. Vladen finding Glaive, turning around a secondary. Picked the bomb planter, is in the open, but SDY protects him by taking Vladen down, taking some revenge. Now it's all on Kindo and Dragon. 2 versus 4.
Yeah, Kindo's hoping that they re-extend and take space into jungle, but it's just not really happening. The T's are being really disciplined about this post plant. Even Dragon on the search from short. He's getting nothing.
Kill shot. That's as far as it goes for Kindo. No defuse kit. At least not at the time he started the retreat, so... Save the Kevlar. The pistols will still go hunting from Ents, though. Won't find Dragon, so that's at least one consolation prize for the CT side. But Ents with an all-important pistol win. Keep them in the lead, keep Partizan from resisting.
For Partizan, they need to make a tough call on whether they want to force buy or not. I think one of the uncomfortable factors is that Emmy is struggling individually. As a caller, he might be able to set up the boys, but individually he's not putting numbers up on the board. And that might be okay in a first half, but that can't translate in a second half. We need to see an increased performance from him. We need more impact and more output.
A basic pistol sets the Partizan. Gamble stacking the B bomb site. This should be a basic round for Ents to deal with. And stretch up to that 9-5 scoreline, which has been returned a number of times over the course of the competition. But still, a 4-round lead that Ents were looking for at the turn of the half, and they will get a little bit late. They will get it nonetheless.
I wonder if anyone remembers when Vladen stood in for Dihar on Ents at CAC in November of 2023. At the time, that was Snappy, Madden, some pious as Nerds, and they ended up getting a top 4. And at the time, no one really knew who Vladen was.
Yeah, I think it was that event that like actually caused him to get picked up on Bleed, if memory serves me correctly. Or at least put him on the map.
If you were watching Tier 2, you would have known him on iNation at the time, but it maybe put his name up there in the Tier 1 landscape, that at least people that don't watch Tier 2, because I know a lot of Tier 1 people go, ah, yeah, who are these boys? Oh, what's going on? Yeah, they're just nobodies, aren't they?
Put him on the map in the sense of just like higher level competition. Because I don't think without that Ents appearance that he would have done much more. Because he played on like 0-0 Nation, I think, after that appearance, and then got that call up to Bleed. So I think he might have stayed on that particular squad, and 0-0 Nation didn't really go anywhere. So yeah, good stuff from him as an individual.
There's a bit of a strange lineup, because on paper it's actually quite good, that 0-0 Nation. I had Bird from Sky, Sus was there for a little bit. I don't know. I don't quite know why that didn't work out. There's probably a lot of lineups in Tier 2 that we've seen over the years where on paper there's a lot of good players, there's a lot of good names. Maybe Fnatic are in that same sort of position now where on paper it looks like a banging team. But yeah, they can't qualify to anything.
I mean, even Nida are playing tomorrow. We're having conversations about that on another show, like making of that squad looks like it should be a top-end Tier 2 team, but getting pressed by squads like Maestro probably indicates otherwise. So a number of squads that you could say the same thing about. Ents trying to do a little bit better than failures. And the rifle rounds of Partizan set in, no casualties taken by the Ents side. So they're going to keep all their same weapons up. Good kill from Kaspersky, but it's only the one trade back. Advantage held in by the CT side, and it's mostly SMGs available to them here. The AKs were dropped there towards those mid-fights. Glaive still able to get a returning frag to a 3v3, but Nighty lets him down, unfortunately. He's pulling attention back into this B bomb site as the bomb's going to make its way towards A. So bomb plot bonus, given the state of the MAC-10s and the HP for Kaspersky, I think that's actually a pretty decent affair for Ents. They didn't invest anything major in this round. So cash injection, little bonus. See if Glaive can just keep their attention drawn. Pick up the AWP player, making sure that the bombs will certainly go down. Kindo peeks into him, gets his frag back, and now the plant will be secured.
Kindo can at least hold the cross to know that the player hasn't gone back towards spawn. Knowing that Kaspersky's on 5 points of health, I think it's unlikely that he gets a single kill, because even Collins should be kind of the guy coming in last rather than the guy going in first.
And that is the case. Emi leads the charge. Kaspersky, actually, Collins actually giving himself up, so yeah, they do get another kill out of that one, almost a second, in fact, so well done for Kaspersky given the circumstances, but you are right. Doesn't lead to a round, doesn't lead to a defuse, doesn't lead to a defensive, I should say.
And I mentioned in the pre-show some of the changes that have been made recently from Partizan, that Rogger got kicked and Vladin comes in. So that's kicking an AWPer, bringing in an anchor. So it means someone on the team has to pick up the AWPing prowess. And Kindo kind of puts his hand up to say, right, I'm going to be the AWPer. He's never AWPed professionally. He's always been a rifler. So this is a new change in his career and what he can bring to the squad. It's only been a handful of months that it's been the case. The only player that, to me, on memory, has done that is probably Automatic, when he went over to, what, Gen G, went from a rifler into an AWPer.
Yeah.
It's very rare. You don't see it often.
Yeah, I really hate it when teams do that as well. I'll come back to that in a second, because SDY is charging up towards the A-bomb site and gets picked up by Collins in the end. So frag was well enough for Partizan. 19 swinging in for a bit more contact, though. Takes down Emi, who's forward face, and even transitions that spray onto Collins as well. So damage up for him, damage for Dragon, who took, I think, a fight elsewhere towards mid. So man advantages with Partizan, but ends up a number of trade opportunities. Kaspersky snuck past the player in market, looked towards that Palace entrance and dropped Collins to a 3v3. Seeing Dragon as well will fall back away from position because he cannot finish the kill.
Get himself into ladder and Kindo gets dropped. This was looking like such a good sequence at the start of the round for Partizan.
Yeah. Now the bomb's on site. No one's there to stop it. Vlad's going to try closing the backstab, but if he goes too quick, then Glaive's going to hear him. Glaive better put his head on the swivel. He is low HP in this context. The SMG can do well. Aika needs a headshot. Vladden, all distracted by the footsteps of Poddy, unintentionally so. Glaive going to get him. Poddy actually flicked around with the AWP, excuse me, so that was lightning fast reaction from the big green gun. Regardless, it's a frag that will leave no chance for Dragon, being hunted down by Kaspersky, who wants to finish off the casualty, take all players out the CT side. Caught switching to utility and Knives Out will get that kill in. But Enter going to take 10.
And to go back to that conversation, Jay, about you like not really liking it, I think the counter argument is, what option do you have when you're a small scene? I mean, you noticed it on the Renegades 100 Thieves roster. Liaz was basically a top star player in Oz. You get the call up to the #1 Australian team, you can't go in star roles, you have to go in anchor roles. Who are we looking at in Serbia that can all? Like, what options are there?
It's a valid point.
If you don't get Rogger, if he doesn't fit the team, then I think role-wise, someone needs to take a sacrifice. You're not going to not get Vladden. It's just, it is the unfortunate case if you don't have the player base, if you don't have the players in the scene. I mean, look at what 500 have had to do. They've had to bring Red Star back.
It's a bit of a conundrum, although I can't think of any main times where that has worked for teams in the Tier 2 space.
Oh yeah, I can't think of any.
Because whenever we do see that happening, and we watch these guys try and transition into AWP roles, and it's not like going from like a locker to a support or something like that, where it's like you're still playing with the same weapon. Like it's a huge change to make in terms of your role, and very few people manage to make it work unless you're like in your formative years, in your formative period as a player. And so when we see it, we see these players just flounder and flail, and it's just like, ah, man, it's just hard to watch.
Look at even Chauzy, when he went from AWPing to rifling, how difficult that was from him, and eventually just basically became non-existent in Tier 2.
It's a perfect example. It can ruin your career. As a general trend, I don't like it. If your options are out, then I guess you have no choice, but it might impact that individual. No impact from Dragon on the AK. Again, the hero weapon is part of an eco. Saved off the back of the previous round, so no investment for it. Not looking to afford. They're not looking to buy the AWP or the AK rather on the CT side anyway. But USPs always bracket the T-side players as Kindo snuck in the back. He was spotted by Glaive. You can see actually how Naitu's turned his head back towards the Palace entrance on the T-side line. Getting the kill on the man. Now they continue with their A campaign. Only Vladden and Emi to pick up, and really they've got no real chances of holding much more than maybe a kill.
It's been a really strange first map in which I don't think Partisan have played poorly. They haven't been making rookie mistakes, but yet the scoreline is 6-11 down. So I don't quite know how it's been them not so much losing so many rounds, but how it's gone down one-sided in this fashion.
I'm making it expensive as possible. Vladen, oh, he's got 1-1. Glaive's low HP, this is possible. This could be a clutch for his own right. He might just disrupt the narrative. There's one good burst. Lane is a headshot and he loses it. Vladen has somehow pulled this off of an eco clutch. 4 kills for him. Partisan. Maybe they're just not finishing. That was a perfect finish right there.
What a round again. And that is just basically USPs. That round just looks over. The clearing out con, there's a little bit of Manic spraying from Glaive out in A ramp, but not much. I mean, even Dragon with the AK is not developing much impact. Just comes out of nowhere. USP impact into an AK. And this is basically back-to-back 1v4s in the same map for Vladen. How rare is that?
What's shocking to me is if you look at his HP, he isolated each of those fights when Ents were looking the wrong way. Like, he picked his moments more perfectly than I've ever seen before. And that might change things a bit more here, because when we were looking at 11-6, this could go 10-8. Should do, at the very least, with the pistols that Ents have brought out, getting mowed down in mid. It's guaranteed at this moment. No investment and nowhere near as much success as what Vladen had gained. 10-8, and 1 rifle win away from Partisan evening up the board.
Well, Partisan know that right now Dragon and Vladen are putting on a lot of impact. Now, if you are clever and if you are Ents, you know that Dragon is the short player and you know that Vladen is the B player. So if I'm not seeing more targetization of the A bomb site, then I'm not sure why that's not being called. That should be the first perspective of what we need to do and what we need to challenge against this opposition.
Well, these thoughts continue to lean towards mid. Vladen's leaning up into the apartments. Kaspersky with the fight first, and Vladen takes him down. 19 frags, top of the server. Excellent stuff. Another opening start for Partisan's favor. Enter down a man. And well, this is a sign of things starting to fall apart for Ents, perhaps. We'll have to slow things down for the responsive. The CT is not going to give them any more fights. They'll back up and that they're in control.
Partisan just getting some comfortability for the first time in the series, because even in that first half, we were getting some good rounds from them, but they were struggling with the round streaks. Now you think, is there a lucky break from Vladen? Give themselves a clutch, give themselves a few rounds in a row, start resetting the opposition's economy. And this is a tough round to work. Glaive has got to work a timing, but Emmy's pulling attention away, and they don't even know the AWP is out there towards CT.
Volleys and flashes. Emmy fighting desperately in the open. Dives back into dark, 40 seconds on the clock. The AWP of Kindo. Expecting there to be some sort of contact. SDY takes down Emmy through the dark angle. They read him, of course, position pretty well. Kindo now naded. They get another trade out of this to make it a 3v3 even stance and therefore a winnable round. SDY flashing in that CT spawn position. Blind off those players. Bomb needs to get planted, but short access from Vladen is the next big concern. It's gone down to the other side of triple, so it's not completely exposed. Actually, it did get planted on the back of danger, so it was exposed, but no swing to deny. Advantage for the retakers.
SDY needs this duel, and that's exactly what he gets against Vladen.
All three now coming in from CT spawn to Partisan. Ents hold their crossfires. AK burst fire. Naitu takes down Collins. Looks towards the bomb site as well. HG's close to bomb. Dragon to extend. Pod D gets his spray together. And it's all left to Kindo. 1 versus 3. Can take down 1. But not the 3. SDY with 21 frags to his name. Making a play that wins them the round. And the composure of Ents. Like, they just look like they are so cool in that circumstance.
They're showing their experience in the mid to late round for sure. Any time that they're not up against Vladen, at least. SDY with a pure swing towards the window area, and then from there, you just kind of play time. Crossfires are pretty good. Partisan, I think they're going to be kicking themselves if they lose this map, because they really have put on a good showing today. But sometimes it's not always enough, is it, in these big games?
Ents Oh, good shot for Kindo at least, but Dragon fell with the HEs in the mid window. SDY got to the face. 1 to 4. Continues that spray, but he wasn't ready for Collins to be so close. So the FAMAS keeps it evens at a 3-on-3. All 3 T-side players are separated though. Kills can come in without trades for either squad. Glaive gonna walk through that smoke, and Vladen! How has he lost that fight? The MAC-10, I can't believe that!
Can't believe Glaive has walked through a smoke. That's actually a troll move. Vladen's gonna just be furious because there is no way. There's no legitimate reason why a MAC-10 should be able to win that duel. That fight just goes the way of the M4 every day of the week. Such an intriguing play from a veteran player when he's got no idea what's on the other side. I mean, think about how we would have criticized that round if he just loses that fight to Vladen.
Yeah. Like, we would have just been like, Glaive, come on, you're a veteran, you know better than that. But if I'm Vladen, I'm putting my fist through my monitor. How has that worked? Because, man alive. As if that's going to be the play that gets them to map point as well. Like, they're going to lose this off a MAC-10 walk through a smoke against Vladen. Oh dear, Partizan. 4 in a row required to get to overtime. Jesus. And they will invest all that they can. FAMAS is up. SMG for Emmy. The AWP and the AK stays, of course, but it's a broken buy. That is what Glaive has done.
Partizan want to try and get that AWP in for impact. Dragon looked like he wanted to go for the short boost, but missed it, so ends up going towards top mid aggressively anyway. Kindo to break the window smoke. Not seeing anything. They've got a top mid clearance. SDY is the only one in mid. It's heavy underpass instead.
And Dragon will be the linchpin element because no one's really going to account for him here. Flashbang forward. He's going to make some noise. SDY. Can he account for the man? The smoke's about to clear it. And Dragon's caught dead to right to look down at underpass, but the other T-side players can strike with SDY's assistance. Kaspersky can make it down to 3 players on Partizan. And that was one of the AKs, or the AK, I should say, for Partizan, just dealt with in an instant. And Collins providing no further support. Vladen for FAMAS, Emmy, MP9, AWP for Kindo. No one on the B side either. If they take it now, the game is over for Ents.
Yeah, Partizan aren't even really making an info play in this 3v5. They're almost just gambling on A. They look at it and just say, we don't have the weaponry, we don't have the util. Let's just hope and pray that we can try and send them and funnel them into A. Kindo with the AWP, searching Con. Just nothing's being seen. He's heard a little footstep for Kaspersky, but that's it. That's the only info that's granted. Glaive's out B now, so
yep.
Bomb should just go B. Round's over.
Also got Naitu leaning out of the A-bomb site to ensure that the kills are coming real cleanly. Spray on the AWP. It's a little bit messy, but still finds Kindo regardless. And no matter what they do, Vlad and Emmy can't win this round. Minus a miracle of someone just DCing with the bomb on their back or whatever it might be. Like, you're looking for true miracles here. This game is over. Ents are going to take map 1. A 13-8 margin. Been a wonderfully sharp performance from them, a fantastic start, and even though Partizan might have held some decent competitive rounds, they weren't good on the finishing, so Ents will take away their map pick.
Well, it's a really good sign because Ents overall weren't being tested in the majority of rounds. I look at Partizan and think they had a 1v4 that came out from the likes of Vladen on B. They had like a 2v4, but basically a 1v4 from Vladen again on the Eco. Dragon looked insane in that first half. There were so many things going right from Partizan, but they missed key rounds, didn't they? They missed key chances to break the economy. I thought for the most part the economy was always strong in the first half and the second half from Ents. And it's an outclassing performance in which Emmy's got to know that that was a winnable map. He's got to know that they were literally a few rounds away from tiptoeing the economy, getting the momentum in their favor, but it wasn't enough today. And they've really got to try and step it up on map 2 to make a series out of this against Ents.
And I want to come back to something that you mentioned as well during that map up, is that you had one player in Dragon who was doing extremely good stuff for Partizan, but he was unsupported by the rest of his teammates. I think Vladim got a little bit more going in the second half, so you could argue there was 2 players there that provided impact, but Partizan couldn't turn that impact into rounds. And maybe that is something that's characteristic to why they're unable to win map-ups like this, even if they do look so close on paper.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Emmy was, what, 1-10? I think he finished with 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah.
Kindo with the AWP didn't have a huge amount of success. And then Collins, who's traditionally a very consistent rifler, didn't get much from him. So maybe it does go down into that account. You've got 2 players performing really well against 3 that have been a bit average. Against a team towards the top end of Tier 2, perhaps it's not enough to win a best-of-3 series.
Yeah, and SDY popping off in this matchup doesn't help the situation either. You said you wanted to see him become a star. Well, I think he did in that last map up. 23 frags by the time it had concluded. Excellent stuff from him as an individual. And he wasn't the only guy doing great work, right? Like, everyone seemed to have like their moments at the very least. Even if they were boneheaded like Claves Mac 10, it was still a moment that made contributions towards the end of the matchup. And above all else as well, I have to say, it's going to be tilting knowing that that Mac 10 did win them the game.
And there was a few moments like that. I mean, SDY in the 3v4, swinging against Vlad and out in window room, and then everything just starts collapsing from that point onwards. There was a lot of winnable situations from Partizan that weren't quite taken. At least they play a lot of Dust 2, and at least they pick a lot of Dust 2. I think there's redemption room in the series, but Emmy's got to lock in. He's got to get as much out of these boys as possible, because it will probably be a long time until another LAN opportunity comes, and they can't afford to waste it today.
Yeah, absolutely not. And at the end of the day, even if you want to take a look at redemption room for Dust 2, remember that Mirage was still the pick of Partizan. Ents wanted to play Dust 2, so they're going to come into this map with a whole lot of confidence, and if that confidence looks anything like it did on Mirage, it might be a very quick end to the best of 3. We're going to head to a break and see what Partizan can do to respond.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Well, if Ents get their way, then we're less than 1 hour away from deciding who our second team is going to be at the Conquest of Prague LAN. They took down their opponent's map pick at 13-8. Looked really decent in doing so. There was some competitiveness there from Partizan, but unable to finish off the job on some of those rounds. Now leading into Dust 2, but there could still be some redemption back, like you mentioned before the break. But again, just considering how well Ents were able to put that sharpness to effect, you have to look at some major improvements on Emmy's part of things as the captain to really apply that pressure and to make use of the pieces he has on the table.
I think we were just getting so much X factor from Partizan that it almost feels like they have to contest Dust 2, right? Even if it's not a map win, to just give us a run for the money against Ents, because they did let that first map slip. Now, I will say that Dust 2, I still think is a pretty good map for Partizan. I think they've been able to beat some good teams on it in the last handful of weeks. I know it's a bit inconsistent. There is quite a few losses from them. They're going up against an Ents side that looks strong today, and if the boys give us an average level performance, then it's not going to be enough. They really need to show up if they want to turn this into a third mapper.
As a reminder, Dust 2 was the last map played between these two sides outside of this particular best of three, and it ended 13-5 to the favour of the Ents camp. You were surprised that they picked into it because it has been played so much by Partizan, but I can see why they want to do so, to repeat those performances. They clearly understand that something's going on. They understand something and how to exploit what Partizan are doing. And again, I take a look at some of those records, seeing that lose to those top-end Tier 2 teams, and I feel like that's something that someone like Glaive is going to be smart enough to recognise and figure out, you know, what those teams are doing so right against the Partizan side.
And this is just a moment for Ents where they need to make sure that their eye is on the prize, but they're also not getting too egotistical, too advanced. They might be in a perfect position where they've stolen their opposition map pick and they're one map away from qualifying to a LAN and basically creating history in 2025 for at least getting to their first LAN tournament. It's just that they're still going up against an opponent that's been able to beat them in the past in a best of three. They're still going up against an opponent that's going quite deep in these Tier 2 tournaments and threatening some top-end teams in Tier 2. So making sure that they keep their head afloat, make sure they come in with a good, concise game plan, and try and get a 2-0. Try and get a clean result today if it's possible.
Yep, just run your way forward and just see what you can find now from what the impact you've already generated in the first map was. Again, SDY doing particularly well in terms of the frag counts, but it's actually quite interesting that Poddy was not quite at the same level of frags per se of what SDY posted, but still rated at 1.47 on that first map. So you've got a couple of players that really are generating the impact there for Ents, and hats off to Glaive for being able to turn that impact into what was overall a very comfortable map from a qualitative perspective. Now let's see if they can try and finish off the job here in the 2-0 fashion. And it is Dust 2, the pick of the Ents side. We're ready to go live.
And I've just seen so much from Partizan across the last few months in which they've overperformed for what the players have. And I just feel another sort of 13-8, 13-7 score just doesn't feel right, does it? I feel like we're getting some spice here on Dust 2. We're going to have a more competitive game than what we had on map 1.
Well, Ents are on the T side to kick things off. It is statistically their better half. They're statistically the better half of both sides, in fact. And Ents take to the pistols first and foremost here. Have taken both the pistols so far in this series. We get one more out of it to really put the hurt back onto PTZ. Dragon is the first port of call when he does get that first kill against Poddy. Dives out of the way despite being pushed down 11 points of health. His teammate there to protect him. Emmy takes some more damage in return, but Ents are down a man.
Shame that the HE doesn't do more damage. Looked as if Kaspersky was just going to get owned by it. Collins at the back of the site has got Vladin with him. Those Julies you expect at close range are going to do a lot of damage against the B-site exec. Collins probably just needs to get one and stall for time and then try and set Vladin up.
Flash over, USP takes fight. Molotovs go deep against the man. He's going to burn to his demise. Vladin can take Naitu in return. SDY is also low HP. Kaspersky getting flanked. Dragon coming in against him. USP shots do miss initially, but he connects his head in the end. And it's Glaive and SDY in a 2 versus 4. The two more experienced elements than the Ents camp. Bomb on the back of the Starman. Glaive going for the flank around towards the top end of mid. He's got to deal with Dragon. And got to do so fairly quickly because he's closing in on SDY. And time is short for Ents.
Dragon knows that as long as Em and Emmy just kind of work info, hear the footsteps, they'll be able to work a crossfire off of it. It's the double goosh, and you wonder if there's just somewhat of a return. Great tap from Dragon. Might even be on for the 4K. No, not quite against SDY.
13 seconds for him to work in. Emmy is high HP as well, needs a perfect headshot. He's trying to just jiggle peek. Eventually does get caught off guard. Emmy! How have you let that go by? Unfortunately, it might be a kill after time. Yes, it does stall out the cash amounts for Ents. The injection does not work out for SDY. $750 for the next round. Emmy has done quite a lot, actually. I thought for a second it was going to be a choke, but he's done a lot more.
Excellent hold from Vladen with the Julies on B, just to siphon them away, force them out of that context. And you've got to remember, the last time that Vladen played at LAM was back in October last year at the REST Regional Champions, where he ended up going to the final. He ended up going all the way to second place with the unpaid roster. That was with Jacob and Nexa and Cypher and that lot. He'd love the opportunity to try and win 2 maps here against ENCE. Scout out aggressively in from mid, but no contact being made for damage.
Didn't connect for Poddy, and the CT player that peeked up didn't get the kill or any damage either. Hence, he allowed a lot of access towards mid, a lot of respect given over by Partizan here. Short can be taken, they're looking for the execution, there's smoke ready for Collins. Put that out as soon as he sees utility, as soon as he receives contact, flashbang against him. Put that a little bit closer instead, and that towards the CT angle. Naitu catching a player blinded, looks towards the long position. They read the player at the right back. Yes, they do. Sataku's Kindo. Eventually fought on by several of these upgrade pistols. Gets picked up by Kaspersky. Advantage negated to a 3-on-3 by Emmy's efforts. Another kill comes in, but Kaspersky can trade him from range. M4 in his hand. Scout out for Glaive. Needs to plant that bomb, however. Smoke to support and down at Shore. 2-on-2, it's cash injection for ENCE, but they did force into the round.
I might need Kaspersky to give that M4 over towards Glaive. Just try and trade weapons between one another.
Probably a good idea. 6 HP for Kaspersky. But they're going to stick with their guns. Smoke at Short, about to clear. Kaspersky. His head's been seen. Kaspersky gets so much damage, and Vladen takes him back. Now to scout a Glaive. Needs to hit a headshot. He's not going to happen. Partizan 2-0.
Fundamentally, we're seeing some good rounds, though, from ENCE. I mean, I'm looking at that utility usage in particular. So difficult for the ramp individual. Naitu's up close personal with the Tet9. Gets himself a bit of a freebie. You're probably expecting that round to go the way of ENCE. They get themselves into some good positions. They get the bomb down, but they just can't quite work out the post. How close they were to that kill against Vladen here deep in CT while being dinked. An important shot and an important second round. ENCE will probably look at rebind again, though.
Bonus bomb plant, 3 players to fall. Reset on the table against Partizan, yeah. Glaive likes his chances. A few more automatics to play with for the ENCE side, and AK for Kaspersky especially. SDY with Khalil, Poddy, Scout, Morse be back in play. Dragon, HE sent initially towards the tunnels, doing a little bit of damage to the Naitu. Start against the Frenchman, who leans down with the MAC-10 in hand.
ENCE need to try and create an opener, and you're wondering where that's going to come from. Is it SDY pressing towards short, maybe trying to retake long? And Dust 2 is one of those maps where if you don't have a huge amount of util, it's difficult to force opening duels. Getting into those drier angles always give the advantages towards the CTs. Kindo crosses out and gets quite lucky on the timing, in which Poddy is not holding that down with the scout.
Lean up in the tunnels. That leads towards the mid doors for ENCE. Gonna make their way in soon enough. Not Dragon. One flashbang against them is not gonna yield to any kills. Of course, no one to swing off the back of that flash. It's most of the central site defensive. 3 players total for Partizan to defend B. They've read the execution pretty well here.
It is a perfect setup. I can't even see ENCE getting a couple of kills, let alone a bomb plant. They are just gonna get pumped on this side take.
Emmy's mid backstab, going to be a little bit late, but they are going to face him soon enough. Fire back does get the kill in. The scout player forced to fight. Meanwhile, the B executors have been completely swamped. 1 kill on the trade is all they're going to find for Kindo. Poddy, oh, good headshot on Collins as well. Now just trying to survive after time. They might even hunt him down after time again. Same thing in the pistol, and he goes down to Vladen in the end. So ENCE 0-3, Partizan on a roll.
Partizan are looking strong, and not only are they making the correct calls, but they're backing it up with even more info. You've got 3 players out there on B. Seems like a perfect trap. Emmy's even pushed out towards a longhouse, and he's wrapping in top mid. That round collapses for ENCE before they could even focus on the bomb site take. Vladen gets 2, Emmy gets heaps. And then just the straight spam. Now, you're probably not going to expect a huge amount of impact from Vladen just because he's the B-site anchor. But if it is a B lean, if there is sort of even alert coming out, he's going to be in there for contacts. He's going to be in there to stall for time.
Fight from Kindo, gets involved against Kaspersky to start. Tech 9 of SDY trying to escape. Dragon, HE with support, gets the kill in at half HP. He stays alive, 5 on 3. And Glaive might have been seen by Emmy there. Going to put a smoke down at secondary 1. Just allowing vision and access from Ents. And probably aren't going much further here, especially with that backstabber Dragon that should close out soon enough.
I remember when I was casting quite a lot of For Glory back in sort of 2021, you had the Collins, Dragon, and Kindo trio that was a part of that squad. I always thought that Collins was the strongest player out of the three of them, and as time's gone on, I think Dragon is certainly showing up that he's a lot more than just a supportive piece. He has been excellent in this best-of-3 series.
Indeed he has. Vladden's the man standing on the top frag position. Also Deathless for Partizan, the only player who is in server right now. Kindo and Emmy make light work of the rest of these pistols. Ents will concede the 4th to Partizan in a row. See whether Poly can take any more exit frags, try and make it somewhat expensive, but none are presenting. Yeah, Dragon to close him. And Ents on max loss bonus will have their investments now, and they need to make good on said investments. Because it has been a very slow start for them on Dust 2, 4 rounds. Partizan will now be 1 away from equalising the same score, and they got down on Ents in the last time they faced.
And even if we're talking about the best-of-3 veto, in which it gets picked quite heavily from Partizan in best-of-3s, they've had some good results on it recently, you just have to look at the last 3 months and say that Dust 2 is the highest played map in the pool for them. You take that for Ents, and it's one of the least played maps in the pool. You're looking at, what, 9 maps of officials out on Dust 2, 10 on Train, 14 on Nuke, 17 on Mirage now, 22 on Anubis, 23 on Ancient. Was this the correct call? I mean, I know we're talking about a head-to-head that had a little bit of distance between in terms of time, but don't we often say, Jay, that when you play teams on rematches, you want to try and change the veto? You don't want to change and pick the same maps.
It's very true. And evidently, Partizan have made a change necessary. Starting was much better for them. Ents also began on the T side of that best-of-1 and got 5 in a row before Partizan started. End of the half, 10-2 up. That is no longer an option for Ents. It's an option for Partizan. Kaspersky trying something a little bit different. Ents just took a tactical pause. They're going to try and take their first round off the back of it. Pixels away from seeing Kaspersky. Fights from his teammates back at elbow. Vladim's going to find Naitu. Glaive can take Collins down in the back. Kindo still known about. That player along might be a bit of a concern. He's got 1 Longhouse player to try and deal with it. So ostensibly on the center of the site, it's 3 versus 3 for the retake.
Well, it comes down now to retaking short because Glaive is aggressive. Now, when he got contact, he can smoke off. Just try and waste time.
SDY on the back of that contact as well. The smoke, the kill to be found on Vladden. That late mid lurk has worked well. Glaive going to sneak through the smoke. He's done it again. That's the second smoke walk from the captain. They were distracted this time. SDY pulling all that attention, and now to focus on Emmy, the last player trying to escape from Longhouse. They know. They got info. They must have spotted him up on the site. And with that casualty, Ents take a very confident opener in their stance.
Well, that's something that you see very rarely in other maps, but you do see quite frequently on Dust 2, is that if you can walk up towards elbow, keep your head ducked down and play on the back wall, you just can't get seen by that car angle. A good exploitation of the timing, good distraction being called, and then you're right. I mean, that's a case in which a smoke walk, no problem with it at all. SDY's fighting from top mid, all the CTs are looking in that direction. Ents get there first. I wonder if they're going to be able to follow up, though, because this is a swing round. There's not a lot of money in the reserve for the CTs.
Reset potential. Ents can try and close the entire gap. And Poddy wants this first pick so badly, he tanks down a nade. AWP of the CT side could well face him. Kindo's focused more on the more directive short potential. Kaspersky takes some damage to utility, so util's been the basis of Partizan start here. Kaspersky on the corners, there a flash around for him, right peek. Oh, Naitu pixel baits. Collins there to support it. Naitu can take 1 pick back. Collins with 2 overall makes it a 3v4. Favourable to Partizan. Vladimir is low HP, however, that HE doesn't finish off Poddy. Molotov's against him, eventually forced to use that smoke. It's coming too late, though. He's down.
Excellent utility usage. And while SDY might try and lurk out, might try and walk on B, it's a 2v4. Opening kill against Vladden is missed, and that's going to make it even more uncomfortable against the CTs.
Collins, oh, peeks ahead of the smoke and drops Clay. That's bombed down as well. And SDY can't even get an X here. What a response from Partizan. And it came down to utility. Thought for a second the AWPer made a mistake with that flash support, but the missed shot recovered by Collins and just too much HP differential for ENCE to recover.
But they keep pressure on, don't they? They have the flash play from Emmy. They then have the HEs towards Poddy. They have the incendiaries going down. They give no breathing room at all for the AWPer to maybe reposition on the Xbox, to get back out to top mid, to go lower tunnels. And this is some good Counter-Strike being played from Partizan, and ENCE, they are struggling.
Well, Poddy can open up against Vlad, and this might be a quick play out towards that B bomb site with that casualty. Dragon hiding back at Car. He's known. They jump in towards him. Kaspersky still caught. SDY kills him off. Kindo from outside of the bomb site makes it an even man stance. That bomb will get passed over towards Poddy, who should plant it. 3-on-3 for the retake, making it 2. Actually, Poddy caught a peck onto Emmy through the smoke of the B doors. Now Kindo's going to wait for some mid-fights. Collins might search around to try and find a frag from the extremities of the bomb site, but there's just nothing offered up by Partizan or to Partizan.
Well, it's an excellent protocol, because as soon as they get the AWP pick, notice how they just send it. It's not like a little hesitation where maybe you think about it and then you go. You have to exploit that timing. And for Dragon, he's just not ready. He's not in a position where he can even fight. I mean, out there in the car, you've got no protection. You've got no util support from your mid-rotator. It's just instant pressure on B.
One pick turning into a sight storm, turning into Partizan collapsing. Excellent stuff from ENCE for their second one, as it was excellent for their opening as well, but the one thing they're missing from that opening is the follow-up. Excellent shots from Poddy. The AWP is reigning supreme in that round. So we're going to try and keep this up to keep pace again. It was SDY and Poddy, the two players that led the rating charts. Map number 1. Those 2 players worth of impact, invaluable to ENCE if they continue to do the same here on Dust 2.
I think it's a real shame to the Finnish Counter-Strike scene that Poddy is playing up here on ENCE. Like, for his individual career, it makes a lot of sense, but for a local scene that's struggling massively, it's probably the worst that it's ever been. You'd kind of want those Finnish players that have got at least some Tier 1 experience or at least high-end Tier 2 experience to come back down to the local divisions. Instead, because he's early in his career, you want to escape it, don't you? You want to try and maximize your career. You want to be able to expand and go on. I mean, maybe it helps in terms of motivation that you can see guys like Alexi being guys like Poddy at the highest ends, but yeah, right now the Finnish scene looks to be in an awful state.
Now, in the best Finnish team, you could probably argue it's probably like ENCE Academy or something.
Yeah.
Which is like an academy side being the best squad in your entire region. It's like, ooh.
And they're not even full Finnish.
Yeah, that too. I mean, they are Finnish enough to qualify for the Finnish events and the Finnish leagues, and obviously the Nordic Championships they'll be participating in near the end of the month. Of course, a team was where Poddy came from originally. Remember, he was an ENCE Academy man. Call up to the main ENCE squad has left him in good spot. Providing that impact, providing that AWP potential, providing the frags that ENCE will need so long as he continues to deliver. It seems like he's going to stay in the international space.
I think we see it with a lot of Tier 2 players that get progression up to Tier 1 and then don't stay at Tier 1. They just think, oh, sod this. I mean, look at Croman. Look what happened there. Got out on phase. The background hearings is that he wanted Tier 1 offers. They didn't come, so he just gave up. And I think there's a lot of players like that. You look at Sunny, you look at Sergey, people like that in the Finnish scene. It's not just in Finland. It's a lot of countries. It's a lot of local scenes.
Very true. Oh man, Chroman has so much potential as well, man. Like, I remember casting him back on No Reg, and everyone was really hyping him up. And when he got that call to FaZe, you thought, yep, this is the moment he's going to get a key opportunity, and then just never seen again.
Yeah, same as HS. I know that they played together out there on the Nordavind side.
Yep, I remember that. So many good memories of those guys, and just nowhere to be seen these days. Although I will say, I think I saw HS on one of the ESEA leagues. It wasn't very high level, though.
Well, I know Tensky started coaching as far as I can't remember what even team it was. It was someone that I was keeping an eye on the other day.
Well, I can do a quick Wikipedia search and find out for you.
I'm pretty sure I saw Tensky's name floating about.
Tensky. Last seen on Game Legion Academy? Really? What?
Yeah, what, coaching there?
Yeah, coaching, yeah.
Well, I even saw something the other day that apparently Groovy is the assistant coach for FaZe. I'm like, Groovy? Really? AGO Groovy?
God damn. Not half bad. Look at that long career. Yeah, HS, last seen on Orcs in 2023.
Oh, that was the ex-Permitter lads, wasn't it, went to Pro League?
Stood in for Evident a couple of times in 2024 and a couple of mixes. That's where I saw him in ESEA Advanced. Part of the ELO Thieves. Anyway, coming back to Ents because they're storming the bomb site real quick, and Collins is holding defensives. He ain't no ELO Thief, he's the real deal. Body's up. Only thing to frag back for the Ents side at the moment. Needs those AKs to get involved. SDY is close to the bomb site. Someone is back and everything needs some cover though. Molotovs are trying to drive players away from short. Glaive wary of a backstab. As Polly smokes off the CT cross. Will be a piece of util down and was short as well. Bomb plant default. Retake man up for Partizan.
Vladden's HE is going to have to try and land nicely to do some decent damage against the site players. SDY, because it's a man disadvantage, is trying to make a play. He's trying to get himself into a really advanced angle.
HE to open up. SDY converts the kill, but doesn't get the second man. Vladden trades him back. That flash does not extend towards Long. Glaive got Molotov in hand and stall those CT attackers. Fall back to the passiveness. The bomb, of course, exposed towards default. The smoke is in the way, but Partizan are running out of time right here. Might not have enough of it. Good shot on. Poddy connects. Defuse being held. It's not to the right position. The secondary AWPer swings forward to the CT forces, and they have enough time. Partizan will take minimums at the CT side.
Now, Partizan are playing well. They are giving very few opportunities over towards Ents. And you look at what both T rounds being converted in individuals, not being rounds in a row, not being sort of cracking against the CT line of the economy. And even this one on the buyout, Partizan did not have a huge amount of cash in the reserve. This would have been a swing round. This would have started getting them up to maybe 4, potentially 5 T rounds. Instead, you're down 2 to 6, and you're on another weak buy on the invest.
Scouting an AWP pin for SDY and Poddy, and starting to feel a little bit frustrated, I'd imagine. Collins, damage done early again. Poddy finally picks up a frag, but look at the HP they've lost to try and get just that one kill. Dragon's right around the corner. Kindo's in with support of AWP. Poddy, crack angle, hoping for a recross, but Kindo's going to back away from CT, smoke down the entrance. And Dragon just be there to start the sneak forward. Is he going to reveal himself, or we just seen? And that gives Poddy a trade to a man advantage for Ents. Was that a bit of an overfight?
Probably was. Kindo out from long, misses a sitter. Needs to try and follow up now. He's got to try and stall for time, try and slow down this T side.
Cindy already do so much. Flash forward, and they peek in towards Poddy, who's completely unaffected by it. He's back passive enough. Kindo's all prematurely fires, baited by Poddy, who's made a quadra happen on his lonesome. He can put Ents on his back, carry them to victory. Kaspersky can close, and that's number 3.
That might be one of the rounds that we look at where Partizan just give themselves the edge away, don't they? They overextend, try and make an info play through a smoke. There's no flash, there's no secondary teammate. And then it starts crumbling because even the AWPer that tries to flash Emmy aggressively towards short, the flash is slightly shallow. It doesn't go far enough, so Poddy's just not even blinded here.
Partizan taking tacticals, and probably the best team, or the best time rather, to call it in, because You're giving your edge away. If you're giving your little advantage back to the opposing force, then they're going to jump on it. Team like ENCE, too good to let things like that go unpunished. I mean, let's think about it, right? You've conceded a frag back, but you've got players on like 30, 20 HP, the AWPer being one of those guys, and you're still letting him get 4 kills out of the round. Those frags probably should have been traded, but gave them back overall. So a chance once again for them to discuss things on Partizan, for Emmy to try and figure out how he's going to use these pieces to get a bit more impact out of them. It's one thing we were talking about from transition from map 1 to 2 is that they have some impact generated but not converted into rounds. Seeing a lot more of that here on this Dust 2. Now we just need to make sure they don't waste those opportunities.
But outside of Emmy, basically all of the Partizan players have only played local lands and those in and around the Adriatic region, and the international ones that have followed have always been in sort of the national ISF overseas events. So there's been very few international qualifications for these kind of players. So when that is the case, when your organization, I mean, the team's been together for almost a year. They came together on, what, the 12th of June. So yeah, pretty much a year from now. And they've only played at one LAN and they just got invited as the national team. You really want to try and jump on this because you've made it tough for ENCE. You've probably made Glaive feel quite nervous to the start here at Dust 2.
Indeed. Responsive was well set, but off the back of how that first map went down when ENCE felt rather comfortable from the eye test. Starting advantage for Partizan still sits in their favor, but a round like that, certainly appropriate to springboard some momentum over from the ENCE side. Now the momentum might get shut down by the tech pause we've got going on right here. A number of players leaving their seats for whatever reason. Not even seated and ready to go in a short few moments' time because still got a lot of importance around these next couple of opportunities for the ENCE side.
Well, it would be nice to see ENCE get to another LAN, because when we saw them at Lissa Masters, it was basically the debut tournament for the new two boys, Kaspersky and Naitu, and there's always an asterisk on that. Oh, was it just a honeymoon? Was it just a one-off? If it's only been one LAN in 6 months, it's difficult to judge where the team sits. I'm sure they'd have a tough time against the majority of teams that are there. I mean, 500 are already there, probably expecting Fnatic to be there as well. So between all of those teams, for what will be a local LAN, nice little audience, overseas for at least a few of these players for the first time to go into Czechia. I'd like to see how they test up in that environment. Because I would say playing Tier 1 teams on LAN versus playing Tier 2 teams on LAN is very different with how they play, with what you expect from online. It's a different ball game for sure.
Even by comparison, right? Like, you sort of say to a certain extent that Kaspersky and Naitu were kind of thrown in the deep end with Elisa Masters, because that's like a full arena.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't know what kind of venue Conquest of Prague is really played out in.
Well, I've seen the local Tipsport LANs that always go on, and there's always a live audience there. Get yourself these little prac rooms.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, last year, there were just so many Tipsport LANs. I mean, Eklot were winning kind of all of them, and then Sinners took one. I mean, it will be a good rematch tomorrow, because you got Eklot versus Fnatic, which will be the rematch from the Shanghai RMR, in which it was 3 match points, I should say, for Eklot at the time, when Kriaz and Blitz were still on the team. And if they won that game, they would have qualified to the major. There's been a lot of heartbreak with Czechia teams in the past. The Sinners won versus BNE Antwerp, Eclot, what they were able to do. I mean, that whole RMR, you had Unity, Eclot, and Sinners. It was huge for the Czech and Slovakian scene. We've never seen that many representatives be there in RMR.
But how many made it to the major, Dweck?
Well, that's been a tough one. It's only been the individual players, hasn't it? Oscar, Neofrag, but to do it on national, local teams, nah.
Not impossible, just very, very difficult, evidently.
Now look at Zerk. He's been to quite a few majors. Has he done it with any of his Bulgarian teams? No.
Back in 2022, the ESL Pro League saw its first ever full Portuguese squad qualify for their LAN. And it's like, well, okay, you want to see those national sort of squads do something a bit more in terms of the higher ups, and maybe you hope that teams like that can find opportunities at the big one, the big major. But let's start somewhere, and Conquest of Prague is that start. Hence, of course, off the back of the previous round, the AWP, Poly doing work to cripple Partizan. No money in the bank for them.
SDY on the AWP. And Poddy to also have one.
Double ops on T-side again. We saw this from 500 earlier today as well. Albeit it was in overtime and they had a secondary AK that they could utilize. Switch to as soon as that first pick was found. No such luxuries available for SDY, I don't think, so there must be something at play for Ents. Smokes in. Kindo turning away from Flashbang's HGs against that smoke, still going to reveal more towards Kaspersky's because Kindo was caught with his head turned away. Bladden's 5-7. One of many pistols in play. They walk right past him, but he cannot line up the accuracy. Naitu get traded by Dragon on the back of the bomb side, but now he's being flanked in. SDY's AWP pick can be found. Dragon can take one more out, so there's a rifle to hold for Collins. A 2v4 for him and Emmy. Doesn't feel like it's on for Partizan. Just save any weapons that you can gain. Exit frag for Emmy out here at the tunnels. That's all you're going to look for.
Fundamentally, Ents look really good in this best of 3, and it's surprising when you think about how they've looked in some previous series, with being tested against Zero Tenacity, losing to M1, getting 0-2'd by Sangul, losing a map to 9. Some of the recent best of 3s you look at, and you think it's just a bit mid, isn't it? A bit average. Whereas even in that last round, I mean, you've got your cross smokes on the elbow up short. Of course, Kindo's going to try and play around it, and then they break it, and they just catch him off. I think what we're seeing from the tactical depth across map 1 and map 2 looks really concise, and is a positive sign.
Terrorists win.
Far superior to some of the showings that we've seen. That M1 result is the one that really stands out in my mind as the major disappointment for Ents. Like, it would be one thing if M1 were, like, you know, bringing fights to other squads, but they're not. They're not a breakout team. Maybe that was a point where Ents started to say, let's start to, you know, maybe we should probably look at turning this whole thing around. Maybe we shouldn't be losing to M1, and they started a little bit of a win streak off the back of that loss as well, so something ahead of them is SDY. And Dragon get the first starts into this round. The M4 on Dragon here was passed off to him by his teammate Paul Kevlar. Kaspersky looking to strike in from mid to B, does not get a converted kill. 4 on 4 for now. Dragon's looking to lean towards the man though. Is York watching it? Yes, he is. Leg shot taken, finished off by Kaspersky. Swing on Vladen, gets that kill. B's open for business. And any potential in the round is negated on Partizan.
And now you just start thinking back to that 4v4 round where Dragon walks through the mid-door smoke and think, what if? Could have been 6-1 to what? 7-1, 8-1. You're now looking at a potential 6-6 half. The momentum has completely shifted.
Yeah.
This was Ents being tested, really uncomfortable. Partizan looking incredible to now a competitive scoreline where against the favorite team, a map down in the series already, you start getting in your heads a little bit. How many more chances are Partizan going to get? How many more opportunities are realistic for them to get to an international LAN? I mean, I'm looking at Emmy, this being his 1500th map on HLTV. He may have had a lot of LANs, but when's it going to come next? I mean, you're 31 years old now. you might be pressing Partizan to a good level in Tier 2. I'm not denying that at all, but we know how difficult it is in Tier 2 to get to lands. If you're at the Tier 1 level, it's cruisy. It's super easy. But when you start going down in the depths of Tier 2, even as a mid-pack towards high-end team, mate, it's so tough.
Even then, they went for a pretty extended period without going towards any LAN events individually. So you attended that IEM Fall RMR in 2021, and then you just look back on the next 2 years and nothing was gained until finally you got those IESF events from last year.
It's a long time.
Another extended drought like that would certainly hurt, but unfortunately for the way things are going for Partizan, doesn't look like they're going to get back there. He's not going to get back there. They've lost the control of they've lost control of the advantage. The lead still holding for now, but Ents are closing in on an even half scoreline at 6 apiece. On 90 on a Mach 10s, there are some weaknesses in the Ents buy.
Well, they know that there's a lack ahead Kevlar, but this is a bit trolly for me when Poddy's got enough money to drop an AK.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't thought about that. I'm not sure if that's just because of Ents being tunnel visions. I wouldn't expect that out of someone like Glaive, for instance, not to notice that. If it was any other round, I could respect the, well, let's protect the value sort of thing, but just drop him. Stay at a Mach 10 will have to be a weakened part of things. An SMG for Emmy, so it keeps things even. The first kill comes in for Collins. The leg shot of Poddy's orb will tag him to low. It's 2 players low now on the T side. Man advantage for the CT forces of Partizan.
Kinder's very low out on that B site, and they've even dealt with him straight away. SDY on the lurk's done well out here from short. And now Vladden's got to be worried about the mid flank as well as the players out on B.
SDY getting another pick out of this one. Just like that, any concerns that Ents might have had have been negated. He will get picked up by Collins in the end, so it does lead to a 2 versus 3, but still favourable towards Ents on a retake. Vladden's leaning up. Collins is so low. Oh, Vladden's been hurt. They know he's close. 92 away. HE. Tank doesn't actually do that much. Collins will now join his teammate. Swing forward. Spray through from Vladden goes well. Naitu takes that casualty, and Glaive can close the last one effectively. Ends with a hell of a run up back to a 6-all scoreline. We're dead set even into the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
All even up, all squared out. For Ents, it might be considered a disappointment from map number 1 when they had a decent lead over the Partizan side, but considering how this map started, here's a recovery that they can now springboard into success. All they need to do is get a pistol and a rifle, and they will have a nice and commanding lead over the opposition.
And you can see similar signs to what occurred out on map 1 reoccurring on map 2. Partizan have caused a bit of threat. They went up 4-0. They ended up getting 6-2, but they've missed that opportunity to really put the foot down and really allow Ents to just buckle. Getting 6-6 feels underwhelming. And to me, if you're an underdog team in this kind of matchup where a land spot is on the line, I think you need to be leading by example. I think if it goes sort of neck and neck, you might take the lead, but then it comes back, and then the opposition takes it. You're probably not going to be able to close out the best of 3. You need to be having a commanding lead, give yourself leverage to close the game out, close maps out. So at the moment, while I was feeling pretty positive and pretty likely towards the successes of Partizan early in the half, I think towards the end, I'm getting a little bit more faith back towards Ents now.
I am in agreement. I had faith ENCE would be able to take this series in a state of 3 maps, but the way things are going, I could see a 2-0 on the table. What do Partizan need to do to turn that back around? I guess it comes back to that conversation of enabling some level of impact. I mean, I think that they've done that well enough on Dust 2. I think the next step for them is trying to shut down the impact that we've seen out of the likes of ENCE, right? Poly has been a riot, as has SDY at the tail end of that half. Both players, again, providing serious potential for ENCE, and well, Blade was capitalized upon that potential tenfold. And so there's 6-2 at one point for Partizan. They allowed it to go back to evens.
We should talk about the matches tomorrow, Jay, because our opening game is going to be Na'Vi Junior versus Nine. Now, Na'Vi Junior have been on a heater. They've looked incredible across pretty much the entire year. They've got what Semtries, the Orpa. Kind of look at how well Coolio, ex-pro Hungarian scene's been able to lead a really young squad. Makazi is one of the star players. He looks impeccable. Krebeni, in-game leader. Haven't casted a lot of them recently, but they've been winning titles. They've been getting a lot of prize pool. They're probably making a statement for themselves now in which they shouldn't be under the Na'Vi Junior banner, that maybe they should be under another banner so then they can participate in Tier 1 tournaments where Na'Vi are. Because I think they're getting close to that conversation now.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're in a very, very good spot. And it's like they are starting to really make a name for themselves as one of the best academy teams that we've seen come out of the academy scene, basically. And I mean, like, Mao's NXT for the longest time was the squad that we looked at and say, right, that is the peak of Academy CS. And Na'Vi Junior, with how much success that they've gained, I mean, you know, Spirit Academy started to make a move until eventually the team was called up into the main squad, and then that killed the opportunity for them to become the best Academy team. But this squad right here, I'm really excited to see them tomorrow because there's a really good chance that they could win that matchup. In fact,
well, yeah, go on.
In fact, I think given how dire Nine have been as of late, I think it's actually it actually feels like Na'Vi Junior actually might walk into that one as not ranking favourites, but form favourites most certainly.
I think they're heavy favourites in that game. I think Nine's really going to struggle in that best of 3. I'd probably put money down to say that if they weren't under Na'Vi Junior, they qualified to the major in the MRQ. I think they're good enough that they would have been good enough to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you there, honestly. So, that feels like it's a fair assessment to make.
They're probably one of the squads that I wouldn't even classify them as an academy team. I'd actually classify them as just a legitimate top-end Tier 2 team. The problem is, because of being an academy team, there's going to be very few opportunities in the Valve system and with the Tier 1 landscape. So I do really hope that they can beat Nine. I mean, they should be able to beat them and progress on, because it would be nice to see what they're like on LAN. I mean, young players on LAN against experienced bodies, yeah, it could end up being quite an exciting tournament in the LAN finals.
We know, of course, they're playing in ECL playoffs at the moment, so they're going to get a chance to make a run at that. Unfortunately, it does mean that even if they do make it to the finals of that particular tournament, if they make it out into the Pro League qualifications, they're not going to get to go to Pro League. And probably one of the downsides of being part of an academy system, if you do make it up that high, then you're gonna have a natural sort of glass ceiling imposed on you, not by any virtue of any of your skill level, but by virtue of who you're associated with. But yeah, for Conquest of Prague, I am very, very optimistic about their potential in that matchup. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. We're back into the thick of things here as ENCE and Partizan get going for the second half. And look at SDY doming heads with quick flicks. 2 kills to Collins and Emmy. No more Longhouse presence. The bomb carrier having to back off because Kindo, if he faces the man and goes down, that is the round done. Any potential in it negated. Vladen can still get flanked. Poly has seen 2 more. They've got info on all 3 now as Vladen is picked up. Dragon goes falling in turn. Vladen being challenged by 2 players now down at CT. That bomber Kindo revealed to his utility. Naitu is hoping to get his impact. Only 4 kills deep on this map thus far, but he's seen Vladen with his back turned. 2 taps to the back of the head. And Kindo will be heard rotating into that B bomb site. So backup will get called out here, even if Naitu is overwhelmed, which he will not be. So he'll back off and get the headshot in. ENCE have more than enough potential to win the pistol, and that's what they'll do.
Pure quality from SDY out there from the pit. All you're trying to do is fly out Longhouse, try and beat by pace, go 1-for-1 with the trade, and he just starts doming instantly. Those headshots and the USPs are just raining out. No chance at all. It was a good effort once they get towards CT with the flashes and some of the goosh-offs, but it's the lack of success from the long players that just cancels that round.
They put a lot of faith in Longhouse because the bomb was out there with them. They wanted a split play into A, and just the fact that they got so easily and quickly and so staunchly dismantled by SDY. 15 kills on this map up to add to the 23 he got on map 1 as well. Excellent stuff from the individual, and now farming his stats against the Ecos. Poddy can get some cash out of the SMG, upgrade back to that M4 dropped by his teammate. And look comfortable in these first couple of rounds here. Good stuff from Ents, rifles inbound from Partizan. And one of maybe 2 or 3 chances to hold stances and get something done here in the second half.
I think at least in the best of 3 tomorrow, Jay, between Fnatic and Eklot, there's no losers there. You either get Matties at the local LAN, or you get Eklot at the local LAN.
Yeah.
Now we've got to see for Ents, are they going to be at the local Czechia LAN? 5 rounds to get themselves up to 13, and for Partizan, this might be the last chance. This might be everything, and Poddy is struck within 10 seconds of the round.
Jesus, they are all over them now. Ents are wrecking Partizan. Dragon caught off guard, but still deals with SDY on the walk through the smoke. This time he gets to return the favor to Ents. Molotov sent as he indicates a faster play out of this short position. He's got a backup teammate there with him, but Kaspersky can strike from range, get the kill onto the man, take the advantage back for Ents here. Poddy has repositioned towards CT spawn as well. He got that pick, I believe, up towards short. Now he's looking in towards mid. The smokes are in the way of the doorway, so it will clear. He will spot one, take a shot back. Incendiary will block them from making any further progress, though. And he'll re-peek ahead of the smoke to try and take him to the fight.
AWP is doing work, but does get punished. Out on B, you do have Naitu with the M4. Needs to try and get a bit of help, though, because he's getting no rotations, and just on the jiggle, he gets denied.
All right, sharpness from everyone, it seems. Poddy excellent, Kaspersky excellent. Glaive turned away from Vladden at the wrong moment, and so gets caught back towards top mid. Kaspersky in a 1 versus 3. He's caught that first man. He's hoping for more out of it. Known to the T side too, to going to be wary of Vladden potentially on the mid flank, but he's joined them now. The Molotov's in a telegraphic position. Collins did get revealed by that molly, so damage was heard. HE's against the smoke, doesn't reveal a pop-up. No kit for Kaspersky either, so he knows that he's out of there. He has not got enough time for the round. There you go, Partizan not going to let Ents get away so easy on this one. Kaspersky back away to keep his weapon out of AK, in fact, and therefore support the buy in the next round for Ents.
We can understand why Poddy's gone aggressive there at CT, because there's just no way that he can facilitate help on B, can he? If he sort of sits back and plays passive in spawn, then he leaves Naitu high and dry. At least this way, he might be able to get one before being dropped. The unfortunate nature is it's only a leg shot, and then it's just an instant punishment. And Naitu hasn't even overcommitted. He's just jiggled out there on the window and just been owned by Kindo. Partizan, that's exactly what they needed. Ents, I mean, the buyback, it does look pretty shocking by them.
Scout and a couple of SMGs. Not amazing for Ents. Partizan far superior on their own weapon base at the AWP on Kindo. The AKs for all of which are good in the hood right now. AK fight of Vladden doesn't quite find Kaspersky. Poddy flashed in towards short, but Kindo's ready for it. Blinded, pulled the trigger. The right moment, the first man falls. SDY Scout in the back lines, Glaive, SMG, pushed in towards the longhouse. We'll try to cover off that angle. So if it is an A play, it's not going to be a split.
SDY is going to struggle. He's got no util and he's got no hope. So if they short exec, I think the round is just basically over off of him not even getting any help from Glaive.
We need to get this kill on Collins. Kaspersky's caught, so there's the frag back from the CT forces. SDY, no shot connects. Refaces, try hope for something. Glaive at range. Half HP for him, though. Took a lot of damage in that exchange. Burst fire goes off, thrown away by the inaccuracy. Naitu grab that AK and save it into the next round. It's over for him. Partizan get up to 8 apiece, and with the economy laying up the way it does for Ents, it looks to me like this is going to be a lead now for the T side.
It does make me ponder why SDY thinks he's an AWPer. I mean, he was AWPing a bit in the first half, and he's scouting in the second half. I feel like right there, if he has an MP9, I know that he's playing ramps, he might want a little bit more of an extended sightline. But just no impact from that scout at all. Naitu being swung from window, doors, upper tunnels. And Partizan are coming very close to something they weren't able to do on map number 1 and actually target a map win.
I'll start with getting the lead first, because that was something they also weren't able to do on map 1. Always playing from the back foot, stood at evens at 0-0 and 4-4. Now look to go 9-8 up, minus shenanigans from the Ent side, who bring in 1 revolver. Kaspersky posted at range, looked back in the mid, did see Vladden, who spammed him down, so nothing gained there. The TTs will force forward and will lose their lives, so nothing more to find from the ace. Go on, block out, Glaive, yep, there's the ace. Vladden, nice and effective anti-eco from him. Now the guns come back from Ent as they've lost their lead. They look to fight for it back.
And now Partizan are in a driving position where sort of felt that they had a good start at the first half, but let it slip. You then go into the second half and you lose pistol, you lose anti-eco, but you win a few key conversion rounds. Ones where the economy is a little bit lopsided, and then you feel like you're driving on. Good long spawns for a couple of players. Kindo not going to exploit it all the way, though. Ents are bringing a lot of players out towards the doors early. This is 3 players in the upper tunnels to start. They might just try and see if they can search and work an opener on B.
Kindo. H2 trying to open those smokes, but doesn't see anything. A smoke on short from the CT side as well. Stopping access from Partizan to make their way up, but they still hold up in mid. Already taking a short presence, and Catwalk control is Nout. A minute to play with. They're hunting for the opening pick, but none have presented.
Kaspersky might be able to swing on first contact and then Potty to come with him. Get a flash from a teammate. AWP on the line. Doesn't get anything. At least the AK tries to get them out of trouble.
Collins finds the first pick on Naitu there, so out mid to B, he goes down. SDY gets Collins as well on the return. There's 4 versus 4 with HP damage sustained across multiple players here on both sides. SDY on the CT forces. A lot of damage done to Kindo and Dragon a bit more back. The cross being heard there by Dragon's going to start swinging forward, but there's a player in CT to deal with, and Dragon finds his man. SDY is down. Bomb's getting picked up, but where's it going to commit? Out towards short. Glaive will be the only player standing. Bottom fragger of the board as well. 20 seconds, he's dipped back into CT. This is going to be a bit more of a gamble towards that B bomb site as they take A. There's no retake on the table for him. Poddy goes falling. Kaspersky can trade it. 10 seconds. Smoke down. Glaive. They're going to stay around for something more right here. They might actually try their hand at this. Snuck out of the back lines. No one's checked out this ramp. Glaive leans forward. Does take one back. Dragon to full. Kaspersky going to get smoked off. The AWP right forward of the walk smoke. No flash support from Glaive. Kaspersky got to do this dry. Time's ticking. Nan's down. Glaive on bomb site, but bomb plant for short. Means he's going to be exposed. They're going to try and force a secondary player out. Try and make it expensive. Try to take another player out, but no. The AWPer gets away. Glaive knows he's lost the rounds. An attempt that cost his teammate his life. More economical damage done on the inside. Partizan can't get the exit on him. They will have number 10.
That was a great showing from Partizan. Not only was it, 20 seconds on the clock, and that they're sort of faking B, but it's Vladden to still get one pick, and that just draws them in. It slows down the rotations. I think in that circumstance, it may have been nicer for Glaive to tap that bomb before Kaspersky walks through the short smoke, but you don't really know what's on the other side. You don't know what's being held towards short against the diffuser, even on the tap. It's an easy kill for the AWPer. And Partizan get up to 10. Ents are struggling to get this game over and done with now.
Yeah, how contrasting it is from the first half as well. Obviously, Ents did play from the back foot on the first half, similarly so to the start that Partizan have gained right here, but we'd hope that confidence in the 4-round return would continue along their streak, and they did for 6 rounds in a row. They gained them. And now, well, it's getting late in the evening, and frustrations may start setting in here on Dust 2. Partizan trying to redeem themselves here in terms of how this map could play out. Round number 19 is underway, and Kindo has struck first. It's another broken buy for Ents. Not heavy on the investment count, but still. M4 only on Glaive to try and strike to return. He's been seen, caught for damage, and escapes.
Partizan have just got stronger and stronger as Dust 2 has gone on. And now we get themselves in a position where against the anti-eco, you're not expecting much, maybe a couple of casualties at most. They are running into a stack, but the timing for Glaive, there's just so many players grouped at short.
Oh, okay, Kaspersky. Deagle out. Surely not another headshot. Oh, Kaspersky! He's doing it on his lonesome. He's got it to a 3-on-2. Ents may have just found the miracle they're looking for right here. Play it across from CT. Doesn't see his man. Naitu sneaks in the back lines. Kindo's going to block him with a Molotov. There's rifles to work with for Naitu, though. He's picked one of them up, an AK. Re-smoked on angle. Bomb plot will be secured.
Yeah, there's an AWP to try and pick up for SDY. Glaive has got a single smoke. There is separation from the T-side line. Kindo is all the way down towards the sort of ramp angle, while his teammate of Collins is out there at the pit.
Expecting there to be some sort of long flank. Bombs open as well, planted down at default. Here they come. Ents going to make a move. They don't have kits in play for this. They've got smokes, however. Shot on the first. SDY to fall. Molotov sent towards side. That should confirm it for Ents. They're out of the round, but they do get a decent amount against them. Smokes up, but no time. And they get that final pick, so at least they make it expensive for Partizan. Damn, that miracle was right there for him. Kaspersky, what a sequence on the triple. Just imagine if Ents converted that round.
I think it's really disappointing that they haven't converted that round. They've got a 3 versus 2, armor in play, and rifles for everyone. I think they just take way too long. Rather than just running through the short smoke, maybe even having a run boost out, just anything. It felt like they were never really committed in for it. Such a good moment to be in. Separation out from elbow, the CT player not really getting anything either. Ents will be frustrated at themselves there, and Partizan, they are coming extremely close to sending this to Ancient.
2 more rounds to do it. 3 rounds to the goods. Ents. Not to try and avoid a third map, but when you're so set and defined upon a 2-0 affair, right? Like how confident they looked over that first one, how confident they looked to return in the first half of this game. Last thing you want. Partizan to take that away from you. Rifles are set in for both sides at least. Partizan, slightly limited funds, but still enough to go for buys the next. Set themselves in the mid-access. No opening picks yet.
Yeah, this round has a lot of intrigue on it because of how passive it is. You've got no contacts being made in the first minute. Potty posted up on the car angle. Even the short defense is quite passive and shallow from SDY, rather than playing around the boxes down towards CTs, playing out to the ramp. Now for Partizan, I wonder if we get a short fake into a B split, because that's something that we haven't seen in the playbook from them in the second half.
Smokes up on short and CT. Flash forward, Potty is going to get blinded, but it's all a mid-B play anyway. Naitu good for the 1 pick found. Dragon doing damage. Kaspersky struggles to get him. And with that pick, Ents are out of there. No choice but to save. As Partizan have swamped to the weaker bomb site, and Ents have to play for overtime from here.
Well, there we go. We are starting to get this game in a position where Partizan are looking at Ancient, and I'm looking at the Vito. I said it from the very start of the game. I was hesitant with the Dust 2 pick. I would think that there would be better options. Now, you could pick Ancient, but you've got that as a decider, so I can let that slide. Anubis, though. I thought Anubis was the one locked in. I'm surprised that Anubis was not the map pick for Ents.
Maybe you look back on that veto and say, that could have been the ultimate mistake.
I mean, even for Partizan, 3-map losing streak on Anubis recently. Out of all 31 best of 3s that ENCE have played in the last 3 months, they've picked Anubis 10 times, second highest in the pool.
Lowest played map for Partizan as well. Maybe that was the right call. Maybe that was the right map. And especially you'll be thinking about that if they lose the best of 3 and they get a turnaround on Ancient. This Dust 2 has not gone the way that ENCE had expected it to.
I mean, just even compare Anubis and Dust 2 in the officials. 9 maps played in the last 3 months on Anubis and Partizan, 20 on Dust 2.
Oh, Kindo striking SDY. Poddy finally hits his connection trade. ENCE find the fight. Colin spammed down by Glaive. Smoke at the longhouse will stop any progression. Is to do all he can to stall because it's 4-on-4 and with map point looming over Partizan's head. Cannot afford to make any mistakes.
Poddy getting forced away by that molly, but he still wants to hold aggressively, still wants to create a chance.
2 to spot. Emmy's caught on the shoulder, and that's enough for Poddy to get the kill. Kaspersky down in the lower tunnels. Back by teammates, swing forward, they don't check it all the way. And he gets both of his kills. Dragon alone, 1-on-4. And Partizan not given quite an easy path into the map victory, into the 3rd of the best of 3. ENCE. There's 1 exit to Dragon, but still 3 more to go to win the round.
Dragon's attempting, but there's just too many players, all in different positions. And while I've been praising and giving a lot of positivity towards Partizan, I have to look at the numbers from Emmy and say he is now 8 kills and 30 deaths in Map 1 and Map 2 combined. That's a joke. That's an embarrassment for an in-game leader. That is so low on the frag counts.
In the modern meta where you need to have a fragging captain, it is a very good point to make. We can talk about him utilising his pieces as best as possible, and certainly he's made an effort to do that on Dust 2, but it would be nice to have a piece of your own. Partizan running 1 of their 4 map points. ENCE will face them on the rebuys. You would expect Kaspersky finding Dragon to kick things off. These opening frags coming in a little bit more thick and fast now for the ENCE side. And restore that confidence if possible. Naitu took nade damage out towards, I believe he was at the tunnel's entrance. Killed off in the end. HE to the smoke. Oh, Kindo flicks and Poddy's down.
We've seen both AWPers from ENCE and Partizan having impact here on Dust 2. And Kindo didn't have the best of showings out in Mirage, but he certainly upped his game here on Dust 2. Glaive, HE back towards the top mid smoke. And I reckon Kindo's won more AWP v AWP duels against Poddy throughout this map too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think about how those statistics are going to break down on the Matrix. We'll see it after the map, I imagine. Oh, but this is just wonderful stuff from Kindo. 19 frags for him, posting up more numbers than Poddy, matching the top frag numbers of SDY on ENCE. Only man he's second to is Vladin on Partizan, 20 for that individual, and 2 left standing for the ENCE side. Those effective picks of Kindo should be enough to close it out. Emmy will lean forwards. IGL, oh, he's walked right past Glaive. Look at that trade, but that probably should telegraph where the majority of the defenders are, and they'll make their way into the A-bomb site.
Doesn't feel like there's much leverage in this round. I mean, even the late lurk from Vladin might not be cleared all the way. Great shot, actually, there from Glaive.
Okay, 2-on-2. Oh, Kaspersky, he's tapped his way to victory, and somehow ENCE have just bailed themselves out of certain defeats.
Ooh, that's a tough one, because that was basically a done deal. I was almost getting myself ready of just thinking about Ancient, thinking about what I'm going to say at the end of the map. And it's just ended up turning into a massive steal. That's a 4v2. And when you consider that it was 12-8, it's gone to 12-9, it's now 12-10. This is going to start affecting the tilt a little bit, and also it's going to put a lot of pressure on Emmy to make that correct call when times are tough, because the money's not even ideal for round 23.
Take that drink, Poddy, because you're going to need it. This one might be turning into a marathon. I had one overtime today that stretched quite the distance, and obviously the reason why this match was so delayed is because of that opening. Tactical calling by Partizan, their first of the map. I've had a lot of confidence with their early starts, and even when they were on the back foot, didn't need to take one. And now that they're here on map point, they're starting to get truly threatened by the end side. They've picked up the pace, they've picked up the performance. And they are threatening this map again. They're threatening the 2-0. Hero AK in from Partizan, meaning that they're going to save the majority of their funds to go into round 24 with. We should be playing the full set of regulation. Let's see whether Partizan can close in the next.
Look, if there's anyone that you want a hero AK on, it's Dragon or Vladden. It's either one of those two players. And notice how there's armor on 3 of them. So if they get Dragon in for a contact, let's say he goes 1-for-1, then Vladden can pick it up, and then you can get a little bit more firepower out of that AK. It's a B lean, but Naitu has got both a molly and a smoke in terms of util.
Put the molly down as soon as he sees contact or utility. There's no utility from the T side, though, so this Molotov might come in a little bit late. Seen him. Good kill for Kaspersky. Secondary frag not quite landed. SDY's there in support. Naitu tapping his way on the last couple of individuals. Vladden's low HP. A decent effort from Partizan, but firepower far more superior on ENCE's setup, and that will take us the distance. 24 rounds of play. Only one outcome to take. Is it going to be victory for Partizan or overtime for ENCE?
Partizan just need to settle, because we've seen them have some good tournament runs. I mean, they proved it even in CCT, being able to upset some Tier 1 squads from both maps and best-of-3 victories. But this right here is a round 24 versus ENCE in which you have to close. You cannot allow this to go to overtime.
Imagine having been thoroughly defeated in your own map pick to go into a Dust 2, which you were questioning about, to get revenge over the last best-of-1, the last Dust 2 that ended 13-5 in favor of ENCE over Partizan. And here you are with the perfect chance to close at 13-8. Instead, you've allowed ENCE back into this. You've allowed them back into the 2-0 possibility. You've given them a chance to deny the third map and deny your own survival in the series and qualification for the Conquest of Prague Land Finals. Collins tagged up initially. Utility down in the tunnels. A minute to play with as Partizan begin their rotation.
They've got a good read on this. 2 of the B defenders have left the bomb site and are focusing more directly on CT. Kaspersky gets on the front side of that lurk smoke and just doesn't see anything. Doesn't see any walkers, any lurkers trying to see if they can maybe pop that mid angle.
Molotov on short. It's going to block access for now for Partizan. Got smoke on SDY. They could also use that at that position. He's going to put that out as soon as it burns. Kill. Oh, Poddy's DC'd. Surely, surely that will not cost them now. Partizan have got a spread thin A bomb site, which is where they're executing towards. It's Glaive and SDY that need support real quick here. 18 seconds. All they have to do is kill off the bomb planter. SDY gets Emmy. They need a hero right now, and both players are stepping up to the plate. They don't need Poddy when they're picking up everyone in individual fights. SDY, star of the night here for ENCE, has saved them with a stellar sequence. Glaive can rightfully smile because he just led his team to overtime.
There are very few moments of recollection of that I have seen of that nature. I can't believe in round 24 we have a DC, and yet we have a Crossfire that is just on lock. SDY is getting absolutely nothing. They're trying to put some util down, but they just cannot force the AWP off the angle at all.
Oh, that's disappointing. Holy madness.
We have to reflect on it, Jay, and say, well, hang on. Let's not even consider the DC in round 24. Why aren't we talking about the 4v2 they had at 12-9? Why aren't we talking about the round where it was basically wrapped up? They lost, what, a pick outside of the mid doors towards B. They lost another pick in Vladden that was down there in the lower tunnels against Glaive that was trying to get up on the Xbox. Mate, if they just convert that round, we don't even need to consider about the potty moment.
I guess in retrospect, it's another man advantage situation. Yes, not by your own fruition, not by your own volition, but by virtue of a technicality that you've been given a man advantage and you still couldn't convert upon it. SDY and Glaive, SDY especially, the heroes of the A-bomb site and the ones that have pushed us into overtime. Who would have seen that coming? Certainly not Partizan. Is that going to get in their heads now?
Well, Potty probably can't believe they've won the round. He's probably gone DC there, and that's it.
He's probably just like dipped out, just like heading his hands, like, no, we've lost, oh, good. He comes back on the team speak and it's like, oh wait, we're good, cool, great, fantastic. Yeah, Potty. No need for him to show up in this regard, and I mean, look, he's been stellar over the course of the series, but the two guys that are still out the most right now has got to be Kaspersky and SDY. Kaspersky for his impact, SDY for his star power, of which he has shown plenty of. Stardust littered across the server today, and all from that one man. And look at Eds, they're keeping spirits high. Like they, but Potty's being told what happened as it stands, and he's just like, yep, cool. Can you want to play the rest of 4v5? You clearly don't need me, boys.
For ENCE, I mean, they're on track to not only qualify to the LAN, but also qualify without dropping a single map or a single series. It started off with, what, 13-6 against Maestro on Train, the 13-10 against 500 on Ancient, the 2-0 against Rush B, one of which went to overtime. Map number 1 was pretty comfortable, 13-7 on Nuke, very similar kind of marker than what we got on map 1 of the 13-8. And then map 2, Anubis, their map pick, 16-14.
More than can be said for Fnatic, the other 3-0 team that lost one of their maps to Passion UA during that qualifier game. Excellent stuff as Collins will start things off in OT. Partizan on the T side, of course, they've killed off Potty. Nightsu, low HP, is going to get fragged out in mid very quickly. B site's open as Partizan strike back with a vengeance. Mid, backstab from Glaive, sees that bomb carrier but can't focus down the fire against him, struggling to convert upon. Kaspersky will get involved ahead of the smoke but unable to connect anything of his own right. Just the one kill. SDY. AWP in hand, probably going to save it because this round is over.
Well, why did we forget to mention it? Of course, the team that never closes in regulation always wins the first round of OT, every time!
If only you brought that out in the previous round, lads.
If only, imagine.
And he wouldn't be playing this one. We're on a break and setting us up for a third map.
I'd love to find on HLTV, there's got to be someone behind the scenes that could actually data mine what it is. I reckon the percentage is 90 plus.
Talk to Nero.
It's so high.
Talk to Nero. He's the
got to be
stats
done.
meister.
It's got to be done.
And that man knows what he's doing with all the data that HLTV have. I'm sure he's going to find that number for you. Dragon. Oh, he's caught that first. Nightsu again down first and foremost. That be bomb site. Potty can't convert a secondary retrade. Incendiary against the entrance will ensure that they can't make their way forward. And flashbangs just in case. T-side smoke lands at the entryway. It's not as deep as they'd like it to be typically. So it just keeps them out of the bomb site.
Well, this would be the worst case situation for ENCE, is to go 8-12 down, bring it all the way back into overtime, and then lose the first 2 in a row. Potty needs to try and rectify the man disadvantage. AWP, York Jewel not pre-aiming on the high, so Kindo's going to be able to win out.
Oh, he's fragged out again, hasn't he? Another AWP fight to be taken by him and won by him. An opening fight as well in general. Snocks to across. His Glaive is sat there. Caught off guard, but still able to resist. Not able to get the kill for it. SDY is going to sneak forward. His rifle. Not on AWP this time, but close range to the mid doors. Will Partizan play into him? Can he find impact to save ENCE's round?
This is just getting really quiet. Kaspersky even playing an off angle deep at car. Hearing the footsteps of Collins. Collins is a dead man. Easy pick for Kaspersky. SDY gets a freebie. And now you feel like it's an easy round, but there's starting to be a little bit of contention by the CTs.
20 seconds, Kaspersky getting a little bit of cover of these smokes out towards sight and cross. Molotov in, he's seen the player in Gandalf, the AWP, caught by Kaspersky, he's dropped the bomb, that's all important, he's flanked by Vladen though, 10 seconds, they've got to go back for it, was it dropped to CT? No, it's on the catwalk, there'll just be enough time for Emmy to plant, and it's all on Glaive now, the captain in the 1v2 clutch, coming up from Longhouse, making a lot of noise to it, that will be heard soon. Check the sight, see his head, burst fire, can't get the kill. Now Vladen can turn his attention, no longer have to worry about a secondary flank from CT Spawn. The Dane, the 4-time major champion, swings up and Vladen shuts him down for his 26th kill of the game. And the 2 rounds in overtime for Partizan.
If they can get the 3-0, it'll be a pure death wish. And they just feel that the early to mid round has just been so successful.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a minute 10 on the clock and it's just a 5v3 instantly. Kaspersky has an excellent effort to try and stay alive, to put up a lot of damage, try and give some level of rescue, but nah, not to be. What's going on here?
Dax. In for Kindo. And he's part of the double up setup as well for Dragon. Double up setup for Naitu and Poddy as well. Standing in towards this tunnel's entrance, which has been a bit of a thorn in their side because Kindo was doing great work when it came to finding the fights inside of the B-bomb site in the last 2 rounds. So they'll just take that position away from Partizan completely. Nice HE on Kindo to start. Double ups, in fact, against him, but still, Glaive can't win the fight. A shot for the AWPer and lands on Ents.
They're struggling to put pressure against Kindo. SDY to peek out in the open will get Dragon. They'll know that by the kill feed that it's not the AWPer. Poddy is still trying to get in. It might be another AWP v AWP face, though, that goes the other direction.
Sitting there is a little bit late. He leans forward, trying to catch that man. Has to fall back now because Long could be a threat. We've got Kaspersky on the site now to watch for the likes of Collins, who could be making his way in. He might actually lead the charge of Partizan now. The AWP Poddy starts leaning. Round the corner, he looks to go into Longhouse. Collins in the open. Emmy, dry faces, goes falling. M4, close range. Collins going to get hard. He lines up 2, looks for the triple, and Vladen will trade him, but now at half HP, known towards the TT side. Yorpa Poddy hiding behind Karmolov against him. Shot rings out. A spray comes in from Vladen. The HE shouldn't convert. It lands in the corner, not to the back of the car. So Poddy's protected. Naitu secondary AWPs there. Vladen picks up 1. Oh, Naitu missing the shot. Giving Vladen an opening here. Not to get the kill, though. He got close, but it wasn't to be. No 3-0. Ents claim a consolation round.
Well, Ents will be satisfied with that one because they get on the front foot, they clear out a lot of space. They're taking lowers, they're taking all of upper. It's just Kindo. He's been such an annoyance in this early phase in mid. Kaspersky couldn't have asked for a better timing with how much damage he does. And you start feeling any time that Vladen's in a clutch, no matter how unlikely it seems, that there is still a chance, that it is still nearly on.
We saw him in a 1v4 in the last map up for good reason. Now Ents try and turn some potential back against them. Poddy has found the first frag on Vladen, so no chance to clutch in this one if necessary. Kill from Emmy. Returns on SDY though, so out of Longhouse he looks to go. And gets nothing for his trouble. It's a 4-on-4.
Kaspersky is in a position where he can start exploiting some of this short space. You've got Collins that's quite defensively just putting down util. First the incendiary. And now the AWP is just going to sit there on the car, actually going to start trading nades between one another. So there is a timing of an exploitation on A.
Defense is a bit quicker. They can make their way up. They actually are going to do so. Flash in. Both players blinded. Kindo fires and has to fall away. They don't have to defend long. As Ents have taken control of the bomb site. 4v4 on the retake still. Plant down at short. They've got all sorts of short control for Ents. So smoke at CT as well to ensure that flank angle is not a contentious point. Kaspersky going to clear it out just in case.
Partizan are getting stalled. This AWP is desperate for Kindo, for someone to overextend on the bomb site.
Nade lands close to the pole, but he gets very little damage done. Flash in, Poddy is blinded for it. Engagement to get found by Glaive. Naitu traded by Dragon. Kindo's AWP fought upon by Kaspersky, who continues fragging away. 3-on-2, leans up for an aggressive fight. He does lose his life for it, but Ents is stalled out for time. Glaive ready for Dragon, quick burst to the head. Running out of ammo, but the kill coming in from Collins. Low on this timer, 1 versus 1. Glaive knows to act for time, and he'll get the kill anyway. Ents have equalized.
I have no idea how that HE's done, what, 8 to Kaspersky? That looks so close to him. Unfortunate notice from ENCE on the post plant, in which they're just not really over-peaking. I mean, no one's swinging from Goose, no one's fighting down on ramp against the long players. They're just all tucking, and especially for Kindo, felt like he just couldn't do anything. He's kind of scoped in, he's waiting for a jiggle, he's waiting for a swing, and just nothing is presenting on that retake at all.
We go 14 all. ENCE looking for a lead back here on T's side. Kindo's AWP is going to hunt for that first pick. He's got to stand off against Poddy, and we know that Kindo have won the AWP battles multiple times. In this case, it's a leg shot on Glaive that baits him, and a straight headshot through the mid door to start things off for ENCE. Collins, utility coming in against Kaspersky. Picked found. Poddy may get left a little bit isolated here. Molotov's against him, going to escape through the doors, only barely though. That 1-for-1 trade is decent, 4-on-4. ENCE have got only Vladen to deal with on the B bomb site. If it was any other player, I'd count him out. Two men to look forward, gap seen, bomb drop, Dink has been found, however. Can that second player get the return? No, SDY can't. Vladen has fended him off, taking the bomb back away from the tunnels, and the reposition to regroup with ENCE.
Didn't even force much of an over-rotation. It's almost as if Vladen said, I don't need the help. Just solo holding down B, and it just turns into a cancel, and I mean, now there's just nothing. Double AWPs and a 2v4, just no chance here for ENCE.
Poddy searching for a miracle. Doesn't hit the one. SDY, low HP to get cut down, bomb dropped, round is officially done. All that Poddy can do is hope to survive. Even that doesn't mean anything to ENCE right now. They'll be buying in the next round because they have to.
Well, I'm surprised that they walk contact against Vladen on B with only 2. I feel like if you're going to walk against a B player that's as solid as he is, you need at least 3. At least get yourself in trading positions, because once they lost that first fight, SDY's caught in 2 minds, isn't he? Do I retreat and hang the bomb back, or do I commit forward and potentially drop it in the open? And once you have that hesitation, that's when eventually you end up getting dinked in the process, and it has to be a cancel, and then that whole move is just basically a naught.
I mean, Collins respected the smoke there at CT spawn, so had you split play into B bomb side, even that would have been a better option. And Partizan are back on map point, only one of them this time. 5 total in this best of, well, it's 1 map, I should say. SDY taking Collins to kick things off. That's a much better opening, even if it was blinded by the flashbang. It's an advantage for ENCE to try and stay alive and push us to another OT. Yeah, it's the 15 all.
So they try to get a resmoke down there to block the T's progression out in long, but there's a big gap on it in the left-hand side. So what Poddy's going to do, he's just going to sit in the pit, and he's going to use that gap to exploit if anyone crosses, anyone just gives him any sort of face out there on the bomb site directly. Now, realistically, they should leave Poddy in the pit, and they should just walk up A. Smoke on the cross, and just scale. But it seems as if they're more tentative in the upper tunnels, and because of that resmoke now, Poddy's just going to give up the space completely.
We're going to concede long on the CT side, the same. Kindo's AWP receiving nothing. ENCE are so slow to this uptake. 45 seconds. They're going to need to go for a hit soon enough. The last thing they want to do is get caught on time. That's the one way in for Partizan in this circumstances here.
Kindo's going to get mollied and just has to try and block. Now, he's got a smoke and he's got a molly, so he's got enough util to drive them away from short.
Couple of players to defend against it. Incendiary comes in at the right moment. Smoke slowing down at the CT side, going to indicate that nobody's out here. Hawk doesn't know where to look, though. So wary about long, and that player's so passive. Flash in, kill found for Kaspersky and Naitu. One more player left on the bomb side defensive. Needs to get the bomb carrying the drop. He's got one of them. Got the second, not quite. Naitu takes him. Poddy's cleared out long. Dragons alone. And this is ENCE taking us the distance again. 15 apiece. Minus a 1v3 miracle from the Dragon. It's not going to happen. OT2 up for grabs.
That was a really tough exec for ENCE. There is little time and a lot of CTs around that short area. In terms of a setup, I don't think Partizan could get themselves any better. You're stalling for time. You've given yourself a little lurk smoke on the elbow to play coverage. Giving yourself the incendiary, but it was just the entries from the T side, just not even being answered a poach.
Ants. Trying to surge back to the front foot, try to get this 2-0 wrapped up soon enough. We wanted a clean one. It's been anything but here on map 2. And past 11 PM in some parts of Europe. Been a late night. Everyone wants to go to bed. And Partizan walking their way forward towards Longhouse. A little bit of utility sent by SDY. It's Poddy that strikes first. Finally, an Orb-Field battle going in his direction against Kindo. Doesn't mean the B-side threat is neutralized though. Vladen's there on defensive.
We're starting to notice the rounds getting even slower in OT than what they were in regulation. I think maybe just the pressure of being able to get as many OT rounds is starting to get to both of these teams. Even Vladen's got an orb. What's happening with how much double orping we're seeing in both best of threes as soon as we get to OT?
It's a question you can ask and I cannot answer. Blade walking up the mid door. SDY is going to trade on that. Bomb's been revealed. But where's his end destination? Smoke down at CT indicates it's going to be a B play. The backstab from Emmy's just seen contact the Poddy. The AWP has been removed. Vladen with a kill back. Secondary flick, not quite as much. So Kaspersky and SDY moving together. Shot lands. SDY's alone. And Vladen can do it with an AWP. He can do it with whatever you put in his hands. Another start again for Partizan.
Emmy might have low numbers, but the amount of times that he's been able to walk, push, Longhouse, get into top mid, and just win the round. I mean, right there, he gets a kill on the mid doors player. He sees the bomb going lowers. He just calls it into Vladen, mate. It's going on. Now, as well, Kaspersky is trying to molly. As Vladen ducks down, as soon as he ducks back up, Kaspersky's got a molly, and it doesn't even get thrown because he gets the kill before the molly goes out. What a return from Vladen. It's super rare to see him AWPing, but that was an easy sequence from him at the back plat.
Another overtime where Partizan had to start in this opening round. Naitu takes down Dragon, though. Kindo, his AWP cannot return. The double AWP setup not working well for the TT side this time. Vladen, look at his extension. This is something unorthodox. He's been so centralized to the bomb site or back of plat. That means that Ents might not see this coming. He won't walk the smoke. With Glaive being as low as he is, though, wouldn't shock me if Vladen got the kill. Poddy's making action towards the short control in the meantime because SDY is walking out to that A-bomb site and no one is there. You only have that Longhouse player of Emmy who can't do anything to stop this bomb from going down. Kaspersky's just a lurker.
Well, it turns into a gamble because you look at Dragon in that first contact, he's still moving when he shoots, and that's why he can't get the kill off. Ents can be very happy that SDY has allowed this lurk because it's just won them the round and it's taken them into safety. If there was a misread and they ended up B splitting or B execing, that's where you run into the trap. That's where you run into disaster. 16-16, Partizan. Well, there shouldn't be anything here.
Not at all. They'll lean in to try and find something on the extremities of the bomb sites. Maybe lean into a retake because you have got cash available when there's MR-free OT rule sets, but the flanks start to converge upon by Kaspersky and Poddy. SDY gets his piece of the pie. In fact, he gets 2 of them. 16 all, ends to even now look for a lead.
And the only thing that you're missing out there is an AK. And if you're weighing it up on a 5% chance of winning the round versus saving 1 AK, you know what you're going to do. Hence, hold off in a pretty good post plant. And now we start just wondering where the separation comes from. Is it that we're going to have someone on heavy map points, or is it only going to be maybe 1 until it's potentially another overtime?
Leg shots in abundance against Poddy. A number of AWP set there towards the cross of mid. Go to those rifles. Still got 3 AWPs in play at the moment for Ents. Collins has been allowed to walk all the way up towards shore. Kaspersky's going to miss the mark against him. Evade that HE, fortunately. Collins found by Poddy instead, so he finds that forward face, so they're not ready for the Xbox angle of Kaspersky. Ents trying to return confidence. Kindo's AWP frags back. Dragon leg down to 7 points of health. Spammed up by Naitu trying to get the killing blow. Poddy's got another kill on Kindo. It's all coming undone now. Partizan falling to pieces in this third of OT. Vladin be the only hope at a clutch in this round, but at a 1 versus 4, you doubt it heavily.
And this reminds me a little bit of what happened in Yellow Compass Qatar for Partizan. Their opening game, they lose out to Eklot 10-13. Their next game, they lose 11-13 versus 9 Pandas. They beat Gun 5. If they would have just won those 2 opening games, mate, they're in the playoffs. And they're in a playoff of a tournament with a big prize pool, help out the VRS tournaments. It just feels that they can compete in so many of these games, but they're just missing something. And I now look at this one, a map down of the series, 4 map points in regulation. Now you're facing down 16-17. It hurts because it's been such a showing. It's been such an entertaining best of 3 between the 2 teams.
Indeed it has. And part of it is down to the assessment you just made. They do good work. They have good moments. They can have a good match. They just can't find enough within that excellence to finish the job.
Maybe it's a new coach. I mean, they've just got rid of their coach a couple of days ago. Maybe that's what's required to try and get this team over.
Perhaps. It would be the easiest choice you can make, the easiest change you can make right here. Don't know who would replace Choi, but...
Son?
That would be something, wouldn't it?
I mean, he played with Emmy.
Well, I guess we'll see where that goes if he does.
Pretty sure he coached Emmy as well on Valiance, if my memory serves me correctly. That was a little while ago now.
I might have to cross-reference the timelines in which they were part of the teams. We'll look into that later, I think. I feel like the dates wouldn't line up, but I might be wrong on that one. Anyway, regardless of who ends up becoming that coach, they may have a lot more of an impact. Glaive rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He's getting tired. I think everyone's getting exhausted at this moment. This match just keeps going on and on. But just got to keep soldiering on here until your opponent gives in, until your opponent finally breaks. Partizan be on the T side basis of this map up. And took a tactical. They took a chance to talk. They're only 2 rounds away from claiming their 2-0 and their spot in the Conquest of Prague Land Finals. That's what this is all about. Partizan. They push us to a 3rd map, then we're in for a really late one, Dweg. And that's what that's all about for him.
Ents only rocking the single AWP, and I'd prefer that. I'm not a big fan of the double AWPing from either squad. I think we're getting so much more impact out of the riflers. Dragon to flash play, just allow a little peek from Vladin. Oh, he comes close. You can see it. You can really see it.
It's like Doctor Strange stuff. You saw 2 universes, one where he just domed him, the other one where we live in now.
I love it how we both saw it coming as well. Knowing it's Vladin, knowing it's an AWP posted on the sight line.
33 kills for the man. He has posted absolute performance for Partizan.
What a showing from a B-side anchor too. Like a proper supportive player is putting up this kind of show.
We talk about like converting roles for certain players. I think that given enough training, you probably could convert Vladin into a star.
Oh, I'm sure you could. Yeah, probably.
Partizan haven't been able to utilize him for the opening pick. Instead, they're going to start their potential split plays. Smokes down over at the tunnels, but 4 men to walk out mid to B. The AWP of Kindo. One fight after fight over Poddy. Gets the shot that misses completely. Overcooks that flick. Repositioning towards the doorway and players are close. He's blinded by a flash. Naitu now with a lot of pressure against him. He gets that 1 kill. Turns back towards the second. Burst fire. Finds Collins. Sets up a 3v3. Ents need to rotate in for the rotation for the retake. Kindo is still posted up in mid though. Is he going to get sussed out here? He's in that cubby corner. Glaive around set corner. Runs right into him. SDY trades him back, but Dragons call Kaspersky. So it's Sun Young. The star of the CT side, top frag for them as well. HG to 39 points of health though. Can't find Vlad, and now he's seen those sprays. He's seen that quick burst of the AK. Flank maybe on from Dragon in from the mid doorway. Indeed, his back is turned, but no success on the kill counts, no success on the timer. SDY down. Partizan found one missed shot and they ran it down.
That was just gorgeous from the T-side line. So first off, they jump bait the AWP up. So they're not overswinging, they just jump out, strafe enough, bait the AWP. Notice how good the timing is from Kindo on that flash. I mean, the AWP, it doesn't show it on the kill feed, but he is half blinded there. It's just the perfection on how to bait certain players and how to use util in certain pathings. Just on point. That was class.
We're going to keep on going. We'll keep trucking along. Because Ents are not out of the game, but neither are their opponents. In fact, they've just evened the board with a 17 all. Unfortunately, we are facing small technical issues, which is why the players are getting up and moving around a little bit. I guess you do need a bathroom break at a certain point.
I like how they can do that, but we can't.
No. I've been in the bathroom.
time.
I've been in the bathroom since round 23, and I've sat here and crossed my legs. And I've just, no, I'm going to soldier ahead.
That's
We're
it.
going to keep this going.
Carry on. You ever take pause? Yeah, go and take your time, fellas.
Yeah.
Go and, no worries. Production team as well. Everyone, we're here. We're soldiering on.
We're going to keep on going. We ain't going to stop till this one's done. All the way straight through to the overtime.
What a game. What a couple of best of threes, indeed. Today has just been a banger in terms of high-pressure matchups, teams giving it their all, little bit of upset potential in terms of what the outcome might be of some of these maps, some of these best of threes, but this is what you want for a play-in stage.
And this is what we're going to get. All of the illustrious land spots that everyone wants, everyone needs. Talked about importance of them in so many contexts for a team like Ents as well, who missed out on the MRQ. Lining them up as a key favourite in this competition and to gather all those points from a decent land placing. When you saw the prize pools on a moment ago, $20,000 for the winner, that is the kind of goal that a team like Ents will be aiming for. They want to take that trophy. All those land points for the next major cycle, what it would do for them.
Because all of these teams need to utilize tier 2 consistently, in terms of consistency, I should say, in terms of like getting top fours, getting deeper playoff runs. And then when these odd land opportunities come, first off, you need to qualify. Second off, you need to win the tournament. And that will just start getting you closer to at least one tier 1 event. Even if you bomb out, it doesn't matter. That at least creates a circuit, because I think that's been one of the struggles with VRS that we've noticed in all the PGL events and the ESL and the Blast. Bro, where are the tier 2 teams? Like, they are 1 or 2 of them max every single time. And it's always those fringe teams, isn't it? The heroics that are maybe tier 1.5, or a big that's a tier 1.5, a FlyQuest 1.5. We're not seeing tier 2 teams in tier 1 LAN tournaments. So that's why you've really got to jump on these moments.
And with the whole like emphasis on the tier 1 environment with the VRS system and everyone catering towards tier 1, there's like very few tier 2 lands, which I can imagine in the next like year or two that someone's going to come along and organize like a big old like DreamHack open style tier 2 circuit.
Well, it's got to be done. There's a big gap in it. I think that's where Tipsport are trying to come in from what they did last year, in the mindset of we were funding and supporting a lot of the Czech, Slovak teams. Let's try and branch out. Let's try and see if we can get some of these international teams coming over, coming into our local scene. For Eklot, it's probably the worst thing that you could ask for. Mate, you were the kings out there, and now you've got to face on some top competition. You're going to really struggle to qualify to LAN.
And look, there's a number of operators that are doing good work in that tier 2 LAN space. Elisa have got their Nordic Championship coming up this month as well. At Mesa as well with the Nomadic Masters. Also had those tier 1.5 teams. In fact, had Big and Heroic in the finals. So opportunities are opening up around the world, and well, I can speak in perspective when I say that I think that the Conquest of Prague has been a lot of fun to work. I think the LAN finals goes just as well as how the online position has been. Very big success for everyone except for Ents and Partizan at the moment, who are still looking for their success in the matchup and in their spots. Only one can get claimed. And right now, it has looked like Ents have been the favourite team in terms of the totality of the series, but Partizan are giving it a good go right here. And well, so far on Dust 2, they've been the only ones that have had the map points.
It will be really tough if they don't win in the map, though, because I look at how they've performed on Dust 2, and they've certainly advanced how strong they looked from map number 1. They had a lot of moments on Mirage, but they didn't have the consistency. They've almost had it all here on Dust 2. I think they got unlucky at times. They had, what, the 4v2 round, up on map point, didn't close. Had the Poddy DC, didn't close there. Just didn't really take their moments, and that does happen. This is still a fairly inexperienced squad. I mean, Emmy might have 1,500 maps played on HLTV. Collins might be close to 900. Kindo over 600. Vladen around that sort of marker, same for Dragon. But when you've only been to one LAN under Partizan and the team's been together for 1 year, you almost need the org to represent international Counter-Strike, to show that Serbia's got what it takes.
In a tournament that isn't quite at home, but it's been in your home region, would be perfectly poetic.
And I could say that they're holding weight against what we would say is one of the tournament favorites. So if they're holding weight in this series, and let's just say they can overcome, get towards a third map and decider, mate, there'd be a lot of teams at LAN that they could beat, that they could actually challenge against.
They've got a challenge team in front of them right now. 17 all, if you're just joining us, of course. Back in the thick of it here on Dust 2. Partizan. T-side half is even at the board. Can they go again? Can they get another map point? They've had 5 so far on this map. Ents have had 0. And been slow to get started in some of these halves. Now Partizan the early advantages. See if they can take an advantage of their own right here. Double ops back in for SDY and Poddy once again.
We're getting close towards 3 hours of this best of 3, and we haven't even concluded map 2. Kindo, Orp, Set, Naitu with the spam. There was a bit of breakage, but it was just a spam connection towards the top of Xbox, and that's Vladen to fall.
It's a good start. SDY going to get flashed off position. The smokes and flashes to combine out towards that short position will disallow Partizan to make their way in. They're down a man. No execute allowed. Smokes towards mid to B. Kaspersky waiting. Counter smoke on the CT side. That is wonderfully placed.
And they might just have to go through this. I don't think they've got much option. Dragon at least have a HE, so they can break if they want.
Is there a flashbang available to them though? Kaspersky is going to wait for them to walk. Dragon, oh, he's detected. His body blocked. He's walked right past them. That might be a complete ruse. Misdirection. Naitu's picked up. Poddy on the site, but now Kaspersky can strike. Picked up by Dragon on return, and Poddy goes down on the site again. Down and out of this round. 3-on-2 for Partizan. Ents. Oh, imagine that Kaspersky didn't make that move. Imagine what he could have gained instead. Ents are saving their guns. They're going to try for another overtime.
That is mental. With how good that timing is on the resmoke, with the pauses that are available, that just looks like a done deal. There's not even a debate. And instead, it's an info play on a timing. Kaspersky falls, Naitu falls. Jeez. I can't believe Partizan have won that. And now you've got to take it. Now, you're 17-17, you got up to 18, you're up on that map point, you got to close now. You didn't do it in regulation. This is your chance, this is your moment.
The 6th map point for Partizan to take Dust 2 and push us all the way to Ancient, all the way to the jungle. But Ents have denied every closing chance of Partizan so far. Will they do it again? Vladen giving the AWP for the first pick out of Longhouse, doesn't work. HG sent towards this Tunnel's entrance. Kindo's AWP is ready to receive. A back his turn of his teammate is watching for Naito and Glaive. Neither man will be spotted. Peek forward, shots on. Frenchman's down.
Yeah, Glaive is now in a position where he needs to try and stall against potentially a B-exec. Poddy sees nothing on that breakage of the smoke, and you wonder how much of an over-rotation this is really going to provide. And Poddy's now going to double up on B, which means mid is completely open. Short now has to be held passively from SDY. So many options for Partizan.
Poddy's been struggling a little bit as well on that AWP on this B-side.
Timing.
The Glaive, he's going to get the bomb carrier, but he misses the mark against the AWPer. He knows that he's there, but he's got it to a 4-on-4. He's got info to work with. Poddy once again set towards window. And it's this position which has caused him a lot of trouble. He cannot afford to miss another shot now.
Poddy on the big green, you expect is going to get jiggled. Resmoke goes down, they've got to go, they've got to start running.
Oh, Poddy looks away. Glaive alone here in the corner. Emmy to check it as well. Poddy needs to be a hero and he only gets one frag for it. It's a 3-on-2, but Dragon is caught, lurking back towards mid. Ents have been given another lifeline here, but the retake needs to be perfect.
Well, Kindo's got a resmoke, so he can put that down towards the doors. This is Emmy's time. He's been underperforming individually. I want to see him close now.
Kaspersky leaning up. Flashing from his teammate. Emmy's blinded and he's dead. Where's the last backside? Spray through. Kaspersky steps up with a triple and we play on.
Mate, that side take was so good as well. The pathing. Oh, I could keep watching that round. How they clear out Glaive. How they get the trade against the player up there on the window of the AWPer Poddy. That was perfect. Do you know what let themselves down? The unfortunate nature of Dragon thinking that he can get back to the lower tunnels. Getting out there from the mid-door smoke, trying to get into lowers. Oh, Partizan, they're so close. So damn close.
And yet, so far, 6 map points, 4 in regulation, 1 in the first overtime, 1 in the second overtime. All of them have been taken by Ents. You want to talk about changing narratives and changing patterns? Well, remember, it's always Partizan that get these early starts in these OTs. Maybe a small change from Ents to start off, get an advantage, turn over the half and get a map point of their own. And that one chance that they get to seize the day would be seized in whole. This is only map 2. If Partizan win it, then we play a third, and that's when we get deep into that good night. Poddy's extension all the way up towards mid. Look at Suicide, where he's got a player to watch for. Flashes a Molotov to force him back. You're going to get caught up on the Xbox. SDY is forced back as well, but Poddy disappears behind a smoke. Glaive to swing. Dragon's on that corner, and Dragon wins the fight. Second CT players back at elbow. That contention draws a lot of attention over towards the A-bomb site as well.
A late lurk in from short. Keep eyes on Vladen.
Oh, SDY swings out. Dragon's going to get caught for it. AWP missing its shot as Vladen overwhelms. Partizan, business as usual. Can't convert on the map point, but storm their way through to the next round in the overtime. Kaspersky close to the bomb site, but he's going for miracles here. I mean, Ents just throwing everything at the wall. Trying to get this one under wraps. They are trying for a retake. They might as well do so here. Vladen afterwards, Goose still wins the fight alongside Emmy in his swing. It's Partizan in the lead.
That was a change-up, because we haven't really seen that many aggro moves, especially towards long. And Dragon just gets that first clean connection against Glaive, and then it just starts collapsing. Here it is again, minute 33, 20-odd seconds into the round, and it's the double. I think it's been Dragon and Vladen that's been the most exciting in some of these multi-frag sequence moments when a player's required, where they need to get to, create space. It's always been those two guys.
We've got 3 impactors right now for Partizan. Vladen, Dragon, and Kindo. Kaspersky and SDY on the opposite end of the board. I want to say Poddy, but I think he's been very lackluster in this late match. It's past midnight for him. Approaching 1 AM, I think, in fact, in Finland. Kill for Naito. starts things off on the B-bomb site. Glaive trying to force them back away from Longhouse. The CTs are up a man.
SDY is not hearing anything coming up on the Xbox, and Poddy's holding down Kindo. Just when the smoke cleared by the looks of it, he was able to get Kaspersky.
Vladen walks into the bomb site. Naitu doesn't get in. Nice. Vladen done it again. He may have just won the round on his lonesome. B site being rotated towards by Partizan. SDY is going to try and go blow for blow, star for star. But where is Vladen holding back a big box undetected? SDY's got no support. Enter not rotating here. Kill on the AWP. Damn near gets the bomb carrier as well. If he won that fight, that would have made it such a winnable 2v2. Instead, Enter searching around the extremities of mid-control. Glaive trying to lead them forward, and Partizan, and they're expecting something to come their way. Enter going to try another unlikely retake. A bit more likely than the previous one, but Collins has seen Glaive's inbound position. Poddy, nothing for it. Collins hearing that noise being made. Get back towards the boost. Glaive leans up, Poddy goes down. Vladen with another kill. He is the difference maker on this B site, and Naitu has not been able to keep up. Neither has Poddy. Glaive can at least get a trade, but that's meaningless at this stage. 20-18.
Well, let's just consider Naitu and the likes of Vladen. They're the exact same player, aren't they? They're both B anchors. They both play B lurks. Mate, one's on 20 kills and the other one's on 37. It's such a disparity by the role players.
Excellence on one's part, lacking from the other. And it has made a huge difference for Partizan. Kept them in this matchup and again started things off on the high note. Another 2 rounds in a row to start the OT half. Typically at this point, Eds bounce back with a decent round and they get a returning. And start to return on the second half, try and make it a bit more competitive. Talk about the 3-0 halves we haven't seen so far in overtime. Partizan, couple of opportunities, but Poddy has struck on Kindo, starting to turn back around. A few more on-field fights. Got to get a trade in against Ents. Flash in for Emmy, caught by Glaive on the HE of all things. Smoke down to the smoke down to the fire, I should say, towards Short. Man, it's getting late. Emmy and Kindo, the 2 casualties, untraded.
Now, last time the DAC was out, we did see the CTs going aggro into the lower tunnels, and I wonder if that's a setup as soon as they realize the DACs are in play to take that moment to get into lower. Great molly, but still a lot of impact. Collins gets the B-side entry. He needs to follow up onto Poddy, though.
This shot of the AWP, second one to watch for. Flashbang's going to catch him blinded. SDY's AWP set back towards the A-bomb site in the meantime. Slow walk in for Vladen. Oh, he's done it again. This time on the other side of the map. An open pathway for the bomb to make his way in towards Short, although it's being watched by Poddy. Dragon was waiting for a pick to come out from Short. Kaspersky's dropped him, though, and he's taken Collins with him. 30 seconds for Vladen to get right back to that bomb, pick it up, and commit it to the bomb site whilst fighting the CTs on the way. Time pressure against them. I think Ents have already won this round right here. They separate to either bomb site, and so long as he goes down, the round is over. 15 seconds in towards mid. He looks to make his way up. He's been revealed. B is the target. Kaspersky is the man to hold off against him. He needs to plant down as soon as he gets towards that site. Safer to centralize, but they're making their moves in real quick. Vladen's been given space. Kaspersky back the big box. Vladen's close, and he's not going to get the kill. 17 HP in it, though. Ents deny another map point.
Partizan, for a moment, you think it's on. I mean, that round from the start is just super unsuccessful. They lose a couple of picks. It's a 3v5, and then you just get a little walkout on B. You get yourself a little Vladen highlight against an AWP. I mean, how he's won that fight, you won't be able to explain. That's an AWPer posted at car looking towards shore, and he's just domed. That's such a shame to not be able to win out that round, because I think you're right. The 3-0, it would have just closed it. It would have just sent us straight towards that decider.
We're looking for differences. Changes in the outcomes of these rounds and these overtimes that will get one team past that finish line. Partizan have been so close on so many occasions. And Ents have just been a little bit cheeky about it. They've just been a little bit denial. Kaspersky close. AWP around that corner. Flash in. Miss shot by Kindo. And Kaspersky is struck again. Finding his own impact at the right moment. 39 kills. Leave about to drop a 40 bomb in a moment. Emi, HE against him. He hesitates to pull the trigger. Gets so much damage. Look at how much red is on those T-side players. But the numbers game, too much to handle. Ents quickly taking the bomb site and quickly taking the round.
It's starting to get a bit reckless from both of these teams, and maybe it is because the series is just dragging out. I mean, right there from Kaspersky, great flashbang, great flash assist to allow him to get into 2 kills where both of the CTs are just completely blinded. That's a field day. And then for Emi, you can criticize his lack of ability all you want. Mate, there's no one that's going to be able to hold off against that, is there? There's just so many players.
Shame we couldn't get any kills out of it. Glaive catching Vladin. Looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Dragon is defending this AWP. They're hunting him because they can at this stage. Ents trying to get some confidence in themselves. Not about money or taking weapons out of there. They've got to buy in the next round. Ents just want to just lunge forward and look confident and feel confident and take those confidence into impactful rounds and finally get this one under wraps.
I wonder if Glaive is thinking, do you reckon we can get rid of Naito and bring in Vladin for the LAN? Like, is that possible? Is that something that we can work?
Do you know what?
Have I cooked?
Because we've been talking about this whole, like, well, Ents don't have enough stars on their roster, so maybe we look at a team like Fnatic who might be making changes in the new season after the major. Maybe we look at someone like Partizan, who have clearly got a star in Vladin, who had an international opportunity that didn't go well for him because of mitigating circumstances, because Bleed are a scummy organization. You know, maybe it's the answer.
Well, I would just say, you better get your paybook out, because he did just sign a multi-year extension 2 months ago, so you better be throwing some cash out there.
Yeah, and for Ents, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe somebody else.
Good to dream, though. Although if Natu's watching, give it a consideration. Make some inquiries. Some phone calls wouldn't hurt. Ents calling on the short access. A site is the target. 2 to defend. 1 from Longhouse. Emi be the man to resist. Smokes are going to stall them. This will be a last-second execution. Collins and Kindo, the threat of the AWP especially.
The lack of incendiaries and HEs are going to hurt the A defenders here, because they're just going to be able to put no damage up against this short take.
Smokes in, Molly's out. Flashes over Kindo, Dame down, shot from SDY, is sick, he gets Collins as well. Emi, the lone defender, the bomb's gonna go down, he can't deny it. Man advantage for Ents. Is this the moment for their match point? Partizan, they're worried about a mid lurk as well, they're revealing themselves as CT. Smoked off, HEs will come up. They'll do some damage, but the AWPer will focus on that long challenge, and Poddy's connected him. No misflicks on this occasion. Vladin and Dragon, the 2 key guys that have shown the most from Partizan in a 2 versus 4. But as Vladin falls, Dragon, he's all out of fire. SDY takes him, and Ents are finally to winning ways. Map, match, and qualification point for the first time on Dust 2.
And all we need to do is sit here and compare the facts. This is a series point for Ents versus 6 map points across regulation and overtime for Partizan that have not been converted into winning Dust 2. How quickly do Ents close now? Do we go another overtime? Do they finish it off here? I would be heartbreak for Partizan. Like, at least if you go to the decider, right, and you don't end up winning, then you can say fair play. But when you've played like they have on Dust 2, if you don't win it out here in overtime, it will just be nightmares for the boys.
A tactical for Partizan this time, who for once are playing to get us to OT. It's not Ents, it's Partizan, who not only are playing for OT, they're playing for their survival as well. Ents are up and up in the series. To take Dust 2 means to win the best of 3. Would take the spot at the Conquest of Prague LAN and eliminate their opponents for good. shots of the AWP. 4 sets of them in for Ents have legged down Vladen. A key piece weakened because of how unbelievably good he's been. AWP at the CT side, meanwhile, walking up Glaive. Tucked himself away. Do they suspect him to be so close? I mean, they've got passive angles. Shots ringing out towards the B-bomb site. Meanwhile, noise is being made. Do Partizan start taking space here? I don't think they do. No commitment yet from Ents. Oh, man's been seen. Glaive catching the headshot on Kindo. That's a start, but it leads to an execution.
They can't really excel. The bomb is still so far away. Glaive needs to try and stall. He's committing towards this fight on the elbow player.
He's caught Collins for so much damage. 6 points of health to the Molotov. The HE coming in close, doesn't get him, but 4 points is no better. Advantage held, and now Ents start the storm. A site the target again. The plant will be secured. The retake got to get set on for Partizan, who have a player at 4, 26 and 65 HP. Poddy close. Vladen's going to get him. And still finding some impact at a 4v4 retake ensues.
They need to get this incendiary in from Dragon. It's going to be key to get themselves through short and into the bomb site. Emmy's already come up long.
Did he get seen? I think he might have just been. Kaspersky on site. Here comes a kill against Glaive inside of the smoke. Dragon's going to get him as he walks forward of it. SDY's been seen. Needs a tap. Needs a burst. He's being marked. Kaspersky gets his kill. Night2's traded. SDY goes down in turn. 1v2 for Kaspersky. All he's got to do is stall. They've got 1 kill on Collins, not on Dragon. Collins is low, and now he's dead. It's up to the pole now to close it out for Edge. And they've done it. Their one opportunity to close the series has locked in for them at 22-20 and a 2-0 best of 3. Ents are going to Prague.
And they qualify to their first LAN in 2025. It feels like such a long time since going to Alyssa Masters in October last year. From winning your first LAN with your new lineup of Night2 and Kaspersky, it goes all the way back to May of this year to finally make it happen. Jeez, what a best of 3. What an overall game of proper entertainment between the two.
Oh, yeah, man. It's like, you know those matches that you just get 2 teams that are just dragging it out because like, they're just failing at one side of the board to the other, and you're just like, man, I just want this match to end. No, not at all right here. Vladen and Dragon showed up on their side of the board. Poddy had some impact in the early part of the matchup, but Kaspersky and SDY took over in the second half and the overtime. We just saw impact from so many individuals, and man alive, like I think the Ents had to earn this matchup. They certainly did today. Like there was a hell of a fight put up by those impact individuals, but they were the ones that got the 2-0 at the end of it. Partizan, they're going to have to go back to have a look at things because they had some decent impact, but I think in totality across the series, Drake, they didn't quite make all that impact work towards the rounds.
Well, the way that you have to look at it, it's kind of how we broke this game down at the beginning of the best of 3. I know that we looked at it differently in terms of the form and how I rate this Partizan side. This is an Ents project that has got tier 1 players that should be a top-end tier 2 team, whereas for Partizan, they shouldn't be a top-end tier 2 team. They don't have the caliber. They don't have the players for it. However, what they do have is a really good system, and it tells you because they've been together as a core 4 for over a year, and a lot of these guys had played together on iNation and For Glory, so you've obviously got a really good system in play. This is them overperforming of what they've done recently, getting to a grand final in CCT, taking the distance against these sort of like tier 1.5 teams. I've been thoroughly impressed with Partizan on what they've been able to achieve. It's just breaking that barrier is going to be really difficult with the players that they've got.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate reality of being a regionally, nationally based team. And in the Serbian scene, as you mentioned, there's not really anyone breaking through that you can just sort of say, right, we're going to give you the call up and Partizan are going to start to become like an absolute star unit. Like, you know, Vladen's only one example of a guy who had a little bit of international experience, but as you mentioned before, he's a role player. He's not supposed to be a star. You can convert him into a star, but that's not what you're supposed to do here for Partizan. So yeah, you are right. Like there's going to be a difficult challenge for them to really make further progress and work your way up to the high end of the tier 2 space. I think they've done fantastic given their circumstances, given what they've been able to do. And I think this series is a perfect example of what these players can achieve when they've really got it down pat.
I think this team could be at least contesting the top end of tier 2. I think they really need a coach. I think that's something that's going to help them quite a bit. It probably won't be a local coach. It might even be someone on the international landscape. I mean, I'm not sure what the budgets are like for Partizan in terms of their esports esports division on how much they could potentially bring, but not having a coach and potentially trying to bring someone in is a perfect opportunity. I know that Emmy's worked with some good coaches in the past in some of his previous projects. As an example, he worked with Devilwalk quite a lot on that FPX and Godsent project. He's not coaching at the moment. Is there maybe something there? You have to look into the contacts. You have to look into some of the relations and try and see, okay, how quickly can we sign a coach moving into the middle section of the year?
Maybe that is the ultimate solution right there for Partizan. I mean, look, I look at the way that things could have played out, how the tactical pauses could have offered things more, that a sixth voice could have offered more in terms of how the matchup could have shaped up. We saw a lot of tacticals over the course of that best of three, so maybe there was a different avenue of approach. But, you know, at the end of the day, you can't do much about it now. It is a 0-2. Partizan will be eliminated here from the Conquest of Prague. But I think they've had a very good run overall. And to do battle against ENCE, to give them a hell of a fight, I think that's a hell of an achievement as well for the Partizan side. That concludes our very long opening day of the deciders as well. I'm exhausted. I can barely speak, Dwayne, so I think it's almost time we head off here. But tomorrow we've got 2 more best of 3s for you. Na'Vi Jr. take on 9 in a matchup that we should see 9 do well on, but equally we also shouldn't because the players are good, but the team is bad. And then you've got Fnatic versus Eklot in a battle that we'll look to see whether the Czech team can make their way forward to the Czech land. So look, lots to look forward to, I think, mate.
Yeah, it's probably 2 matches that have got heavy favoritism, right? But to me, anytime you have these high-pressure matchups where loser is eliminated, winner qualifies to land, I don't think it's as easy as what it says on paper. I think 9 will give a little bit more of a fight to Na'Vi Jr. than what most are expecting. I think Eklot are going to give a lot more of a fight to Fnatic than what a lot of people are expecting as well.
Well, we're back tomorrow, of course, the same time, 5 p.m. CEST. We will kick things off with Na'Vi Jr. versus 9, but tonight we're going to go to bed because we need it. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sticking around for the best of 3 if you did for the whole thing. And we'll see you back here tomorrow for the final day of the online stage of the Conquest of Prague.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.